of service. So all those out there who are up early with us, serving our community in any way you do it, community, country, God, doesn't matter. We appreciate you because you're doing the work that really a lot of us are not able or courageous enough to do. So we appreciate that. Any capacity, soldiers, first responders, teachers, nurses. Thank you very much. We can't say it enough.
No, absolutely. Each and every morning here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Yeah, about 57 degrees, so warmer than it's been, but you said it, the wind
It's
is
coming.
whipping,
Yeah,
and
it's
the first front is through, and
dropping.
the
It's just
really
dropping.
cold front is coming on Sunday.
Yeah, it's just dropping, man.
Sunday afternoon, while you're watching the Cowboys and Packers, you can expect the temperatures to drop below freezing and maybe not rise above freezing temperatures until maybe Tuesday? Maybe Tuesday.
Something like that.
Yeah, no, it's supposed to be freezing by Sunday afternoon. Hard freeze overnight into Monday morning, which is MLK Day. And then, boy, the high temperature on Monday is expected to be 32 degrees, so just barely crawling towards freezing conditions. And then Tuesday, another hard freeze overnight. So it's going to be a cold one, cold run, cold stretch. Get yourself ready for that. Just a little weather, Rod. We can handle it, but
Nothing wrong with that.
don't be.
It is winter.
Don't be surprised by it. What is that? Game of Thrones. Winter is coming.
It is winter. Yeah.
Winter is coming. It's here with back-to-back Monday morning 23, Tuesday morning 17, Wednesday morning 17. So won't climb up into the 40s until Wednesday of next week.
Right.
So
get
your mind right. Heck, we'll be in the 60s by Thursday. You know, it's just Texas. It's the way that goes. We get the thing cranked up. It is a football Friday. As Rod said, they're diminishing. We've got 6 games this weekend in the NFL. No more college football, but certainly college football conversation to be had. Let's start the first hour and the show as we do each and every morning with the headlines, top stories to start your day. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories of the morning. We'll start with the Longhorns. And good news yesterday, Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers made it official. He will return for the 2024 season. Ewers made it official with a video posted on Instagram yesterday. Reports surfaced late in the regular season the redshirt junior was planning to return, and now it's a done deal. Since transferring from Ohio State, Ewers has thrown for over 5,600 yards, 37 touchdowns, thrown just 12 interceptions over the last 2 seasons. He'll be back for the Longhorns' first year in the SEC. Also yesterday, Texas Athletic Department announced the program's annual orange-white scrimmage to wrap up. Spring practice has been set for April the 20th at DKR. Kickoff time yet to be determined, but as always, admission will be free. Provides a preview of the Longhorn team for 2024 ahead of their season opener against Colorado State on August the 31st. Elsewhere in college football, Alabama offensive coordinator Tommy Rees, Florida State head coach Mike Norvell, and Washington's Kalen DeBoer have emerged as the top 3 candidates for the now vacant Alabama head coaching position after Nick Saban's retirement earlier this week. Those 3 top candidates, that according to the Athletic.com report, also says the official announcement is expected as soon as today. Of course, Greg Byrne, the AD at Alabama, said 72 hours to get a new replacement in place. That would come down today. Fears that Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian could be in play at Alabama dampened last night when Coach Sark and his wife L'Oreal both posted Texas-centric messages on Twitter or X. At nearly 11 o'clock last night, Coach Sark shared a photo that said, quote, "It's a great day to be a Longhorn," with a hook'em emoji. A minute later, so L'Oreal Sarkisian posted Texas with a hook'em and an orange heart. Before you probably sleeping at that point. NFL wildcard weekend on tap. 6 games over the next 3 days. Coming up tomorrow at 3:30, Cleveland Browns are at Houston to face the Texans. First game of wildcard weekend. And tomorrow night, Miami Dolphins are going to be in what is expected to be frigid Kansas City to face the Chiefs. Sunday afternoon, 3 games into the evening. Pittsburgh's at Buffalo at noon. At 3:30, Green Bay is at Dallas. Sunday night, Matt Stafford and the Rams are in Detroit to face the Lions in primetime. Wildcard weekend will wrap up on Monday night with the Philadelphia Eagles at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Both Texas basketball teams are in action this weekend as well. Texas men are at West Virginia tomorrow at 6. Texas women are at Kansas State tomorrow at 1 o'clock, both on the road this weekend. In the NBA, how about the Dallas Mavericks playing without Luka Doncic last night? They still beat the New York Knickerbockers 128-124. Kyrie Irving, a season-high 44 points in the victory.
So Nick Saban did hint, and I talked about this yesterday. I know some people were, talking about, his age may not be as big of an issue. He did say his age was an issue. He said that straight up.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I'm 72 years old. People kept asking me, how long you gonna be around here? He was like, I couldn't keep telling them, oh, I'll be around. I'm 72. And he talked about how much he has focused on his health and his wellness more so than other coaches around the country. And I think that's a big part of why Nick said, we'll hear the sound. I sent it to Ty. We'll hear that later on. But that's why it's one of the reasons, I'm sure there were many, that he decided to step down. that he was done with it. And I think
he said this year was a real grind. I mean, the time.
It's a grind because the job is getting tougher.
Yeah, it's getting longer.
There's more on your plate than there used to be with NIL
there is no
and the transfer
downtime.
portal. Exactly. You don't have any downtime. There's no vacation. It's a tougher job than it used to be. And I'm not saying that Nick couldn't handle it. Of course, Nick Saban can handle it. He's the GOAT. But I'm just saying, once you're at that age where you're 72 years old and you're thinking to yourself, well, I mean, the job is getting tougher. I'm getting ready to retire. And he did admit he was working right up until the end. Like he was working right up until yesterday when they announced the retirement.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is a tougher job. We've talked about it, the time commitments and, because of the early signing windows and things, there really is no downtime. They used to have a month off or so in the summer. Coaches, they don't have that anymore.
Nope.
Summer's all for camps and recruiting, and it just really never slows down. And that's why I think we're talking about Jim Harbaugh potentially off to the NFL, maybe Kirby Smart looking at the NFL. That's just a different animal at this point, and we'll see. We'll see where it goes. But interesting that there was a lot of Steve Sarkisian buzz yesterday, talking about the Alabama job. I mentioned in the headlines that at 10:50 last night, Coach Sark posted to Twitter, it's a great day to be a Longhorn. And then at 10:51, his wife L'Oreal posted something to Twitter that said Texas with a hook 'em and an orange heart. I don't wonder if that doesn't signal that they came to an agreement on a new extension last night at some point, or conversations were had. I don't know. Well, we expect to hear some type of contract extension or raise for Coach Sark. That was in the works before Nick Saban even announced what he announced this week, that he was stepping aside. But in Tuscaloosa, Greg Byrne, the athletic director at Alabama, Rod, was pretty clear that they want to get a new coach in place because the job never ends, and they've got their entire roster into the transfer portal essentially.
Everybody's a free agent.
Everybody's a free agent now,
including the coaches, by the way.
That's true.
Pretty much, the coaches seem like they can leave too.
Well, because Alabama, maybe this is something we've talked about, that there at least is a possibility that 3 of the top 5 teams in the country, as this season ended, their coaches could be moving on. I mean, Alabama's already open. Jim Harbaugh is expected to jump to the NFL. The Kirby Smart to the Atlanta Falcons rumors are swirling. So yes, as soon as a coach leaves, retires, or gets fired, the entire roster can leave if they want to.
Yeah, they have 30 days
with
transfer
30 days to make a decision. So yes, you want to get a coach in place as soon as you can, because the Vultures are coming, and that's a talented roster that was just playing for a national championship on January 1st. And a good coaching staff that is there as well. So we'll see where this goes. The name Tommy Rees is interesting. Kalen DeBoer, not a surprise.
Norvell, not a surprise.
Mike Norvell, not a surprise. But Tommy Rees.
See, that tells me that Tommy Rees, while he's been there a short time, and he has done a really good job of getting either close to the staff, like the staff really likes him, all right, because he's only been there a year. Mm-hmm. Staff really likes him, or he's been one of their aces in recruiting. And he is helping kind of salvage and keep the class together as much of it as they can. That's what it tells me, because otherwise, I mean, he's a young rising star, of course, offensively in terms of offensive mind. But I don't know if he's
for that job
respected. Yeah,
well,
for that job.
It goes to this
just based on that alone, based on his offensive accomplishments as an offensive coordinator and play caller.
Well, I mean, look, replacing a legend is difficult, and as we said yesterday, right when this came down, whoever they go on, Dan Lanning, the coach at Oregon, was the immediate first front runner because he had been a graduate assistant at Alabama before he went to Georgia. But he put out a video yesterday saying he's good in Eugene. He had a $20 million buyout, maybe more than that, to leave. And each one of these coaches comes with their own tentacles and challenges, right? I mean, buyouts and things of that nature. And there's an argument to be made that maybe Tommy Rees is a good successor, and he just takes some lumps, and because you don't want to be, is he the long-term answer? Probably not, but this is happening pretty quickly. You need to get a coach in place to salvage the roster. I don't know, but Tommy Rees is an interesting name.
That's not a splash at all.
That is not a splash.
Yeah, that's barely a ripple.
Yeah, that is. That is.
You know what I mean? Because think about it, half of that, at least half of that class. Oh, not half the class, half the roster that they have there came to play for Nick Saban. Period. They didn't come to play for Bama. They came to play for Nick Saban. They want to play for the GOAT because the GOAT can make you some guarantees that nobody else can. I think you're a great player. You come play for me. I'll bring out the best in you, make you an All-American, and get you drafted to the NFL. If you're really good, you can go in the first round. 44 of those at Alabama. 49 overall at Alabama and LSU. And Tommy Rees can't do that. Honestly, nobody really coming in can do it. It's be tough for anybody to do that. So I just wonder, once they make that move and they do hire whoever they're going to hire, how many guys after that hit the transfer portal?
Yeah.
Some will. Because some are just like,
Of course
nah,
they
man,
will.
I came to play for Saban. I didn't come to play for whoever this
Well,
is.
and as we've talked about the changing.
That's the any school, by the way.
Any school.
Well,
I mean, it's one of those. This is a profession, right? You're a coach. Yeah. The shoes you're filling are massive. Massive. The bar that has been set, the standard that has been set,
you can't fill them.
Is unreachable.
Yeah,
it's unreachable.
Yeah. For
Kalen DeBoer, Mike Norvell, or Tommy Rees, or Dan Lanning, or Steve Sarkisian.
It didn't matter.
And we know the changing landscape and face of college football. You don't have the NIL resources of some other schools, so you're never going to be able to do it like Saban did. One of the reasons Saban's leaving, I think, is his age, the time commitment, and he just, can you keep up with the Joneses? Big picture, maybe not. So the bar that he has set over the last 17 seasons, and certainly over the last 12, it's not sustainable at some level. So it's like, man, there's no way. I have a good job right now. I've got a pretty. If I'm Mike Norvell or Kalen DeBoer Dan Lanning, I got a pretty good gig.
I got a sugar daddy right here.
Well,
if you're Dan Lanning,
I didn't mention in the headlines, but Dan Lanning just got a commitment from Evan Stewart, the Texas A&M transfer wide receiver.
Yeah. So speaking of sugar daddies,
so it's like, I got Evan Stewart coming in. I got Dylan Gabriel. I got a 5-star quarterback. What am I doing? I'm good. I'm the king of Eugene.
That's a great point.
I'm the king of Eugene. Why do I want to go be the guy in Tuscaloosa who's trying to live up to the legend? I mean, it can never happen, Rod.
Yeah.
By the way, you're
setting yourself up for failure.
If you stopped 100 people on the street, could they tell you who replaced Mike Krzyzewski at Duke?
I don't remember that guy's name.
What's his name?
Nope.
Don't know him, do you?
Nope. I do know Charlie
John Shire.
There you go.
Ty knows it. John Shire.
Thank you.
But how long can he possibly live up to what Coach K did at Duke? Probably not, right?
Probably not.
No, it's tough. It's a tough job. And ego aside, it's like there's a reality to it. It's like, I'm good, especially if you have a good job. If you have a real good job where they're paying you really well, and you're, Florida State got spurned by the 4-team playoff, but Mike Norvell has come in from Memphis. He was in Memphis a short time ago. And now he's at Florida State. He's doing well. They went 13-0 this season.
Now they got some issues there.
Well, now they're talking about their conference, but still, it's better.
Well, no, with the NIL stuff, they got the NCAA stuff.
Oh, are they coming in? I haven't seen that.
Oh yeah. NCAA is hitting Florida State up for some NIL violations.
Well, maybe that's where Alabama bails out of that deal.
Yeah,
well, we'll see.
So I'll go look it up.
I've not seen that story. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, it came down. I don't know. I wonder if their commissioner is now playing. It's a power play against Florida State too. You know what I mean? Because of all the animosity within the conference. We'll get that later.
Well, I mean, I would say this.
There's enough time to get to
the Tommy Rees thing is kind of it surprised you because he just came in as the new offensive coordinator this year from Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Former Notre Dame quarterback. But if it does get a coach in place, try to keep the roster together, keep the staff together as much as possible, and look, we'll see where it goes. But again, you can't live up. Nobody could live up to the standard. So it's John Shire. John Shire was really. I mean, I'm not.
No, I agree.
Who's the?
You tell them, listen, I'm setting you up for failure, but I'm also setting you up for success. This is one of the best rosters in the country.
Yeah.
If you come in and you can stabilize things and you win games, hey man, you'll set yourself for success, and basically you can be potentially a prisoner of your own excellence, if you will, right? You're gonna get trapped where 10 wins, like Mac did here, where, hey man, 10 wins, that's not enough, right? You still gotta play for championships year round. But yeah, it sets you up for failure because you're following a legend, and if you don't live up to that, like I said, 10 wins at Alabama ain't enough. They're disappointed in 10 wins at Alabama.
Oh, 100%.
That's the kind
100%.
That's the expectations you have now.
Well, since he's been at Alabama, Rod, 17 seasons, the stat that is maybe most eye-popping is that Nick Saban has had more first-round draft picks in the NFL than he's had losses.
That's exactly
losses. So I mean, that's ridiculous. So that's what we're talking about. The bar.
I mean,
this is the biggest job replacement since John Wooden left UCLA, right, in basketball. I mean, these are massive shoes. So if you're Greg Byrne and you're the administration in Alabama, can we keep this thing together? Can we, is Tommy Rees a good alternative? We don't have to pay a bunch of buyouts. We don't have to hire a whole new coaching staff. We keep most of this in place. And then maybe next year we'll try to make a run at a big name coach.
But that's almost expecting him to fail.
I know.
You know what I mean?
You want him to succeed.
I was going to say, you're setting him up for success.
Well, what is success?
But you're also setting him up for failure. I agree with you. You go there, you win 9 games, and you're like, I think I did a damn good job. And you're like, nope, we're getting ready to fire you. But at least you would have put on film, or at least put on your resume that hey, you can coach. Yeah, you can coach. You can go somewhere else and start building up your resume, and then you'll never be able to, to me, you'll never be able to take that away from Tommy Rees, no matter what he does at Bama, that he was the Alabama head coach. So, it's like I said, you're setting him up for both success and failure. He can go there and win 10 games and still get fired in 2-3 years.
Yeah, for sure.
10 games every year. Like I don't know how that goes. That's crazy.
That is crazy. Well, we'll take your thoughts on it. The text line is always open, of course, on this Friday morning and every morning at 512-447-3776. Get those fired up. By the way, Gene Bartow is who replaced John Wooden at UCLA. Gene Bartow.
That guy.
Fred Akers replaced Darrell Royal at Texas and did a great job, but
pretty good.
He's always seen as lesser than.
But he doesn't get enough. He doesn't get enough respect for what he did.
No,
he doesn't get enough props, and we don't appreciate it enough because he followed such a legend.
Such
and
a
the
legend.
Shadow of that, no matter what you accomplish, it seems like it's less than, as you pointed out.
And it feels like as we've talked about in the new age of college football and the NIL. It's a tougher job. It's a lesser job. It's going to be tougher to keep up with the Georgias and the Texases and the Texas A&Ms in the recruiting space. And you don't have Nick Saban to recruit, right? I mean, how many players on that roster went to play for Nick Saban? You just said it.
Yeah.
And now Nick Saban's not there.
And now Nick Saban realizes I used to have this edge where I would recruit these great players, and then they had to deal with me. They will say you recruit the players, and then you have to de-recruit them once they get on campus. You got to break them down because they have such big egos coming in because they're all 5 stars and blue chips. So you got to break them down, and that process now you lose some guys. Because they used to have to stay with you because the transfer portal wasn't so flexible. Now it's so flexible you can transfer 2 or 3 times without penalty that guys are just like, nah, man, you ain't treating me like that. I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm going somewhere else where I can have my way. And by the way, Coach Prime, this is Coach Prime, Coach Deion Sanders. He tweeted this out yesterday in response to Nick Saban. And by the way, Ty, I sent you a clip. Eli Drinkowitz was on with the guys in Houston. I believe he was on with. I'll get the exact league. He was on in Houston on the radio.
That's the Missouri head coach.
Yes, at the time the news broke, and he gives such a genuine, authentic response right after the news breaks. I sent it in your DMs, Ty. It's great. We'll play it here in a second. But here's what Prime he tweeted out yesterday. He said, "Wow, college football just lost the GOAT to retirement. Wow," in all caps. "I knew it would happen one day soon, but not this soon. The game has changed so much that it chased the GOAT away. College football, let's hold up our mirrors and say honestly, in all caps, what you see." Hashtag Coach Prime. Can we get to this Eli Drinkowitz sound? And I said to my man Ty, he was on in Houston, the Missouri head coach, and he was at the time Sports Talk 790. And when the news broke, this is his response right as it happened.
I just wanted to tell everybody, this is radio, so it's kind of hard to explain this, but, we're
video coming later.
Yeah, no, for sure. We're talking to Eli Drinkowitz, and you were as free-flowing as it gets, and the minute you read that tweet, you really are at a loss for words. It's actually incredible to see this.
Yeah, and all right, y'all want to hear it? We're ruining the best thing in college football. We're ruining a great game. It's the culture. It's the culture of the United States of America. College football is better than our culture. We're going to continue to drive great coaches out of it unless we get our act together, get some sort of plan that's sustainable.
You're the second coach to sit here and say that.
This is a great game, and we're not complaining. Coaches are not complaining. I promise you. I love what I do. Okay, I'm just saying right now, the business model is not as good as it used to be.
So his first response when he got the news was that Nick Saban was kind of driven out of the game with the new changing landscape. Deion Sanders had the same response. They said they talked to a coach earlier that also said the same thing. These coaches, Drinkowitz is in the SEC. Prime and Coach Saban are actually pretty close, especially from the Aflac commercials or whatever it is. It's interesting that they throw that out there. That's their response. Their first response was that, man, it's the lack of guardrails, the lack of checks and balances, the lack of leadership, defined leadership in college football. I suggested yesterday, hey, Nick Saban should be the first commissioner.
Yeah.
You said, what'd you say, George Washington?
George Washington.
Put him out there. But yeah, I mean, these guys they're hinting that, or implying that Saban thought, man, it's just too much. I can't do this. Not with this new changing landscape. I'd rather retire than have to deal with this with it being unchecked.
Unchecked. Well, look, 100%.
Wild West.
I think we've all said it. I mean, what is happening, and as far as players being able to be compensated, and transfer portal, more freedom for players. Those things all needed to happen, but they're happening with no leadership. They're happening with no guardrails. They're happening with no plan. As you heard Eli Drinkwitz, the head coach of Missouri, just say, there's no leader, there's no plan, there's no business model, and that's a shame on the NCAA, I will say. But the NCAA does not now have the power to do it. It's really, I mean, all these coaches need to be, encouraging their school presidents to get together this offseason and put something in place. Agree to something that we can all work towards, and whatever that is. I mean, whenever I hear someone say what Eli Drinkwitz just said or Deion Sanders tweeted, well, who's going to put that in place? I mean, we're going to run to the federal government to do it?
That's what they're trying to do.
Are you actually going to do something about it? I mean, the school presidents are the ones that can actually do something about it collaboratively. They're the ones that can encourage, and the conference commissioners to come together and put some type of plan in place and do something. I don't disagree, and I've been an advocate for players being compensated for a long, long time. I don't think that's the problem. I don't think that player freedom is the problem. The NCAA has no power to stop it, right? I mean, they've lost every court battle that they've been in. They don't have the authority to in their minds to assert themselves into this conversation. So who's going to do it? I would agree with all coaches and anybody that says there needs to be guardrails, but who's going to be the entity that does that? I mean, that becomes the next question. Well, sure, obviously, we all agree. Well, who's doing it? Who's making sure that happens? Your school presidents, the conference commissioners, the college football playoff committee, whoever. I think the TV networks as well, but ESPN and Fox are so tremendously invested in this. They can encourage it and try to figure it out. But yes, there's got to be an entity that actually takes the reins but there's a
unified body of some sort. That's why they do need to come up with
a unified body, exactly.
That can make some decisions about what's best for college football overall in the sport.
But again, go ahead.
I'm just saying, I do think, and Eli Drinkwitz says, you're going to continue to chase good coaches away. I don't think he's just talking about older coaches retiring. I think he's talking about guys going to the league. Because they're essentially saying, well, you know what, this is closer to the NFL anyway. And the NFL got less headaches to deal with than I do in college. And that's your Kirby Smart, your theory. That Kirby Smart may go to the Atlanta Falcons. And that Jim Harbaugh decides, that's for other reasons. Yeah. But still, he's been dealing with the fighting with the NCAA all season long, that he may decide to go. You may have more coaches that decide, you know what, my route's the NFL because I want to be more about ball. And this is not about ball.
And I wondered this week aloud about, because it's now 2024, and this is the year that the 12-team playoff comes online. This is the year where all the conference consolidation really comes into reality. In early July, when the Big Ten adds its new schools, and Texas and Oklahoma into the SEC, and Big 12 becomes what it's going to be. If there can't be an entity created, because they can do this, Rod. They can create an entity that puts guardrails on this, and then all these coaches and schools have to agree to it. They can't we don't like that. That's not good for us. You know what I mean? You have to do, put yourself aside and let's do what's good for the greater good, because this text says the college football's never been better. I mean, the ratings have never been higher. The interest in the sport has never been better. So,
it is.
But I'm not. Two things can be true.
Yes,
exactly. The product on the field is tremendous, but
that's why I think you have the hesitation for these powerful figures you just listed to make change, because they're thinking, well, ratings are up, we're making money, that's it, we're good.
Well, but
even though you did have this toxicity that is right now prevalent within the sport.
Well, as we talked about, I mean, somebody has to look forward here. You cannot have a transfer portal opening December the 3rd when there's a 12-team playoff. There cannot be. I mean, then that's on the calendar, right? That's at least the schedule for now. I mean, really, you're going to have 12 teams playing in a playoff and the portal opens. You're going to have players who are playing in a playoff in a portal.
That goes to your point about if you did just have a unified body, an entity with a commissioner like a Nick Saban, whatever.
Like Nick Saban, George Washington, baby.
Right. There's
George Washington Saban.
Always overseeing, right, college football and looking forward with a vision for what's best for college football. They've already addressed that. They'd address that when they said the college football, the 12-team playoff. They'd be like, know what, guys, this it doesn't align with the transfer portal. We got to change this. You haven't heard it yet because nobody sounded the alarm. They will. They're just not thinking about it right now because, like you said, they're all working individually. All of these very powerful bodies, they work individually. They don't work together.
No one's collaborative.
Nobody, right? Which is why you need them all under one roof as a unified body, and then you would make better decisions. It's crazy what's going on. But like you said, they're making money. Ratings are up. So nobody's sounding the bell, but it's unsustainable.
Yeah, 100%.
You know what I mean? 10, 15 years, if this continues, then the toxicity will spread, that cancer will spread
100%.
to ruin the sport. You don't want that.
Yeah, because it could be. But again, it's not because they're paying players or players are making some money.
It's nothing to do with it.
It had nothing to do with it. There's some player freedom. I mean, I do think the portal needs to be adjusted a little bit, but all that can be hashed out. But you're right, there is no one entity or individual that's really in charge of this whole thing. We'll talk about it with you, the good, the bad, and the ugly of college football. Who's going to be the new coach at Alabama? Will it be Tommy Rees? What a story that would be 1 year in. Also, the conversation surrounding Texas. Quinn Ewers made it official yesterday with a video that he is coming back. Not a surprise, but it is now official. Also, Longhorns hosting some transfer portal prospects this weekend. We'll get into that behind the burnt orange curtain. We've got what the facts for the end of our first hour on a Friday. It's a football Friday, Rod. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby. Happy New Year from Dr. Greg Eckert, my dentist, and hopefully your dentist here into the new year. Got a nice note from Dr. Eckert. He was celebrating his anniversary out in, have a little trip out to the West Coast. But it's good to have Dr. Eckert ready to go in 2024. If you have a resolution, maybe in 2024, that you want to get your smile fixed and in place. Maybe you're not happy with your smile. Maybe every time you eat something, you have pain with your teeth, and you've been told, man, you need a new smile. I did it just last year, as a matter of fact, as far as the restoration to my current smile, because I wasn't happy with it. And now here I am in 2024 with a great smile, and Dr. Eckert's the reason why. For nearly 30 years, Dr. Eckert has been Austin's dentist, been my dentist. And as I told you, my story with Dr. Eckert, when I first started seeing him on the regular, he said, man, you grind your teeth. Look what you've done to the bottom of your teeth there. At night when you're sleeping, you're grinding your teeth. He immediately fitted me for a mouthpiece that I wear at night, so if I do grind, it doesn't impact my teeth. But the damage was already done. So we went to work several years ago about, okay, how am I going to restore these teeth? Last year we put it into effect, and man, last fall went in and restored my teeth to their previous form, and they look great. It's a great smile. I love it, and it's going to be that way moving forward. You can do that too, whether it's the restoration like I did, working with what's there and working on top of it, or the permanently secured dental implants that they can do as well. Man, the technology and the medical advances are incredible. They can give you a permanent new smile in 1 day, one visit in. You go in with a smile you aren't happy with or is painful, and you come out with a new smile. It's a smile makeover with a full mouth reconstruction and restorative. Get all the details at the website, or call Dr. Eckert for an easy consultation to start the process. 512-345-3166 is the phone number. That's 512-345-3166. It's amazing what a new smile can do for your confidence, your self-image, the way that you want to be talking and smiling and taking pictures. It really is a game changer for sure, and a life changer with Dr. Greg Eckert. 345-3166, or go to the website to learn more. It's Dr. Greg Eckert, and that's Eckert with a U, U-E-C-K-E-R-T.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Indeed. In addition to the college football conversation that's swirling, who's going to replace Nick Saban at Alabama? What's Jim Harbaugh going to do? NFL takes center stage this weekend, 6 games over 3 days. And the interesting name, Rod, is Dan Quinn. How about even Micah Parsons yesterday? Saying that this could be the last ride he has with Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
Dan Quinn's name is surfaced in a big way. Reports out of Seattle that he's the leading contender to replace Pete Carroll. And reports such to the point that when Pete Carroll announced on Monday, Rod, that he was planning to still be there, it was ownership that stepped in, because apparently within the industry, word got out that Tennessee, the Titans, were going to make Dan Quinn their focus to replace Mike Vrabel.
Okay.
And the ownership at Seattle said, wait a second, that's who we want. We got to jump in there.
Move fast.
We got to move fast,
man.
We got to move fast.
Yeah.
Life comes at you fast.
Yes, it does.
And that, let's get in on that. And we already heard the owner of the Tennessee Titans, Amy Adams Strunk, saying that we moved on Mike Vrabel and we didn't trade him because we could have. We wanted to get in front for the candidate we want.
Yeah, so they already know who they want.
And it appears that the Cowboys defense coordinator Dan Quinn is that person. So
he's definitely not going to be there. He's gone.
No.
Yeah, and he can't keep turning down these head coaching opportunities. I think this will be the 3rd year in a row that he would turn down a head coaching job. If you do that, then the NFL starts to get the hint that you don't want to coach, that you want to be a coordinator. Nothing wrong with that. But you can't just keep turning down every job, looking for the perfect job. There is no perfect job. That's why they're looking for a head coach. Now you can look for a better opportunity, and he's got that luxury. But at one point, you just got to say, all right, you know what? Coaches are problem solvers. Go in there and solve the problems.
Yeah.
Go in there and fix the problems. That's your job as a coach. So go. Yeah, I mean, because you're not Jim Harbaugh. You ain't gonna have the opportunity to choose between 4 or 5 jobs. You're gonna get 1, probably 2 coaching job opportunities per cycle.
Well, and to Dan Quinn's, good judgment, I think. The 2 jobs apparently he turned down were Denver, and that was when Denver was in an ownership change, and then Arizona. Yeah. So, who are you working for? Who's the owner? Seattle seems like a great fit. That ownership has been solid. Good leadership. Pete Carroll didn't want to leave, right? I mean, they're in a good place. And Tennessee, I'll never side with the Adams. You know that, Rod. That can never happen.
She was irate. Amy Adams Strunk was irate over their loss in the Love You Blue uniforms to the Texans, and that was the final straw. That was the straw that broke the camel's back, apparently.
Overtime, baby.
Yeah, she just because everybody assumed they were going to win that game. I mean, why wouldn't you? You had no C.J. Stroud to contend with. They were on the road, and remember, Mike Vrabel was so cocky about it. Remember, he had mocked Bum Phillips. With Bum Phillips hat.
Well, he said he was honoring Bum Phillips. But yes, he had the Bum Phillips cowboy hat.
Y'all weren't honoring anything. They were doing that to mock the Texans with those uniforms, and we all knew it. And D'Amico, hey, brother.
Case Keenum, forever a legend.
Hey, yes,
Case Keenum, forever a legend,
and
baby.
How do you like the irony of the Tennessee Titans? Remember they sent the cease and desist to the U of H program over their Love You Blue uniforms that they had that everybody thought were so cool?
Yep.
And they didn't want them to use the uniforms. And how ironic that a Cougar ends up upsetting. He ends up pulling out the upset in Tennessee when they had on the Love You Blue uniforms and forced them to fire their head coach. Beautiful.
Well, and Houston, thank you. And Houston's 2 wins over Tennessee in the last month. Remember, they played them 2 out of 3 weekends. They won both, and that helped them win the division.
Yeah.
Because Tennessee then beat Jacksonville.
I know. Tennessee helped them win the division. You're right. That's beautiful. I mean, yeah, I love
Synergy,
it.
man.
Oh, it is.
Somewhere Bud Adams is rolling over. I love it. And I'm laughing about it. Hey, can we
That's good.
Because I got some thoughts on Bill Belichick and his news conference yesterday. Robert Kraft met the media.
Yeah, that was interesting.
I thought they did it very well. I thought as far as legends leaving and a divorce, they did it as well as you could do it. Yeah. I really felt that.
He started with a joke, too.
He did.
He started out with a joke. I was like, good for you, Bill.
Yeah, if you missed that, he said, I haven't seen this many cameras since we signed Tebow.
Yeah,
since we signed Tebow.
You, Bill Belichick. I like that.
It was fun. And, I thought it came off pretty well with Bill Belichick, and that's kind of the way you should.
The Pete Carroll one came off well, too.
It did. It did.
These goats are leaving, and good they can leave. I mean, Pete Carroll and Bill Belichick don't get to, but at least Nick Saban can kind of leave on his own terms. Because Pete Carroll and Bill Belichick, they say they aren't done either.
Yeah, we'll talk about all the NFL games and the wild card weekend. 6 games in 3 days. Right now, though, Texas football conversation behind the burnt orange curtain.
And they were all asking themselves the same question: what is behind that curtain.
Okay, so we've been waiting on the Quinn Ewers announcement, and it came at a weird time. It's like he was trying to do a news dump or something. And I don't know if this is a weird time for Quinn Ewers to post the announcement via social media that he was returning to the 40 acres. It's one of the worst kept secrets that I think is awesome. Everybody assumed and knew that Quinn was coming back, but I wanted to do it with a social media post and a video. So we'll play the audio. It's really quick. It's like 40 seconds long. Here's what Quinn Ewers posted to declare that he was coming back to school to be the starting quarterback for the Longhorns.
Longhorn Nation. Ever since I was a kid, I've dreamed of playing quarterback at the University of Texas. I couldn't be more thankful to all my teammates and coaches, and I'm beyond grateful to be in the position that I'm in. God has shown me who I truly am these past 2 years that I've been here. And through the ups and downs, these fans and this university has always had my back. And with that being said, I'm coming back.
Ooh, he did the
Okay.
suspenseful
Very
pause.
dramatic, yeah. And it's like, oh, we know you're coming back, Quinn. Just say it. But no, it's good for Quinn. I'm glad he got a chance to do it his way. Okay, so let's talk about Quinn coming back. What we think Quinn needs to work on specifically. First of all, other than his specific game and his skill set, let's talk about him as a leader. I do think it's important, and I can't wait to watch him really kind of live up to this challenge and overcome this challenge. I don't know if the team has ever been Quinn's team since he's been here. First year, of course, it wasn't him. That was Bijan and Rojo's team. Even last year, it was more about the skill talent around him uplifting his play, as we talked about. And CJ Vogel brought that up, that the skill talent around him really uplifted Quinn's play. Or at least that was the assumption last season. JT Sanders, NFL tight end, second, probably going to be the second highest drafted tight end behind Brock Bowers. X-Man, A.D. Mitchell. One of those guys will be drafted in the first round. Probably A.D. Mitchell. X-Man will probably go in the second round. Jay Brooks, who's still rated as the highest rated running back, who will be drafted this season off the board, whenever that is. Right, you had a really good skill talent around Quinn, and that seemed to be what the narrative was about. This season, there is no question it'll be Quinn's team. It's Quinn's offense, and he'll have to uplift the play of the young guys around him, the unproven commodities around him. That's a challenge I want to see Quinn overcome. That's a question I want to see him answer. I think he can and he will, but a lot of that will be about work in the offseason, time spent in player-led workouts in the offseason, the ones without the coaches. I'm talking about the throwing sessions with the receivers, so that you get continuity and chemistry with those guys. The workouts he's got. I mean, he said he was looking forward to being a leader in spring practice. I mean, this is truly going to be Quinn's team. The offensive line, you return 4 or 5 starters, but unfortunately for offensive linemen, nobody looks at an offensive lineman and said, "Oh man, this is their team," right? Even though I think the offensive line is going to be a huge strength, it'll be looked at as Quinn's team, and I can't wait to see how he responds in that situation. He's been working on his vocal leadership. We've talked about that, and being more of a leader on the sidelines, being more present with the guys on the sideline. We noticed that this season too. But that's something I want to see him. That's a challenge I want to see him answer. Is that he can be, with all the expectations, he can live up to the expectations of being his team, and he can uplift the play of others around him and make other guys better. And as a quarterback, you're expected to do that. At the NFL level, if you're going to be a 1-1 guy, which is what Quinn projects to be, and I'm not saying he is going to be that, but that's what kind of raw potential that he has. He was one of the highest graded recruits in the history of recruiting. They want to see you be the total package, and that includes all the intangibles, the immeasurables, along with the physical. Physically, I don't think he has a ton to work on. I just want to see him get deeper into his progressions without his footwork deteriorating, without his mechanics becoming erratic, and without him, I want to see him feel the pressure and not see the pressure. I think he looks at pressure a lot, and I think that's why he takes a lot of sacks when he could either get rid of the football or he doesn't get deep into his progressions. As you notice, one of their adjustments, because he's a first read quarterback, and some would even say one read, but I don't want to say one read because that would insinuate imply you can't get through progressions. I think he's a first read quarterback, but he can get through progressions. He just doesn't do it very well, and he doesn't do it quickly, which is why he struggles in the red zone in the passing game, because everything happens faster in the red zone because the windows are smaller, and your first read gets taken away a lot quicker in the red zone. So that's why in the red zone, the passing game doesn't work as well. So they've resorted to, we're just going to throw fades in the red zone. We'll just throw straight up fades. And they are first read wide window throws in the red zone. So I want to see him be able to get through progressions quicker with stable mechanics and footwork. And also I want to see him feel pressure and not see it. And their adjustment to that this season has been him scrambling and him the dump off and the check down. He's been taking the check down a whole lot more this season, which is smart. Take the check down, but the NFL wants to see you get through downfield progressions, feeling pressure, not looking at it or seeing it. Because if you're looking at it and seeing it, you're not looking downfield at the route combinations. And that's kind of what Penix does, right? Penix, one of his great X-Men abilities, he can feel pressure really well. Didn't versus Michigan, but he can feel pressure really well usually, and he still keeps his eyes downfield to get through the progressions in the read. And Quinn doesn't do that as well.
Yeah, but the number that stands out is it's 37 touchdowns to 12 interceptions, and that's the one thing that they've, I think, pushed Quinn is, hey, let's not turn the ball over. As we're developing as a quarterback and developing that skill set, let's not turn the football over. And I think that's why the running became part of it. Look, if you don't see it, take off. Right, go get some yards. Don't turn the football over. And to your point, I mean, this is a big offseason for him personally to take it upon himself to work with these young receivers, get with these young receivers, take the reins of this football team. And because I'm assuming that's what the NFL wants to see too, is his leadership come to the front. Because look, wherever he goes, he's projected to be the face of a franchise. So become the face of the franchise, Rod.
Exactly right.
At Texas, you know what I mean?
That's a franchise QB.
Become the franchise QB and lead your team. And lead because you're going to have a bunch of young receivers. Right now, Matthew Golden is your most veteran receiver. Be that guy. Be the straw that stirs it, and continue to work with Sark and AJ Milwee to develop your skill set. But it only gets better with reps and time and work. And we'll see if Quinn will put it in. You kind of feel like he will because he does want to play in the National Football League. It's great stuff right there behind the BOC with Quinn Ewers coming back to all the folks around, all the clickbait around the country I see, or at least on social media and websites about, this means Arch Manning's going to transfer. This means Arch Manning will transfer.
The national narrative is so silly.
I know.
It really is. You don't realize that. It's so crazy.
Because that was the big story yesterday. Well, Quinn's coming back officially. Well, that means Arch Manning's going to Michigan, or Arch Manning's going here, or Arch Manning's going to wherever. Arch Manning is happy at Texas, by all accounts, and plans to be at Texas. And he came here knowing Quinn Ewers was already here.
Doesn't he have a brother coming to Texas too?
Yeah,
I don't say he's got
I believe
brother.
He does.
He got coming too.
I believe he does.
Yeah.
So enjoy college. That's what he's been told from his family. So he's here enjoying the college experience. But I know there are still a lot of people that don't believe in this day and age that a quarterback's going to sit for 2 years and wait. But it does feel like all indications from people.
Feels like that.
We know that he is happy to be here, and of course Quinn Ewers hasn't played a healthy season yet. So very good chance that Arch Manning will see the field next year.
Yeah.
As they back up to Texas.
Another challenge for Quinn. Yeah.
Stay healthy. Stay healthy.
Yeah.
All right. Coming back, we will pick up the conversations with the facts of a morning, some things you need to know because they're out there. Also, Rod will have a rant early next hour, plus the headlines on a busy Football Friday. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
All right, Rod, give me the fact. How surprised would you be if the new head coach at Alabama was Tommy Rees and the new head coach at New England was Gerard Mayo?
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, he's one of the front runners for that job. He's been a hot name though for a little while.
I know Bill Belichick has a high opinion, but according to theathletic.com, two separate reports. One says that Alabama could name or is expected to name a new head coach by today, which would be prophetic for their athletic director, Greg Byrne, who said 72 hours. They'd like to have a replacement in place for Nick Saban. The names, Kalen DeBoer, Mike Norvell, and Tommy Rees, the first-year offensive coordinator. This report from theathletic.com as well, Rod, says the Patriots assistant Gerard Mayo is considered the front runner to replace Bill Belichick. Here's how they write it. All signs are pointing to Gerard Mayo becoming the franchise's 15th head coach, according to league sources briefed on the matter who were not authorized to discuss it publicly. There you go, Gerard Mayo. That would be kind of a womp-womp, but, might be the right way to go. But two legends, hard to replace a legend, Rod.
I think they may be going with that thought process. Like, oh, you know what? We're setting, whoever this is, we're setting them up for failure and success potentially, or at least with the Bama roster. I don't know about the Patriots. The Patriots roster is, that's partly why Bill Belichick had to go, because Bill Belichick also the GM and the head coach, and they thought about getting him a GM. Robert Kraft was asked that. He said, yeah, we thought about getting him a GM. And inevitably, I'm paraphrasing, he says, but we knew they ended up in conflict.
It would create confusion,
exactly. Because one guy would have made a pick, and then the other guy would have disputed the pick or wouldn't have liked it, and he would have wanted somebody else. He said it would have been too much conflict down the line, so they didn't even want to pursue that. So, yeah, I mean, Belichick, you brought this up yesterday, having too much power. Belichick, the GM, and Belichick, the head coach, weren't good for each other.
No, not at all. Not at all. And there was no checks and balances.
Yep. And it's one of the only situations like that in the league. I mean, but we understand why. I mean, when you win that many Super Bowls, you pretty much get to do it your way. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, just to finish the thought, I mentioned earlier that replacing Nick Saban, he's the greatest coach of all time, right? Mm-hmm. In memory, in college sports, replacing a legend. When John Wooden left UCLA, right? John Wooden had won 10 championships in a row, right? You can't replace that. Gene Bartow is who replaced John Wooden. He came from Illinois. He lasted 2 years, Rod. Yeah. And in 2 years, he went 52-9.
Damn good.
Yeah. In 1976, he went to the Final Four and lost to Indiana, that was a Bob Knight team that was undefeated.
Pretty damn good.
Didn't lose a game. The next year,
y'all keep criticizing what I'm doing. I think I'm doing a good job, and I think I'm going crazy because I'm like, I think I'm doing a good job, and that's Tommy Rees. He can go there and win 10 games, and everybody be like, man, he's on the hot seat.
His 2 seasons are the second highest winning percentage in UCLA history.
Yeah, he was on the hot seat the whole time.
Yeah, and no one liked him.
Why am I on the hot seat, guys?
And you know where he left? He left to go to UAB, University of Alabama, Birmingham.
Because I didn't want the pressure. I'm done. I want somebody that appreciates us getting to the tournament and winning games. They appreciate it around here. I don't appreciate a damn thing around here.
Which is what's going to happen when you get to Alabama.
And what's going to happen with the Patriots.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's happening already, I imagine.
Well, at least the Patriots are down.
Yeah, they're already down.
So you can only go up here. They went 4-13 this year.
Yeah.
Whoever replaces Nick Saban, you were just in the Final Four and lost in overtime to the eventual national champions.
You're setting them up.
Yeah.
Except for failure and success. But, yeah, I'm with you. I don't know if I think that's why they may be going with a low-key hire, too, potentially.
Almost to being pragmatic about it.
Yeah.
Because, look, the other coaches we're talking about, Mike Nolan and Kalen DeBoer, they know this, too.
Oh, yeah.
It's like
they got people telling them, like, bro, this could be the end of your career too. You could be at
Gene Bartow,
yeah, right? You could end up relegated to a very low level of football and just forgotten about, just going there to try to follow Nick Saban. And by the way, it wouldn't be your fault either. It'd just be the expectations, which is too immense. Okay, what the facts? How about this? Casey Thompson.
No.
Crazy? Yep.
Say it ain't so.
Casey Thompson he's committed to Oklahoma. He's got his 4th college in 7 years. Boom.
Boom.
How about that? Yeah. So Texas could end up playing Casey Thompson again.
Oh, what a story that would be.
But playing Casey Thompson, I should say. Isn't that crazy? That's wild.
Yeah, that is. 7th year.
7th year.
And, of course, his father, we know the story, went to Oklahoma. And the fact that he came to Texas was kind of a cool story, that he was, donning the burnt orange when his father was an Oklahoma Sooner, and now he's going to finish his career with Brett Venables at Oklahoma, where Jackson Arnold is the future of the position at OU.
You got a veteran back there. We talked about that too. A lot of the veterans are going places where they're not necessarily guaranteed the starting spot, right?
Yeah,
Some of these veterans are doing that. Spencer Sanders did it. I was a little surprised to see Will Howard up at Ohio State, right?
Yeah, by the way, Marvin Harrison Jr. finally made it official. He's headed to the NFL. That came down yesterday. You know who has not declared? The January 15th is the deadline. Caleb Williams has still not made it official. Is he just playing the suspense game here?
Yeah, he's playing suspense game. He's a diva. He likes attention. He wants to come down to the wire and then them talk about him on Sports.
Marvin Harrison's now official.
Yeah, he's good.
But it was surprising out of Columbus yesterday that Emeka Ekbuga is coming back. Yeah. He's coming back to play his senior season at Ohio State. He'll be one of the best receivers in the country going into next year.
Barron still hasn't said anything.
Nothing from Jade. Everyone else, as far as questions at Texas.
I think we're good.
Official. Now that Quinn has made it official with his video, waiting on Jade Barron. January 15th is the deadline.
Good stuff.
That would be early next week. And by the way, early next week is going to be cold as hell. Get ready. We'll get you details coming up. Hour 1 in the books on a Football Friday, Rod. We'll let you do the Ric Flair woo coming back on Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. Oh, man, what a Friday on Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. If it's Friday, Rod, what does that make it?
It's Freak Flag, Feel Good, Fake It Till You Make It, Ric Flair, Woo! Football Friday edition of Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. And not many of those Football Fridays left, unfortunately.
Let's count them. We got Wild Card Weekend, Divisional Round Weekend, Championship Weekend, Super Bowl Sunday.
FOMO.
and that's about it.
That's about it. It's done. Oh, man, I'm sad.
I'm kind of sad. No, but you know, but that makes you enjoy it all the more because Wild Card Weekend should be fun. Then it's my favorite weekend every year is Divisional Weekend, which is the following weekend. You have 2 days of,
That'll be great.
2 games each day, the best of the best, going decide who's going to go to the Final Four of the NFL. Looking forward to all of it and taking it all in because it's coming up and it's been an historic week. Obviously, amazing, Rhonda. This week we've seen the separation of Tiger Woods and Nike. Bill Belichick and the Patriots, Nick Saban and Alabama,
Man, end of an
Pete
era.
Carroll in Seattle.
End of an era. No
Pretty
doubt.
incredible. I mean, generational storylines this week, to say the least. So we will certainly continue to talk about it. Now the question of who replaces those legends in those specific spots kind of feels like Dan Quinn in Seattle is the leading contender to replace Pete Carroll. Also, we mentioned Gerard Mayo emerging as the leading contender to replace. We thought Mike Vrabel was the obvious, but looking like Gerard Mayo may be the answer in New England, according to theathletic.com. And then, the announcement at Alabama could come down as soon as today. With that in mind, let's get you details. Doesn't look like it's going to be Steve Sarkisian, to all Longhorn fans' happiness. Let's get to the headlines to start your second hour of Hook 'em Up on a Friday. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories. They got a new location in the 2024. Start with the Longhorns. Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers made it official yesterday. He will return for the 2024 season. Posted a video to Instagram. Heard it earlier on Hook 'em Up. Reports surfaced late in the regular season that the redshirt junior planned to return. It's now a done deal. Since transferring from Ohio State, Ewers has thrown for over 5,600 yards, 37 touchdowns, just 12 interceptions over 2 seasons. He'll be back as a third-year starter for the Longhorns. Also yesterday, Texas Athletic Department way ahead of the curve here, announcing the program's annual orange-white scrimmage to wrap up spring practice has been set for April the 20th at DKR. Kickoff time to be determined. As always, admission to that game will be free. Provides a preview of the Longhorns 2024 team that will open up their season against Colorado State on August the 31st. Elsewhere in college football, Alabama offensive coordinator Tommy Rees, Florida State head coach Mike Norvell, and Washington's Kalen DeBoer have emerged as the top 3 candidates for the now vacant Alabama head coaching position. That according to theathletic.com. Report says an official announcement is expected as soon as today in Tuscaloosa. Again, Tommy Rees, Mike Norvell, and Kalen DeBoer, your top 3 candidates. Fears that Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian could be in play at Alabama were dampened last night when Coach Sark and his wife L'Oreal both posted Texas-centric messages to Twitter, or X, nearly 11 o'clock last night, 10:50. Coach Sark shared a photo that said, "It's a great day to be a Longhorn," with a hook 'em emoji. A minute later, L'Oreal Sarkisian posted Texas with a hook 'em and an orange heart and a hook 'em sign. The former, so looking pretty good that they're going to be staying in Austin. Former Texas A&M wide receiver Evan Stewart announced last night that he is transferring to Oregon. Former 5-star recruit was a freshman All-American in 2022 at A&M. Over his 2 seasons there, caught 91 passes for 1,163 yards and 6 touchdowns. He is going to be a Duck. NFL wildcard weekend on tap. 6 games over the next 3 days. Cleveland at Houston tomorrow afternoon at 3:30. Texans back in the playoffs hosting Joe Flacco and the Browns. Then tomorrow night, in what is expected to be one of the coldest games and playoff games in NFL history, Miami Dolphins are at frigid Kansas City. Then on Sunday, Pittsburgh's at Buffalo at noon, 3:30, Green Bay's at Dallas, and then Sunday night, Matt Stafford back to Detroit with the LA Rams to face the Lions in a fun game in prime time. NFL wildcard weekend will wrap up on Monday with the Philadelphia Eagles at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Both Texas basketball teams in action this weekend as well. Tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock, Texas women, the 10th-ranked team in the country, they're going to be at Kansas State to face the Wildcats. Texas men will be at West Virginia tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. In the NBA last night, Dallas Mavericks played without Luka Doncic, but still beat the Knicks 128-124. Kyrie Irving had a season-high 44.
I know a lot of Longhorn fans were freaking out about the possibility of Sark leaving. I don't think we ever were worried about it. I don't think it was ever, right?
I wasn't.
I wasn't. I said it's not a concern for me at all. I think if he had a chance, and Joe Klatt has told that story now multiple times. I heard him on some other radio shows telling the story that Nick Saban actually wanted Sark to be his successor. He wanted him to be kind of the unofficial coach in waiting there. And Sark decided to pass on it. Sark, declined it. And then, he didn't decline it. He stayed at Alabama one more year, and then the Texas job came open. And then he was like, and they both agreed, based on Joe Klatt's story, you got to take that Texas job. You can't, nobody passes up the Texas job. And, speaking of nobody passing up the Texas job, nobody leaves the Texas job. Once you get it, you usually just get fired, or they force you out, or you're relieved of your duty. This comes from my man Danny Davis of the Statesman. He said the last head coach to willingly leave Texas for another football gig was H.R. Shanker.
Ooh.
That happened 117 years ago, back in 1907. Shanker left UT for Mercer. The Macon Telegraph reported at the time that Shanker chose to move from Austin to Georgia, quote, only because he doesn't like the West. That's, once you get the Texas job, you don't just leave it. That's
H.R. Shank. What is it? H.R. Puffin stuff or something? What are we doing
I
here?
don't know. Shout out to my man Danny Davis for doing the rabbit hole and go down. That was a good one. But you don't leave. You leave the University of Texas to take another job. And then most of the coaches that leave Texas are forced out. They don't leave it willingly. They don't want to leave that job.
Well, my assumption, and I think it's going to be bared out this morning or at some point today, that the 1050 tweet or post to X by Sark, I think there's an agreement of a new extension or new contract.
Yeah.
That's probably what that indicates. That
at least in principle and everything.
Something's been signed.
Yeah.
And L'Oreal, the next minute with a tweet of her own. That's not a coincidence or a happenstance. I believe that there's assurance that Sark will be back, a new contract, and we knew that was coming. That was in the works, according to Chris Del Conte, before even Nick Saban resigned or retired at Alabama. So look for that today at some point. And as you said, Rod, the next shoe to drop at Texas, and the only thing that's pending is what, as far as current players, is what Jahdae Barron's going to do as far as the NFL. Everything else is been cleared up. Alfred Collins is going to come back and play another year, right? Javid Benda is going to come back and play another year at Texas. But pretty much everyone else that had the opportunity to move on is going to. We're waiting on Jahdae Barron to make that call.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the holdup is. I think maybe he's actually pondering. Just he really is not sure about whether he wants to go to the NFL or and he's playing in the Senior Bowl too.
He's accepted an invitation.
So he's supposed to play in the Senior Bowl. But if he decides to come back, he's not playing.
Yeah,
like Alfred Collins. Alfred Collins also
exactly.
To play, but decided to come back to school. But I'm just throwing it out there, all the different factors he's considering.
He has that opportunity if he wants, is what you're saying.
Yes, if he is going to the NFL, he'll have a chance in front of NFL coaches, all right, to showcase his ability, in practice for that week of the Senior Bowl. The
game is February 3rd.
Yes.
That'll be the week of no NFL. Between the championships and then the Super Bowl.
So, I'm not sure exactly what's holding it up. It'd be huge for Texas if he comes back. If he doesn't come back and he leaves, you're talking about 8 defensive backs between the transfer portal, guys declaring for the NFL, and guys out of eligibility, whatever it is. You're going to lose 8 defensive backs if he doesn't come back. Now, not all those guys are starters. Only like 3 of those guys started for you. But still, that's a lot of depth you're losing. And most of those guys are veteran depth. They've been here for 2 years or so.
Any guess, Rod, on what Steve Sarkisian's new number will be?
What terms of what he's going to make?
Yeah.
Oh, what is he at now? 5?
Yeah, he's like 5.5.
He's at 5.5.
5 incentives this year.
I got to go look at the hierarchy. I haven't looked at who the highest paid coach in the country are. That's always, their agents start there. The agents just kind of start with where the highest paid coaches in the country are, and then where your guy slots.
He came in last year at $5.2 million, which was actually less than Tom Herman was making in his final year at Texas. So
but he matured into that.
Yeah, and he came in as a coordinator.
Yeah,
right. That's part of that, and now he's the highest paid coach. Highest paid coaches, I think, is Kirby Smart. Remember Kirby Smart and Nick Saban were going back and forth on that.
Mm-hmm.
And now, if he would sign the contract to Michigan, Jim Harbaugh would be the highest paid coach in the country. And they reportedly have offered him $12 million a year.
Okay.
At Michigan, he has won a national championship, but he has not signed that yet.
Yeah. So I wonder. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what.
I'm gonna say 8.
You're gonna say 8, but then it'll have the increases year after year.
Yeah.
So he'll probably end up the third or fourth year close to 10, probably. Right. It'll probably increase maybe $250,000 to $500,000 every year. Don't do something like that. He'll probably end, if he started at 8, like you said, because I agree with you. I think it's probably somewhere in that neighborhood, 7.5, from 7.5 to 8 million, and then I bet there's increases, and of course, if he makes the college football playoff, there'll be incentives. But I believe, he'll probably increase every year, probably $500,000 to $250,000 to $500,000.
Nick Saban made $11.4 million last year.
Yeah, so you're not. That's the GOAT. So the GOAT say 11.4. Yeah, I'm with you. I think 8's a good number. 8's a solid number.
Eight's about a good one.
Yeah.
Nick Saban and Kirby Smart have been your highest paid coaches,
And they
and they've
deserve
been
it.
the most successful
I'm
coaches.
about to say, they deserve it.
They're underpaid
And
as
then,
far
like you
as
said,
the
Jim
value
Harbaugh,
to their organization.
Yeah, they're underpaid. Truth be told, considering what they but considering what they've accomplished, and also now the latest responsibilities and obligations for coaches with NIL and transfer portal, it's a lot. If you can, and if you're flourishing and achieving at a really high level during that time, you can make the argument those guys are underpaid. You can make that argument, but the players are underpaid too. So.
We'll see where that comes out, but it's pretty clear at 10:50 last night. Sark was pretty happy, and L'Oreal was pretty happy. So it's probably a significant bump from the and he's doing well at 5.2. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, what? Man, he's doing great at 5.2. 5.2 is awesome.
Awesome.
Come on, man. Dude, I'd take half of that and still be doing awesome.
I'd take
man.
quarter of that. any
Give
portion of that,
I'll
I'm
be the
good.
agent. I'll take the 3% of it and still be doing damn good.
Doing cartwheels. I've done a cartwheel since I was a kid.
Right?
All right, so we're keeping an eye on that. Alabama expected to announce a new head coach today. Who will it be? Any guess on that, Rod, before we get to your first rant of the morning?
Looks like Kalen DeBoer is going to be the guy.
Kalen DeBoer is
Yeah.
trending.
I don't know if he necessarily fits the culture of Alabama and the SEC, but he's a damn good coach. He's proven that
He can win.
He's a real deal. Like, he can win at multiple levels, and that his offense is an offense that's a progressive, modern offense.
It is.
21st century offense, baby. You like that?
And he wins wherever he goes.
Yeah, he
And,
does.
just 2 years at Washington.
And wins right away.
So we'll
Doesn't take
see.
a while. Doesn't take long.
Doesn't take long. And
Yeah.
it feels like if they can't lure Kalen DeBoer and or Mike Norvell, that it's going to be Tommy Rees.
They can't get DeBoer. Mike Norvell, why would he turn it down?
I don't know.
Mike Norvell
Meanwhile,
turned it
according to this report from Ian Rappaport
But
of
like you
NFL
said, they don't want
Media,
to follow the legend, though. That could just be as simple as that.
the Patriots have a coaching vacancy for the first time in 24 years. We know that with Bill Belichick. How about this, Rod? The Patriots have a contract in place to make Gerard Mayo the next head coach. So, contract on the table.
What do you mean? All he's got to do is sign it, and he's the guy?
That's what it says here.
What? Well, if that's the case, then he's the guy.
Yeah.
He ain't passing that up. No way. Can't afford to.
According to Ian Rappaport of NFL Media, the Patriots, quote, established a firm contractual succession plan in a prior contract. The NFL has
Ooh.
confirmed this, and this apparently, according to Rappaport, is a legitimate tactic to eliminate the need for, a full coaching search in the Rooney Rule and complying with that this was kind of in place. Unbeknownst to anyone, except for Robert Kraft and Gerard Mayo and Bill Belichick, that there was a previously agreed to succession plan.
Yeah, but good leadership, though, right?
Yeah.
So good. I mean, you got Robert Kraft. You have really good leadership, so they're thinking about these kind of stuff, this kind of thing. So, you know what? I'm not shocked by it because his name came up like 2-3 years ago. It was coming up a lot in the coaching hiring cycles.
Yeah.
And it kept coming up, but then I think this report about this succession plan makes perfect sense as to why his name stopped coming up in the hiring cycles. Remember, it was coming up like 3 years ago a lot, and then all of a sudden it kind of died down. It's like, hold on, why isn't nobody still interested in Gerard Mayo? Well, that's why. Because he probably always like, nah, I'm going to be the next head coach here whenever Belichick's gone. It's going to be
And
me.
of course, the Rooney Rule requires 2 interviews with minority candidates, but Gerard Mayo is a black guy.
He's a black dude, so it's done.
But according to an NFL spokesperson, the club would have had to have language in the succeeding coach's contract that is filed with the league prior to the season.
So the league would have known.
Yeah, how about that? That's the best kept secret in the NFL. That was in place.
The NFL can keep a secret.
Yeah. So
Wow.
look for Gerard Mayo maybe as soon as today, and look for Alabama as soon as today to name the successor to Nick Saban. Both could be somewhat anticlimactic. And I mean, not that it wouldn't be the right hire or a good hire. If it's Tommy Rees and Gerard Mayo, a lot of people are going to go, wah,
It's not the
wah.
splash
It's
hire.
not a splash hire, no.
But it could end up being the right hire for that situation.
For the current time, yeah.
Yeah, for the situation. Like, it's because, you may not be the right hire, but if you do the right one at that time.
The splash will be where Bill Belichick lands, because we know Nick Saban is likely off to TV or to chill at his
and
big.
Schefter keeps saying there's a mystery team that hasn't fired their coach yet that wants Bill Belichick. When I brought it up yesterday, I said, I know there's a team out there that didn't think Bill Belichick would be available. Was thinking, Bill Belichick's available? I'd fire this guy right now. And he said there is a team, and nobody can really figure out who the team is.
You know what floated out yesterday? Can I mention this to you?
Throw it out there.
If the Eagles lose Monday night to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers,
That's the team?
that Nick Sirianni will be 2 and done.
So maybe that's the mystery team.
And that could be the mystery team. That the Philadelphia Eagles,
Because it's rotting so quickly.
that it's falling apart so fast.
That it obviously wasn't. It was more of a fluke, is what they're saying. Probably Howie Roseman is. He's probably like, this was a fluke last year.
They were in the Super Bowl,
or it was the coordinators.
Yeah, they lost both coordinators.
Steichen
and Gannon left, and now
this guy is just unraveling.
Well, especially
no idea how to solve
if they
problem.
lose to Baker Mayfield and the Bucs on Monday night, and Jalen Hurts somehow can't play because he got put back in a game and got hurt his finger.
Yeah,
he hadn't thrown all week in practice because he hurt his finger in a game that was well decided. That maybe that's the mystery team, Rod. But then the others will say maybe it's the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know.
That's also, you're right. It could be them because that keeps coming up. That was Pro Football Talk threw it out there, and now I've seen it on NFL Live. They thrown it out there and talked about it. I don't know.
And nobody likes to make a splash like your guy, Jared Jones.
Yeah, because think about it, it makes perfect sense because if you lose Dan Quinn, the defense right now, that you don't want. Michael Parsons is, right now kind of your bread, but you don't want to lose that. If you're going to fire Mike McCarthy, number one, you got to figure out how the big Dak energy right, is going to continue because him and Mike McCarthy have good synergy. And then you got to figure out who's going to take over that Dan Quinn coach defense. At least Belichick could take over the defense. And I don't think the defense would fall off that much. His defenses haven't been terrible at all. They've been pretty good.
And let's also say it could be neither of those two, and it could be somebody else. I don't
know. Somebody else.
Yeah.
Somebody said, do I throw the Giants?
Ooh.
Somebody said the Giants, they may want to look into a Bill Belichick. And I was like, damn. That'd be tough on Brian Dable.
He was coach of the year last year.
But
Nick Sirianni was in the Super Bowl 1 year ago.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, good. And almost won the dang
Life
thing.
Comes at you
if
fast,
not for a guy
man.
named Patrick Mahomes. Hey, can we get to Rod's first rant of a Friday morning, a football Friday?
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around!
My God! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm!
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, let's talk about the Cowboys and their matchup versus the Packers. There's one particular concept that I think the Cowboys are going to have a lot of success with versus the Packers. As a matter of fact, it may be such an advantage for the Cowboys. They may end up winning the game just off of this vulnerability on the Packers defense. And I was watching NFL Live, and I saw them talking about this stat. It's mind-blowing. So Green Bay's defense is really bad at defending the middle of the field in between the numbers. Dak loves to throw to the middle of the field. That's one of his favorite spots to throw. As a matter of fact, CeeDee Lamb and him love to throw option routes. They throw a lot of slant routes. Green Bay allows the worst, if you go look at it, Green Bay allowing the worst EPA per play on the throws to the middle of the field, which is between the numbers. They're the worst. Look at the QBR. They allow the highest or the worst QBR in the league to throw to the middle of the field. Green Bay allows the worst yards per attempt on slant routes, the worst EPA per play and QBR, I guess I pointed out, on slant routes as well, but also to the middle of the field. And they have allowed the highest passer rating in yards per attempt in the NFL on slants. If you're the Cowboys, you got to throw a lot of slant routes. A lot of slant routes, a lot of inside breaking routes to the middle of the field. The Packers have been really bad at it all season long. Mina Kimes points out that Green Bay versus the slant routes allowed 9.2 yards per attempt and a 143 passer rating, 0.77 EPA per play on slant routes in the second half of the season. And you would think, they're getting better toward the second half of the season. And maybe they did improve. Maybe it was worse in the first half of the season because they're allowing almost a first down on yards per attempt defending slant routes, period. 9.2. And that was a natural, it's one of the natural tendencies of the Cowboys in the Dak Prescott, the new revamped Texas Coast offense. They throw a lot of old school slant routes and a lot of old school option routes. You're going to see a ton of them, even more so. They'll probably increase that rate versus the Packers. So that's something to watch. Throw that out there, too. Remember also last season, Tony Pollard had a great game versus the Packers. He had 22 rushes, 115 yards, 5.2 yards per attempt. He hasn't been great this season, but he is trending the last 3 or 4 weeks. He's getting better. He's looking healthier. We talked about this. He's looking like more and more like his old explosive self. He's got 16 forced missed tackles in the last 3 weeks, which is over that time span is tied for the second most in the NFL. If he can give you a performance similar to what he did last year versus the Packers, that would be huge because you're going to need it. Just in case, Dak's off or the passing game isn't off, I don't expect that to be the case. And the Cowboys playing at home are the best team in the NFL at home. Nobody plays their best brand of football, a version of football at home more so than the Cowboys. They're elite at home. So I don't anticipate anything forcing the offense to look clunky. But I do expect them to be balanced. I expect Tony Pollard, actually, who's been trending, to give them a lot of production in the run game, too. The Packers have been hunting Dak Prescott, though, for years. He's only 1-4 versus the Green Bay Packers. Dak didn't have a lot of wins versus Green Bay. The Cowboys, if you go look at them overall this season, that defense against this Packers offense is going to be interesting because Jordan Love has looked like a different quarterback, as we talked about the second half of the season since week 11. They don't turn the football over, and the Cowboys are very opportunistic. The Cowboys actually force a lot of turnovers. That is one of their character traits as a defense. They're opportunistic, taking away the football. Right now, Jordan Love has the most starts with multiple pass touchdowns and 0 interceptions in the NFL. He's a young quarterback, first-year starter that takes care of the football. That'll end up being a big factor in this matchup. If you can force Jordan Love to look like a first-year starter, which he has not looked like in the last 8 weeks, in the last 8 games or so, if any defense can make him look like that, it'd be the Cowboys. They're really opportunistic, and they lead the NFL in pressure rate. And Jordan Love has been actually great against pressure. He's second in the NFL in QBR versus pressure, behind one Dak Prescott with a 75 QBR. But Cowboys pressure is a different kind of pressure, especially with a guy like Micah Parsons, who he's been great, but he hadn't gotten a holding call in the last 11 weeks. But I don't know if Jordan Love has seen this kind of pressure, but they have been winning some games against really good teams, and he's been playing some of the best football of any quarterback in the league. He's been playing like a top 10 quarterback in the last 8 games. That is, there's no joke. He's got 20 touchdowns, 1 interception in the last 8 games, 112 passer rating. He's legit. It looks like it, but this Cowboys defense, I think they'll have some exotic looks for a young Jordan Love, especially when it comes to their pressure packages.
Good stuff right there. Cowboys and Packers is the middle of the afternoon game on Sunday as part of Wild Card Weekend. And Rod, it's a good thing there's a roof on AT&T Stadium in Arlington. It's an indoor stadium, of course. Because, look at this right. Chiefs-Dolphins game on Saturday night could be among the coldest NFL games ever, according to a meteorologist with the National Weather Service, Tom Kynes. He says it's going to be brutal. Temperature-wise, I don't think it gets much worse than they're going to deal with. Temperatures, if you take the wind chill, between minus 20 and minus 30 degrees.
It's going to feel like that's I can't, no. Why would you? People are going to be at that game?
I guess, standing there.
People are going to go to that game. I don't know, man. I don't know if I could go. I don't know. Even if I'm a diehard, I'm like, nah, I'm not going to the game. Sorry.
Because Sunday afternoon.
I'm risk frostbite going to that game. No.
Sunday afternoon in Dallas is going to be about 20 degrees, 25 degrees and windy. But Saturday night, the wind chill could mean temperatures feel like they're between minus 20 and minus 30 degrees. A low temperature, the air temperature is expected to be minus 8.
And you gonna sit out there in them stands for like 3 hours? 3-something hours in that game? I guess the game will go by fast. So I expect them to run the ball a lot. Maybe I'll be wrong about that, though. And then that's the conditions of the snow. You know how that is with your footing as a player. And that's going to be a wild game to watch. Yeah. Some of y'all can't watch. It's going to be wild. Some of y'all can't watch it at all. It'll be on Peacock.
In terms of NFL records, the Ice Bowl 1967 championship game, Packers-Cowboys at Lambeau Field, still ranks as the coldest game with a temperature of minus 13 and a wind chill of minus 48. But Saturday night's game will rival that with an air temperature of minus 8 and wind chills that are minus 20 to minus 25.
It'll be the coldest game that the Dolphins have ever played in and the coldest game at Arrowhead Stadium ever. That's crazy.
No thanks. And you said it. I mean, the players will have all the time. They put that silicone on their arms.
They got lots of technology to help them.
It's the damn fans that you got to stand in there.
Like, there's no jacket that can help you stay warm for that long out in those kind of conditions. Right? You going at one point it's going. I guess you can just wear multiple layers. You just layer up like 5, 6 to 7 layers.
You can call me whatever you want, bad fan. You couldn't pay me to go to that game.
No. No, I'm not doing that. No, I'm not risk. No, because I just don't understand how they're gonna do it. How the fans go. I guess you can go for a while, then leave. They'll probably have heaters like up in certain areas. They'll have heating areas up there in the stadium. I'm sure.
Here would be my criteria. If it was my favorite team,
no,
and being there was the only way to see the game,
no,
I would maybe go.
I'll keep up with it on Twitter. Updates. Somebody will be live tweeting the whole thing. No, I'm good.
Ty Henderson, would you go? Would you go to this game where it's minus 8 degrees and wind chills at minus 25?
Hell no.
Thank you. Okay, when Ty says hell no,
exactly. That dude's ride or die.
Wait, so is this my team or is it just a Chiefs game?
Yeah, it's a Cowboys game.
It's
a Cowboys game.
It's the Longhorns. Your
Super
team.
Bowl.
I would probably go to it if it was a Longhorns game, not for the Cowboys though. If it was a national championship for the Longhorns, I'd 100% be there, but not just a playoff game for the Cowboys.
I would not.
I would
add the caveat. I love my Longhorns, but I'm like, no.
I would add the caveat that if it was the only way to see the game.
Unless I was playing in the game. It's the only way I would be.
That means you were getting paid to be there.
Paid to be there. Only way I'm going there, guys. I love my Longhorns, but nope. We good. We're good on that one.
Nope.
That's crazy. Are you going to risk frostbite? No, I'm not doing that.
That's funny.
I can't do it. I'll never be the same after sitting out in the cold for 3
4
hours.
hours?
4 hours like that? Oh, man. No way. No way. And you can't even take your hands out to do stuff. Like
you can't drink a beer.
Yeah, you can't drink a beer.
Eat a hot dog.
Yeah, what are you going to do? You just sit there wrapped up. Only your eyes showing? No, I can't. No. I'm not going to enjoy that. No, I'm not going to enjoy that experience.
By the end of the game, you look like Jack Nicholson in The Shining.
Yeah,
out there in the maze.
Yeah, I mean, guys,
no thanks. I love football, but not that much.
We'll
come back. We'll take your thoughts on that. Would you be at that game? That's going to be Saturday night. That's the night game. Houston, of course, middle of the afternoon Saturday. Cowboys, middle of the afternoon Sunday, both indoors. Buffalo won't be won't be balmy, that's for sure. When they play Pittsburgh at noon on Sunday. Of course, the night game will be indoors as well on Sunday. That is the Lions and the Rams from Motown. We'll come back. We'll hook them up with Ian Rod B all morning long. We got Bullish or BS for the end of the hour. More on the Longhorns, more on the coaching transitions in college and pro football. Lots to do on a Football Friday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. A lot of y'all sitting in traffic right now listening to us. And you may be sitting in traffic in a car that, well, you're a little bit tired of. Maybe it's an old car. Maybe it's beat up. Maybe you need a new car. And, folks, trust me, that can make your experience in traffic a whole lot better. That's what my friends at Apple Leasing can help you out. They can do you a great service of getting you the price you want, the payment you want on the car that you want. If you're in the market for a new car, don't navigate that tough market all by yourself. Allow Apple Leasing to do all the hard work for you. Apple Leasing will save you time and money. They understand that time is money. They want to save you both. They're also going to find you tremendous value. And all it takes is one phone call from you or one click on Apple Leasing's website, and you'll get a quote on any make or model vehicle that you want. They can even give you an estimate on the value of your trade-in right over the phone. See, with Apple Leasing, all you got to do is reach out to them. All right, give them a call, 512-346-9977. You let them know exactly what kind of model car you're looking for. You know exactly what kind of price and payment plan you're willing to be on, what your budget may be. You give them all the different specifications about what you want, and they will go do the hard work. They'll compare the prices for you. They'll vet all the dealers. They'll make sure to do all the research for you about the car, and all you have to do is enjoy that brand new car smell. That's the beauty of what Apple Leasing does. That's why they've been doing business here in Austin for almost 40 years. They do it the right way. They take care of their customers. They'll take care of you as well. They understand that everything seems is overpriced these days, so they want to find you great value. And that's why leasing makes more sense than ever. You're only paying for the part of the car you're actually using. So give Apple Leasing a call today, 512-346-9977. They get all the same discounts and all the same incentives that the dealers do, except my friends at Apple Leasing, they pass those savings on to you, the customer. So give them a call, 512-346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Wildcard weekend in the NFL is on tap. A lot of off-field news this week, obviously, in college and pro football, but the actual on-field product, we'll get back at it tomorrow afternoon, 3:30 in Houston. How about the Texans? Way ahead of schedule, obviously, hosting a playoff game. Who would have thought that when the season began? D'Amico Ryans and the Texans. By the way, D'Amico Ryans' name was floated by Paul Feinbaum as a possible candidate at Alabama. Would make a lot of sense since he is an Alabama alum. Never played for Nick Saban, but played was an All-American there before off to the NFL and drafted by the Texans in the second round. But
not happening.
He's not happening.
Nah, he's an NFL guy.
I mean, and he's got a young quarterback that looks to be the
right. He is
the
hit the jackpot. You just hit the jackpot.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the greatest rookie quarterback, in NFL history, and you got a GM that looks like he's the real deal too. That he actually can build a championship roster around you. And I think D'Amico's a hell of a coach. He obviously believes in himself. He bet on himself.
Yeah,
remember
a lot of pieces in Houston to like, and as we've said, they've got when you're talking about roster construction and you're building the foundation of a championship team, you got to start with quarterback. They have that. They have their franchise left tackle in Laramie Tunsil, who's going to his 5th Pro Bowl this year. They have 2 pass rushers that are elite potentially, and Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard. And by the way, Jonathan Grenard practicing this week. He hadn't played in the last couple of weeks. He's been injured. He's practicing. Yeah. They think he's going to play, which would mean he and Will Anderson will be coming off the edge. Of course, the rookie out of Alabama, who's the cornerstone player on the defense. Derek Stingley at corner. That's another position of import, right? Nico Collins is emerging into a go-to wide receiver. So a lot of pieces in place down there. With the third most cap space in the league this offseason. No matter how the game goes tomorrow, they're going to have a ton of flexibility in this offseason. And they have that cap space, right, and they have a rookie quarterback.
Yeah. So
they've got 3 years with C.J. Stroud under contract control. That's a good thing. So, yeah, why would you leave to Alabama to replace Nick Saban? As we said, who wants that opportunity?
Yeah,
that bar is too high.
Yeah, that's a wishful thinking thing. But like I said, I can track it, but it'd
be like the Bo Davis thing, but he just wants to come home and coach at his alma mater. But that's no thanks. I'm in Houston. I've already got my quarterback because every coach in the NFL is looking for their quarterback. Unless you got about 6 or 7 guys, everyone's still looking. He's already got his.
Yeah.
In his first year, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's pretty good. Okay, so good conversation. Big you could expect, I would imagine, based on the tweets that came out last night and some conversations I've had this morning, an announcement on a new contract for Steve Sarkisian to come out today, Rod. You say $8 million. I've been told $9 million.
Oh, $9 million.
9-ish.
9.
Neighborhood of 9.
Okay.
For Steve Sarkisian on a new deal. Keep an eye on that today. There was a tweet I said Tex because it's now X.
It is
And
X.
then
Nobody calls it X, though.
I know.
You're one of the only people that calls it X. Everybody still calls it Twitter.
Yeah.
I still don't know why they changed it to X. But I guess once all of us get old and die out, then the new generations will call it X.
Because I'm looking at it right now. It's X.
I know.
It doesn't say Twitter anywhere on the damn thing.
Nobody calls it X, though. Everybody still
branded.
Everybody still refers to them as tweets. And now what do you want to say? They're X's? Well,
They're posts. They're posts now.
Oh, whatever. Yeah, tweets.
It's like if they changed the name of Kleenex to something else. You would still call it Kleenex.
Like, I still don't know why they did it. What was the point of losing all of that brand recognition and that credibility?
Because it's Elon Musk. He wanted it to be X. But either way, on Twitter, or X, Sark posted at 10:50 last night. So I think a deal is in place, and it's been confirmed from some folks this morning. So that's a good thing that the Longhorns have their coach in place. Speaking of coaches, hey, Rod, most watched college football games are now in. The top 10 most watched college football games of this past year. And as we said, with all the issues in college football, the games have never been more popular for TV audiences and audience in the building. Attendance has been great across college football. Number one watched game in college football in 2023 into 2024. Number one game was the Rose Bowl, Michigan and Alabama.
Yeah.
Michigan and Alabama, followed by the College Football National Championship game, Michigan and Washington. Second most watched game.
Michigan was a very polarizing program this year.
Third most watched, Michigan, Ohio State.
Yeah, Michigan. Like I said, people were tuning in to watch Michigan because people were hate watching Michigan, but also they have obviously a lot of fans and a wide alumni base. But people were watching them to see them lose, and they were very controversial. Uh-oh. Breaking news?
Breaking news, Ty. What do you have, my friend?
Patriots have officially hired Gerard Mayo.
Gerard Mayo
Done.
is the new head coach of the New England Patriots.
Wow. I thought the Mike Vrabel thing would be automatic, but now Vrabel's still out there.
Well, now it makes perfect sense when you hear the Ian Rappaport, but this is already in the contract. This succession plan was already in place.
What happened so fast?
Which why they don't have to do any coaching search or a Rooney Rule or anything. So apparently that was it. This will tell you a lot, Rod. That paperwork to avoid the Rooney Rule and being able to hire Gerard Mayo like they have, that had to be filed before the season.
Mm-hmm.
The language of the contract had to be in place before the season. I mean, I guess it doesn't mean that they thought Bill Belichick would be gone at the end of the year. It just had to be in place before the year. In his contract, it clearly says apparently that Gerard Mayo is the successor to Bill Belichick whenever Bill Belichick decides to move on.
Yeah.
Or we decide to part ways. So Gerard Mayo, new head coach. By the way, fourth most watched game of the year, Texas and Washington. Sugar Bowl.
Yeah.
New Orleans, Louisiana.
Makes sense.
Fifth most watched was Alabama and Georgia in the SEC championship game, which was a great game. Georgia, Florida in the Orange Bowl. How about that? Georgia, Florida. That game was 63-3.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Yeah.
Why did people even keep watching?
They did.
It was out of control early.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Yeah, that's wild.
With controversy, I guess, because, of course, Florida State got shafted or went left out, and then Georgia, the left out bowl kind of thing. But, yeah, that was the sixth most watched game of the year. Colorado and Oregon way back in September, the seventh most watched game of the college football season. The Big Ten championship game, Michigan and Iowa. Ohio State, Notre Dame, regular season game, and Penn State, Ohio State. So the Texas-Alabama game in Tuscaloosa in September was not one of the 10 most watched games in college football this year. That is surprising to me.
That is a little surprising. Yeah. I get a lot of people be surprised by this Jared Mayo thing.
Yeah. Gerard Mayo.
Gerard, I mean, he's only been with the Patriots his entire career. As a player, he was with the Patriots from 2008 to 2015, and as a coach with the Patriots. He's basically been with the Patriots organization ever since he was a professional. Maybe that's it.
Well, and he was identified pretty early on by Bill Belichick as a guy who would be a really good head coach.
So they started grooming him basically.
Yeah, I think so.
For a while. That's interesting though. I mean, like I said, it could work out or it could be disastrous.
Yeah.
We don't know. They gotta build the roster. Like, they don't have a great roster.
No.
They've swung and missed on a lot of draft picks recently.
100%. And as you said earlier, yesterday, and again, I'll give credit to the Patriots. I thought they handled this with a lot of class yesterday. Bill Belichick stood there and answered questions for a better part of 40 minutes, and then Robert Kraft was there, but then he came back and did another round of questioning about 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon, talking about, and really celebrating Bill Belichick. And he did say yesterday, Robert Kraft, that we'll have time to talk about the future soon, he said, and now soon is today. Mm-hmm. There's a press conference already called for today to introduce Gerard Mayo as the new head coach.
Wow.
And now I would imagine if you're Robert Kraft, you go about the idea of hiring a general manager. to put in place.
Yeah.
Because Robert Kraft said yesterday that, putting a general manager in place would for Bill Belichick after winning, 6 Super Bowls or at any point would have created confusion and conflict.
Yeah.
And so with Gerard Mayo coming online, the former linebacker, you could say that now we'll go get a general manager and a director of football operations or whatever you want to call him.
Yeah, well, because with Bill Belichick, there wasn't a clear it wasn't a clear hierarchy. There wasn't clarity on it. I mean, Bill Belichick was the head coach and the GM, and I think everybody just kind of answered to Bill Belichick, which is all roads lead to Belichick. Now they'll have kind of a more clear hierarchy of command, chain of command, if you will. He'll answer to the GM, and then the GM will answer to either the president or straight to Robert Kraft. So they're really changing up the structure of the organization right now. They haven't had to do that in 20-some years because after Bill Belichick won those first couple of Super Bowls, pretty much all the power went to Bill Belichick.
Mm-hmm.
He was the GM and the head coach, and there was no reason to question that because they were winning and everything was working. But now they got to get back to a more traditional structure and chain of command.
And Gerard Mayo will become the NFL's youngest head coach at 37 years old. He is a month younger than Sean McVay of the LA Rams, who's still very young. He's already won a Super Bowl.
Sean McVay was doing a lot of coaching. Like he coached just one spot with the Patriots, and that was it. And coached from 2019 to this year, and he was coaching inside linebackers. But then reportedly they put him in a position like he wasn't coaching anything. I think that's when they started grooming him. He was just learning all around kind of the roster building and all the different aspects of head coaching. They say he coached linebackers for like 2 years, and after that, pretty much he was just learning.
Well, you have to think
being mentored.
If Robert Kraft, who even though he likes massage parlors, is not a dummy, this was Bill Belichick had kind of taken him in under his wing, and he had keys to the castle at some level and access to Belichick and how this operates and how we do this and how to be a head coach, essentially, right? So now it's going to be his job at 37 years old. So that is the story of the morning.
But the Belichick's coaching tree sucks.
Yeah.
It sucks, E.
Yeah, well, I know.
Why does it suck? And I've told you this over and over again. I've tried to tell people. He doesn't share information.
Yeah.
He is not a great mentor.
You're right.
Because he's not very forthcoming. He's very secretive. He's very clandestine in the way he operates. He doesn't want to give up secrets. You think he gave Gerard Mayo all of his secrets? Hell no, he didn't. He didn't give them to Josh McDaniels. He didn't give them to Matt Patricia. He didn't give them to anybody. So that's what my argument would be. You did let Belichick pick the successor?
Apparently, or Robert Kraft, or on the advice of Bill Belichick,
right?
Yeah. I mean,
how often does that work?
Not very well, not very often.
Come on, man.
And there wasn't a natural, obvious successor that was from the tree, obviously.
His tree is terrible.
Yeah.
And then you just allowed him to pick his successor. He's like, this guy will be a great head coach. You pick bad coaches. Like they don't go on to be great head coaches. They go on to be great under you as assistants.
Yeah.
They're great as your assistants and your coordinators, but as head coaches, they don't flourish because you don't give them the keys to the kingdom. You don't give them necessary tools and resources they need to be successful on their own. That has been proven. So what the hell are we doing?
Yeah, Mike Vrabel seemed like the logical next because he'd been a head coach, been a successful head coach. But Robert Kraft, it's official. There'll be a press conference today.
It might work, but I'm saying there are a lot of reasons why it won't.
No, you're right. I mean, it's very likely it won't succeed based on precedent of Bill Belichick coaching trees. And but will they hire a general manager? Will become one of the first questions I would imagine the media will ask today of Robert Kraft. Will there be a director of football ops put in place and a chain of command put in place, which has not been in New England in a long, long time? So Belichick out. The question is, where does Belichick land now? Gerard Mayo is in, and there should be resolution, or very well will be resolution from Alabama today on who's going to be the new head coach at Alabama. That could come down. The final 3 candidates are Tommy Rees, their current offensive coordinator, Kalen DeBoer at Washington, trending as the front runner now, according to Vegas odds and a lot of insiders, and Mike Nolan, the head coach at Florida State. So we'll follow that conversation into your Friday. Could come down at any moment, I would imagine, based on the way the news has been breaking this week. We'll come back with some bullish or BS as we get into the weekend, including bullish on the Texans tomorrow, bullish on the Cowboys on Sunday, as we'll make some picks on these big games in the National Football League. Wildcard weekend is here. General Store, folks, it is your place to be today and into the weekend. They're closed on Sunday, by the way, Callahan, so get over there today or tomorrow. That hard freeze is coming. We've been telling you in preparation ahead of this freeze. It's going to be about 3 days of really heavy freezes overnight, Sunday night through Wednesday morning. You need to get your peas protected, right? The pipes, the pets, and the plants, and they have everything you need, all the essentials at Callahan's General Store. In addition to having them, they have the people to help guide you to the exact products you need for your home. So you, whether it's the pipe wrap and the insulation for your exterior pipes, also your spigot drips and all the things you need there to cover those outdoor plants that you can't bring in and get covered. You got to or bring inside. You can cover them. They've got the coverage that you need right there at Callahan's General Store. They're at 501 Bastrop Highway between downtown and the airport. Really easy to get to these days with the new tollway. You just zip over there and zip off at Montopolis, and you're right there at Callahan's General Store. That's where they've been since 1978. Locally owned and family operated since for 45 years. They have everything you need to get ready for this super hard freeze that's coming Sunday into Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. Out of Callahan's General Store. Also, while you're there, stop by the seed area and the lawn and garden area where you can get all the things you need to winterize that yard and get ahead of the curve for the spring. Make sure that yard flourishes come March and into April at Callahan's General Store since 1978. Go see them. They're online at callahansgeneralstore.com. And remember, it's always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Bullish or BS time on a Friday. Pretty bullish. There'll be a new contract announced for Steve Sarkisian today. Rod's bullish on Nick Saban to be the first commissioner of college football.
That'd be great. They need it.
Nick Saban did say yesterday, by the way, talking about his retirement this week, that his age started to become a bit of an issue.
Told y'all that yesterday. You're like, age is not an issue. I was like, age is an issue. He's 72.
Well, he said people wanted assurances that I would be here 3 or 5 years or whatever, and that got harder and harder for me to be honest about that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it was eventually it's going to come to an end at some point, and his quality of life is still good. His health is still relatively strong. So, enjoy his life. And, commissioner of college football sounds pretty good to me because we need some leadership on this game. Somebody did point out that don't trust the TV ratings with Texas and Alabama. Remember that weekend, a lot of millions of Americans didn't have their ABC because of the cable dispute.
Sure.
One of the 10 most watched games according to Nielsen.
There's still cable disputes going on. Guys, there's cable disputes going on all the time.
I don't
it
have
just may not be with your cable company, but I got a channel blacked out. Now, I've had a channel blacked out at least like all season long. At least one
I
point.
still don't have ABC.
That's what I'm saying. So that happens all the time. I mean, it's just that's the reality of the new entertainment ecosystem we live in, ladies and gentlemen.
That's exactly right.
But you know what? Call your cable provider and complain because they just keep giving you discounts.
Do they?
Oh, yeah. My wife does it probably once or twice a month, and they'll give you like $50, $60 some dollars off.
Every month?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something close to it. She just called because I say it's for my work and I'll miss a game. Like, oh, my husband he misses a game. This is actually for our job.
You're affecting our income.
You're affecting our income. Yeah. Oh no, you call. Now it takes time. They're gonna put you on hold and for 30, 40 minutes. It may take you 40 minutes to an hour to get it, but
$50.
You can get it.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Nice job.
You got to complain though. You got to do it all the time. They'll red flag you, and they'll be like, "Oh, this person calls all the time," or they calling again. And then now she gets a lot more discounts than she used to. They used to kind of like argue with her, and you'd be a lot of back and forth and sending her to different managers and stuff like that. Now they must have her like red flag because she's on there for like 20, 30 minutes, and boom, get a discount, keep it moving.
We know who that is.
Yeah, they're like, we know this woman. She must not have a job. I don't know what's going on. Nah, she's working from home now. she
can put it on hold and just wait.
Puts AirPods in and puts the baby on the boob and just sits there. I can wait. Most Americans can't. You're like, I ain't got that kind of time. She's like, I got time. Yeah, put me on the phone with your manager.
Good for her.
Oh man, she's doing a good job.
Squeaky wheel gets the grease, right?
Hey man,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, persistence. You gotta be persistent.
That's right. I like it. All right, squeaky wheel gets the grease. Rod, what do you have that's bullish or BS today?
Okay, bullish or BS? Why the hell is Aaron Rodgers back on the Pat McAfee show yesterday after he just said the day before that Aaron Rodgers will not be back on the Pat McAfee show? Did you realize that? Yeah, he was on yesterday.
To talk about the Belichick news, right?
It's like, what? It's like, what do we? I thought you said he wasn't coming back on the show. And he was on the next day. The next day, guys. It wasn't like it was like a month. The next day he was on.
Whatever you think of Pat McAfee, and then, your opinion is yours. I mean, it's been kind of a clown show this week at ESPN. You've got Pat McAfee and the Aaron Rodgers stuff with Jimmy Kimmel. Look, I don't watch it. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't watch any of it. We pay attention to it. I don't really watch the show. You got Stephen A. Smith going after Jason Whitlock and some podcast thing. I mean, it's like, what are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, there's been a lot of news to focus on in the sports world this week, but it's almost like their own little soap opera that they've got going on at ESPN.
It's weird.
It is weird.
Some power plays going on.
Yeah, so McAfee calling out his bosses for sabotage, and now one day he says, okay, Aaron Rodgers is off the show for the rest of the year, and then he's on the next day.
Next day,
I don't know.
It was like, is that something important? He was talking to Belichick. It's like, yes, everybody's got a reaction to Belichick. You need Aaron Rodgers' reaction to Belichick. Is it that crucial?
Yeah,
it was amazing. It was almost.
I wonder because I do believe knowing that because as we said, there are weekly guests on the Pat McAfee show. One is Aaron Rodgers, one is J.J. Watt, and I believe Nick Saban had been one. And I wonder if Saban said, no, I'm not doing it. I can't do it today.
Not today. I don't want,
So they needed a guest in their spot, so let's call Aaron.
You might have the nail on the head there. Yeah, because I can see Nick Saban say, no, man, not today. No, I can't. I'm not accessible today for anybody.
I'm off.
I'm off today.
I'm retired.
I did that news conference. That was the only thing I was obligated to do. I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but that's a bunch of BS.
Bunch of BS. You're right about that. Bullish or BS, Rod? Which NFL game are you most bullish on this weekend? Who's going to win? Which one are you most bullish on?
The
easy one is Buffalo because they're playing Pittsburgh and they're a 10-point favorite.
Yeah, so I guess that is easy.
But of the games that are inside, a 4-point line, Dolphins, Chiefs, Packers, Packers, Cowboys at 7. Which game are you most bullish on?
Honestly, I feel like the Cowboys at home. The Cowboys at home are like the best team in the NFL when they play at home. Like, no team has looked as good as the Cowboys have looked when they're at home, period.
You're right about that. I was going to say the exact same thing.
Right? No, I'm telling you, it's crazy to think that, but that's true.
No, they at home in Arlington, the Cowboys have been unbeatable for 2 years, right? For 2 years.
They are 8-0 at home. They outscored their opponents at home, guys, by 172 points in those 8 games. The 2007 Patriots, the only 16-0 team, also had a scoring differential of plus 172 at home. They've been dominant at home. So that's the one. I'm bullish on them.
And I'm also going to go bullish on the Chiefs. I know that doesn't sound, but the Dolphins playing in -8, and they're both going to be impacted by that, but I think the Chiefs are more accustomed to it.
That's true. You're right.
I mean, Dolphins aren't fish, they're mammals, but them playing in -8, Tua from the island.
Oh, yeah, that was the coldest game that Tua's played in. I mean,
I kind of might break.
In Miami, traditionally as an organization, they don't play well in cold. Why would they? They're South Beach. They're right next to the beach.
People who live in Miami laugh at people who live in the cold.
Yeah.
They're like, they're out walking around their flip-flops going, why do y'all live there?
They go there for Christmas. And they're like, all right, this is nice for Christmas. Yeah. I'm going back to the beach. Yeah.
Can I get back to Miami, please, fast? All right, we'll come back. We'll take your thoughts. Which game are you most bullish on? Is it the Cowboys? Hook them up with Ian Rod B.
We're rolling take A. We're rolling take overdub. 5. Double dub.
Oh, man, it is another news-making morning. Things breaking quick out of New England. We'll get you details coming up in the headlines. Also, could be an expectation of a new contract for Steve Sarkisian at some point this morning or today after some cryptic late-night tweets from Steve Sarkisian and his wife L'Oreal last night. One came in at 10:50. The one from L'Oreal came in 1 minute later, 10:51. Sark's tweet was pretty basic, but at some point, pretty clear, Rod, that good to be a Longhorn. Good to be a Longhorn. It's a great day to be a Longhorn was his tweet. With a hook'em emoji. And a minute later, L'Oreal posted Texas with a hook'em and an orange heart, maybe indicating that an agreement has been made to keep Sark in Austin, and some confirmation of that I've gotten this morning. So we'll keep an eye on it. Also, Quinn Ewers made it official yesterday, Rod. He is coming back, and we'll have some behind the burnt orange curtain conversations. That was not surprising. As we've talked about, Quinn, the reports came out. Gosh, it was our friend Bobby Burton way back who was first to report 99% from the Quinn Ewers camp that he'd be coming back. And then after the loss in the Sugar Bowl to Washington, Quinn certainly talked like someone who was planning to be back and lead the offseason effort and attack the offseason, as he said, after the loss to Washington. 37-31, so Quinn Ewers official. Only Longhorn that is still pending, it appears, is Jahdae Barron. What he's going to do. We have clarity on pretty much everybody else. Now, there are still some portal prospects the Longhorns are chasing and looking to bring in, but we'll get an update on that coming up in Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. But so far, all the players we thought were going to head to the NFL, Rod, are and have made that declaration. Most of the ones, the only one that I would say is a surprise to this point would be Alfred Collins. That at least as far as maybe what we thought was going to happen. But Alfred Collins.
I was surprised by the Ryan Watts news. I was surprised by Keelan Robinson, his news too, that he's leaving to go to the NFL draft. A little surprised. Thought those guys might have come back to increase their draft stock or to, because I don't know if a guy like Keelan Robinson being as niche and boutique as he is was going to get drafted very high anyway.
Right.
So why not just come back and make some NIL money? But maybe he's just ready to go play in the NFL. I get that. But I was a little surprised.
Yeah, a little surprised. Yeah, when the Ryan Watts news came right after some reports surfaced that maybe he could come back and play safety at Texas potentially.
Yeah, maybe he didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
I think the NFL might have wanted to see him play safety. And it would increase his draft stock a little bit more because I don't know if they're looking for corners who don't have top-end speed in the NFL. But certain systems may like his skill set. For that.
Yeah. Each person makes his own decision, and that's what's come down. And Quinn Ewers is coming back. But Ryan Watts, Jahdae Barron though, we'll see. Jahdae Barron is one that is interesting, and that deadline is Monday, the 15th. So that's your deadline to declare for the NFL draft. As of the 19th is when the all NFL teams receive the official list of who's in the draft officially. So the 15th is your last day to declare staying or going. And to this point, Jahdae Barron's really the only Longhorn that is questionable. But Caleb Williams, USC quarterback, still not declared to this point.
Yeah, he's coming out. I mean, it's like the Quinn Ewers one. I mean, we knew Quinn Ewers was coming back. We're just waiting on how he was going to make the announcement, how he was going to post it on social media. I mean, same thing with Caleb Williams. He's coming out. It's a 99.9% chance he's coming out. If he stays, that'd be huge news. Why would you stay, especially after the year you had last year?
Yeah,
why would you say that? Because your stock is only dropping.
Yeah, every game you play will be more scrutinized than the next, right?
Exactly.
I mean, even this year when they wasn't all his fault. I mean, the defense was historically bad at USC. Fired the defense coordinator during the season. But people started talking about his ability. Can he throw from the pocket? Does everything have to be on the run? Everything had to be ad lib. Ad lib.
Yep.
So yes, I mean the more you play, the more you get scrutinized.
And you got a risk of injury.
Yeah, 100%.
You gotta go cash that lottery ticket. You cannot.
100%.
You can't just hold that lottery ticket, man. Anything could happen.
All right, let's get to the other top stories. There are plenty of them, including some developing news out of New England on a Friday morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories, and it's happening quick in Foxborough with legendary head coach Bill Belichick parting ways with New England yesterday. Reports today officially that the Patriots have chosen Gerard Mayo as Belichick's successor, and he'll become the 15th head coach in franchise history. 37-year-old will be formally introduced at his news conference next week, according to Mike Reese of ESPN. He will be the youngest NFL coach, taking over that title from Sean McVay. Sean McVay's been the youngest coach since 2017. Mayo is a month younger than McVay. Was a linebacker for the Patriots from 2008 through 2015. First-round pick out of Tennessee. Mayo joined Belichick's staff as a coach in 2019, serving as linebackers coach. He will be the successor. As for the other massive college coaching vacancy that has been created this week by Nick Saban stepping down, according to Pete Thamel of ESPN, two coaches have emerged as the leaders for Nick Saban to replace Nick Saban there. Washington's Kalen DeBoer and Florida State's Mike Norvell has emerged as focal points of the search. Also, Tommy Rees, the offensive coordinator at Alabama, has been mentioned. They would like to have a new coach in place as soon as today, according to multiple reports. We'll keep an eye on those conversations. Other college football news, former Texas A&M wide receiver Evan Stewart announced last night that he is transferring to Oregon. The former five-star recruit was a freshman All-American in 2022. Over 2 seasons at A&M, caught 91 passes for 1,163 yards and 6 touchdowns. Of course, that news comes right on the heels of Dan Lanning, the coach at Oregon, making it clear that he was not interested in the Alabama job, that he was staying in Eugene. NFL wildcard weekend on tap. 6 games over the next 3 days. Cleveland's at Houston tomorrow afternoon at 3:30. Texans back in the playoffs as the 4 seed. Tomorrow night, Miami is at Kansas City in what may be one of the coldest games in NFL playoff history. Temperatures at kickoff so expected to be under zero, minus 8 degrees, the forecasted temperature, with wind chills pushing it to minus 20. Then on Sunday, 3 games. Noon, it's Pittsburgh at Buffalo. 3:30, Cowboys will host the Green Bay Packers. Sunday night, Matt Stafford and the Rams are in Detroit. Wildcard weekend wraps up Monday night with the Eagles at Tampa Bay to face the Buccaneers. Both Texas basketball teams in action this weekend as well. Texas men are at West Virginia on Saturday night at 6. Texas women, 10th ranked team in the land, they're at Kansas State tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And in the NBA, Mavericks played without Luka Doncic last night, but still beat the Knicks 128-124. Kyrie Irving led the way with the season-high 44.
Yeah, I'll admit the Jerod Mayo story is a little surprising that the Patriots went that route. And I'm not saying he's not going to be successful, but man, if you're studying Belichick, one of the most glaring critiques of Belichick, I would say one of the most glaring holes in his legacy is his coaching tree. Because coaching tree is just not good. I mean, it's Nick Saban's pretty good from the coaching tree, but maybe his coaching tree flourishes at the college level. Kirk Ferentz is pretty good, but at the NFL level, it's not a great coaching tree. And I've remarked that my theory is why it's not a great coaching tree is because he doesn't share information. He's not very forthcoming. He's very paranoid, and he operates in a very clandestine fashion. He doesn't share information with his assistant coaches. They operate on a basis of knowing just enough information to accomplish the task. It's almost how the CIA and the FBI operate, right? They don't necessarily give out a lot of information. That is Bill Belichick. We got several examples of that. Hell, he named Joe Judge and Matt Patricia offensive coordinators and quarterback coaches and wouldn't tell the media what the role and responsibility were for his coaching staff. His coaching staff admitted at one time they didn't know what their role would be on the staff. Now, maybe he told them and they were being coy with the media, but I mean, it's the same guy that didn't even tell his staff that he was benching Malcolm Butler before the Super Bowl, and they still don't know why he did it. I mean, so my point is going that he's a secretive guy. He doesn't like to reveal a lot of information. He doesn't want to give you the keys to the kingdom or the secret ingredients, right? And that's why his coaching tree is bad. That's okay, but we've observed that already. So what would have made the Jerod Mayo situation differently? What would he have shared with him that he didn't share with Josh McDaniels, or he didn't share with Matt Patricia, or he didn't share with the other coaches that are from his coaching tree? What made Jerod Mayo different?
That's going to be the question. Well, that will be one of the first questions for Robert Kraft at the news conference when he's introduced. I mean, why would Robert Kraft, a billionaire owner, agree to put this language in his contract? What was the assessment that was made? And look, everything you're saying is on point. I'm saying if I'm Robert Kraft, if I'm going to put this into a coach's contract and he's going to succeed the Bill Belichick, you better give him keys to the castle. You better be training him and showing him how to be a head coach. He's only 37 years old. He's never been anything more than a linebackers coach, and I'm going to make him the head of my franchise based on what? I mean, those are all very fair questions. Obviously, and we've heard this from Bill Belichick himself that he sees something in Mayo that tells him he's going to be a really good football coach at some point. But typically, the University of Texas would never do this. They would never promote from within. Now they just did with Rodney Terry, but Rodney Terry proved it on the court.
Yeah, exactly. That was at least a sample size of it.
Rodney Terry put Texas basketball and Texas athletic department in a position where they could not hire him. He took the team almost to the Final Four after all the controversy that went on. But typically, Texas is not a school that will promote from within, right? You got to go out and go prove it, and then we'll hire you back.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way that works, and that's why the Mike Vrabel thing made too much sense because he's from the tree, or at least never coached with Bill Belichick, but played for him.
That's perfect.
And he went and won.
He's adjacent. He's not from the tree. He's like adjacent. It's like, that's great. He knows how it works, but he also has an outsider's perspective.
He's run his own franchise.
And I think he knows the pitfalls of the Patriot way, from being a former player in the Patriot way. So I'm not saying Jerod Mayo is not going to be great. He could be awesome. My point is that I'm going to the thought process of it. And if you're researching it, I wouldn't let Bill Belichick pick his successor. I wouldn't let him pick a guy from his coaching tree because his coaching tree is bad for a reason.
Yeah. Well,
it's bad for a reason.
Yeah. Well, look, Robert Kraft, he asked that when he introduces Jerod Mayo next week. I thought that press conference was today, but it turned out it's next week.
Okay.
So Mayo will be introduced, and that's going to be an obvious question. You won't be the only one asking it. It's okay. What makes him qualified to be the next head coach of the New England Patriots?
You know what? I'm not even worried about qualified anymore because there are guys that get jobs all the time that ain't qualified for them.
Right.
Bobby Sloak might get a job as a head coach, first time play caller with the Texans. We'll talk about that anymore. After the Sean McVay era, you can be great at a job and not be qualified for it. I'm all about that. And the NFL is a league of nepotism, like most of the world is. All right, so I'm not worried about getting the job he's not supposed to. I'm not going to complain about that. What I'm really critiquing is if you're doing. I'm a research guy. All right, I'm a football investigator. I go where the evidence takes me. The evidence has told me I've had this take for like 5 years. Why the coaching tree for the greatest coach in the history of professional football, why is his coaching tree so bad? I gave you the reasons why I think it's bad. It's a personality trait more about anything than it is him a flaw in his coaching methods and coaching technique. And with that knowledge, why would you allow first of all, a guy from his coaching tree, or even him to pick his successor? That's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying Jerod Mayo is not a great coach and not a great coaching, prodigy and developmental project for them. But like I said, I would be wary of just letting Bill Belichick pick his successor from his coaching tree.
Yeah, because here's a text that asked the question that Robert Kraft needs to be asked on whenever this press conference is next week. With this Mayo contract, do you think that he may have had more access to Belichick throughout the year, and what differentiates him from other coaches that have left the franchise? That's a fair question.
Exactly.
It's an absolute fair question. And if you're Robert Kraft and you're the billionaire owner of this team, he can investigate just like you did. Right? Why didn't Josh McDaniels work out? Why didn't Romeo Crennel work out? Why didn't any of these coaches flourish when they went out? Actually, they flopped more than anything else. Matt Patricia, Joe Judge, they don't just not succeed. They do terrible.
Yeah.
So why is that? So why are you going to pick Gerard? That's a fair question. It really is. It says people in New England love this move, guys. Well, we'll see. I mean, all fans typically love the move when it's originally happens. But there'll be a lot of questions for Robert Kraft based on that and where the franchise is. They're 4-13. I mean, they're going to be picking second in the draft for a reason. Or third in the draft. They're right behind Washington. They're not good. The roster's not good.
Mm-hmm.
Is Jerod Mayo are you going to hire a general manager? Is there going to be an offensive coordinator hired?
Definitely will be a general manager.
Absolutely.
Hired. Yeah. And the offensive coordinator hire it's going to be big. Anytime you have a defensive-minded head coach, I think the biggest question is, all right, who's the OC? Who's running the offense?
Yeah. And
then if they found that offensive coordinator will be responsible for you developing the new face of your franchise, whoever that quarterback's going to be.
Yeah.
So that offensive coordinator hire is going to be huge, and the GM. So they got two big hires. I'm not hating on Jerod Mayo. I think he's going to be great. I've been hearing his name as a coaching prodigy for like 3 years now. So I'm sure that he's a fast riser. Like I said, I'm going back to the thought process of picking Jerod Mayo. It's more about why would I let Belichick do it, and why would I take it from Belichick's tree? Because mine would be like, man, his tree's not been great. I'd go back to the reasons for that, and then I'd go back to, well, he doesn't necessarily develop his coaches into being great head coaches? Why would I let him pick his successor?
Yeah, that's a fair question. 100%.
So, it's okay. I mean, but
no, it is a fair question, and so resolution to that quickly.
So Vrabel's on the market.
Well,
Ooh.
I mean, but
Vrabel's out there.
here's the thing. I mean, to your point of thought process, they put this in his contract before the season. Like for them to avoid the Rooney Rule and not have to interview other candidates, this had to be in his contract before the season began.
So he's been
So this was done in the summertime. So Robert Kraft, this is not a new thing. This is not surprising at all. So the fact that there won't be a coaching search, they won't talk to Mike Vrabel, he won't go outside the organization at all to talk to any other candidates. That's been decided long
You're
ago.
Right. Good point.
Long ago.
Because they couldn't even pursue the Vrabel thing.
Yeah.
Because it was already decided.
It's done.
Okay. Yeah, that's a great point. You're right. So it didn't change their decision because it couldn't. It couldn't alter their decision.
Yeah,
I didn't think about that.
And but you can ask the same question. Why did you have so much confidence that this was going to be? I mean, what's the deal? Fair question. Hey, guys, it says, did you guys know Sark is the 30th highest paid coach in the FBS in the bottom half of the Big 12? That's true. Not for long. I'll just say not for long.
They want him to prove it. I mean, they wanted Sark to prove it. Listen, Sark came in here. They brought Sark in on the potential of him being a great coach, doing what he's doing now, kind of ascending to being a great coach. He was a prodigy at one point, there's no question. And then things were derailed, right? It happens to all of us. Had to battle some demons, got back on track. And when CDC and Jay Hartzell hired him, they would hire him like, okay, let's take away the struggles that he went through. Let's take that out of the equation. Let's look at him as a football coach and what he's done as a football coach. Have his teams gotten better? Has he evolved as a coach? And then there was I think the projection that, hey, if we can provide him with support, all right, behind the scenes, the Holy Trinity, Jay Hartzell, CDC, and Chris Del Conte. And on top of that, Texas talent, which you could argue other than Alabama, but as a head coach, he's never had access to this kind of talent here at Texas, that he had the potential to be a great coach. And they were banking on that potential. Once they provide him with support, once Sark was focused and no longer derailed by battling his demons, once he got that under control, that Sark would be able to achieve at a really high level. It was a roll of the dice because at the time he wasn't that. They were that's what they projected him to be. And I think it was a wise move by CDC and Jay Hartzell and Kevin Eltife behind the scenes, because it did pay off. Sark has always had a coaching prodigy in him. He's always been. Al Davis wanted to hire Steve Sark.
He's 30 years old.
It was a youngster, but obviously Sark went through some things, and then that kind of obviously derailed his career a little bit. But now that career is back on track, so that's why he was underpaid, because they still weren't sure. You can just pay him based on that potential.
No,
you had to go out and prove it. And now that he's proven it, now you can pay him based on all that potential.
Yeah, I think that's coming down today. I think that's what the tweets were about last night, at 10:50 at night. But you're right. I mean, look, he came in making less than Tom Herman was making when he was fired. He's making $5.2 million. Tom Herman was making $6 million when he was let go.
Yeah.
But Tom Herman won 4 bowl games and won a Sugar Bowl and got a little bit of a bump for that. Mm-hmm. And, obviously we know why it went south with him. But at the same time, Sark came in as an assistant coach, right? He was a coordinator and had been a head coach, but this was his chance to prove it. He's done it. I think he'll close to double what he's making now. Based on a Big 12 championship and a trip to the semifinal round and a final play lost to Washington, and the trajectory of the program is really strong.
They're ahead of schedule.
Yeah,
that's why he'll get paid for that too. He'll
really
get a little
strong
bonus for being ahead of schedule.
Yeah, and look, he was hired to usher Texas into the Southeastern Conference. Yep. Right, he was brought from the SEC to get this roster, get this program ready to be a real threat and a player in the SEC, and I think they are. So that should be rewarded, by the way. Sark hired the right coaching staff. That staff has done an incredible job of recruiting and acquiring talent through the portal and through the high school recruiting. And now here they are with a championship on their way out, headed to the SEC. I think that contract will come down. I would imagine we'll hear that today, and I'll then possibly hear that Alabama has hired a new coach as soon as today, because Greg Byrne, their AD, was pretty clear. We want a coach in place within 72 hours. And that's another reason why we want George Washington Saban to be the new commissioner of college football, because that, you should be able to take your time to hire the right coach for your program. But unfortunately, this day and age, you can't. You can't take your time.
No.
Because your players are immediately in the portal if they want to be.
Everybody's a free agent.
Everybody's a free agent. And, it's almost like you have to go as fast as possible, which is one of the things I always get frustrated. My wife watches these fixer-upper shows.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
They do contests, and they put it on a time clock. And it's like, babe, you should never be doing renovation projects on a clock.
No.
Do it right. You don't want to race through anything just to get it done because you could. I mean, which I know it adds to this.
We're instant gratification society, though.
Yeah, I get it.
We want it right now. We want everything right now.
Yeah, so they're throwing things together, haphazardly doing this and fixing this. Oh, the clock's running down.
Yeah, to make it look good, but it doesn't stand up.
Take your time. Do it once, do it twice, do it 3 times. Get it
right.
right.
The right way.
Do it right. And that's what you should be doing when you're hiring a new football coach at a major program or any industry. But in college football today, you have to go really fast.
You do. You got to get it done, and that's why they figure they can always fire the guy and hire somebody else. That's why the career spans, right, the shelf life of these coaches at certain schools is getting shorter because they figure, you know what, instant gratification. We hired the wrong one. We can just fire him, hire somebody else, and they do.
They do.
And I'm not mad.
Well, look, I mean, if you're Kalen DeBoer, you kind of have to take it. I mean, you're at Washington. You're losing your quarterback. You're going to the Big Ten. You had a very veteran team. I mean, he's a good coach. I'm not doubting that. But I mean, the shoes to fill at Alabama are so massive. The bar that has been set can never be lived up to. Never.
No, it's going to be impossible. Even if you go there and win 10 games, that'll be considered a disappointment. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Because Saban wins championships. So
he
10
really,
games ain't enough.
Look, we can sit here and talk about is Bill Belichick the greatest NFL coach of all time? He's the most accomplished NFL coach ever. But as far, I mean, the last 3 years and what happened before Tom Brady would give you a little bit of pause, and you could have a pretty good debate about that. I don't think there's a debate about Nick Saban. I mean, Nick Saban is the greatest college football coach there's ever been. He's won in every era. He won with defense and running the ball to start it. Then he became a high-octane offense along the way. He evolved with the game as it happened like nobody else. As I mentioned, he's had more first-round draft picks into the NFL than he had losses in 17 seasons at Alabama. I mean, that's preposterous.
Yeah.
So that bar, he's just the best. And so you're following the best, Rod. And no matter how good you are, you're probably not going to be that good, which is
when you don't have some of the advantages that Nick Saban
right, and you're walking into that program at a different time of college football.
NIL doesn't give you. You're at a disadvantage. In NIL, you're not at the top of that space.
And if you're Alabama, you're not just hiring someone to replace Nick Saban and keep it rolling. You're hiring someone who can handle the current climate of college football, right? Who can handle this NIL era. So, you hope it's Kalen DeBoer. I compared it earlier to when John Wooden left UCLA. I mean, John Wooden won 10 consecutive championships at one point at UCLA. I mean, that's ridiculous, right? I mean, that can never be matched. And they hired a guy named Gene Bartow from Illinois. And Gene Bartow won 85% of his games in 2 years, played in the Final Four, lost to Bobby Knight's Indiana team that was undefeated that year. And they were still criticizing him because he lost. And he left. He lasted 2 years at UCLA and left. It's like, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
People are crazy. Fred Akers succeeded Texas, Darrell Royal, and won 80-some% of his games, nearly won a national championship, had a Heisman Trophy winner with Earl Campbell, and wasn't good enough.
Hurt his legacy, too.
Wasn't good enough.
Nobody talks about how good of a coach Fred Akers is.
I know, right?
Nobody brings it up. They should, but they don't.
And if I'm
in the shadow of Deke Arrow.
And if I'm Kalen DeBoer, I'm kind of like, I'm kind of a rising star in this deal. I mean, and all I can do, what's good enough at Alabama?
Yeah, I did. But
versus what's good enough at Washington.
Oh, yeah, no, at Washington, he's a made man.
Yeah.
At Washington, he'll be at Washington for another 8 years already. They'll sign him to a long-term deal.
That's essentially what Dan Lanning said when he put out his little video. He's like, hey, I'm the king of Eugene here. He didn't say that, but that's what he was saying.
Yeah.
My family loves it here. I love it here. I'm close with Phil Knight. I got my sugar daddy. I'm good. What do I need to run off for?
Yeah, you go to Alabama, you may not even be there 3 years before they get fed up with you.
And you could win 30-some games in those 3 years, and you still might be out.
And if the boosters and the donors, you got to form a new relationship with those guys. And those could have been saving guys, and you may not get along with them. I mean, it is, trust me, it's, like I said, it could be the best situation, but it could be setting you up for failure.
Yeah, we'll see.
Because you got a roster full of, top 4 talent in the country. I mean, that's one of the top 4 or 5 most talented rosters in the country.
Yeah.
If you can keep most of it together.
If you can keep it together.
A lot of guys came to play for Saban, not to play for Alabama, and that's a problem too.
Which is why the name Tommy Rees is being bantied about, the one-year offensive coordinator that he could maybe help keep the roster together, keep Jalen Milroe. You can keep your quarterback. You got a chance. So we'll see. We'll see where that comes down today. But that is a big – ego one thing. But if you're a really good coach with a really good job already, it's one of those things you have to ask yourself,
Is it worth it?
Is it worth it?
Is it worth it?
Yeah, I mean,
is it worth it for you, man?
It is a huge challenge, obviously, and massive shoes to fill. We'll come back. When we do, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain, including the Quinn Ewers decision was made official yesterday. Longhorns quarterback is coming back for a third season. We'll talk about it and what needs to happen, what growth needs to come from Quinn as he moves forward into year 3. Also, before the end of the hour, some off the record. It's a football Friday with Hook 'em Up and Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B rolls on at the turn. Coming up here in a little bit, top of the next hour, we'll talk to Charlie Wilson from Callahan's General Store. He will tell us how to get your house ready, Rod.
Oh, yeah.
Your home ready for all of your freezing conditions which are coming. We were going to talk to Charlie here, but we're a little late, so I'm going to see if he'll do it at 9 o'clock because we're at the turn. We got golf in there. They're playing over in Dubai, Rod. Rory McIlroy is your leader over in the Dubai.
When it's a little warmer over there, then.
A little warmer. But it's windy here. You don't want to be playing golf today. The wind's howling, man. Howling like crazy. But, yeah, we'll talk to Charlie coming up from Callahan's of everything you need, the essentials to make sure you're ready for what's going to be a really, really hard freeze. And we'll figure out what you need, right? You got to cover your plants that are outdoors, right? Your shrubs and everything.
Yep.
You got to cover your pipes. You got to do your spigot drips. All the stuff you need. You ready for that? You ready to go? You're all good?
We did the pipes already. Plants, we got probably need to do that. Maybe when I get home, actually. I don't know if we covered the plants. Pipes are covered, though. Pipes are
covered.
Yeah, we did all that. Did all that early this week in anticipation of the cold weather.
Yes. And it's going to be real cold. Man, it's not going to be like we're going to see.
No, it's going to be like 7. I think that the coldest is in Monday is like 17. Did I see that right?
Yeah, 17.
Like 17 degrees or something.
I think the coldest is actually Tuesday morning.
Tuesday morning. Yes. Monday it gets 23 is the low, but Monday you're supposed to get
17 and 17 Tuesday and Wednesday morning.
Snowflakes on Monday is what might.
Yeah, so be advised of that. We'll talk to old Charlie Wilson coming up. He has all the intel you need, the 411 to make sure you're ready to go. Maybe things you're not even thinking about. You need to be taken care of at your house to be ready for these frigid conditions. And sometimes we get like an overnight freeze. It's a one-time thing. But
as long as we don't get the precipitation, we're good. And I don't think we're going to get that much precipitation.
Well, Charlie will help us out and get us ready for all of it. You know what I'm saying?
That's when it gets dangerous.
It's kind of cool at the turn, Rod, too, because little guy talk here. We're talking about golf and Dubai, and they're playing in Honolulu this weekend on the PGA Tour. Did you see this week that we talked to our friend Nick Shuley about this when we did Setlist ATX last week or on Wednesday? And so one of the biggest touring acts in the country right now in music is Zach Bryan.
He's great.
Country
he's
musician.
Fantastic. Yeah, he had a pop-up show, didn't he?
Yeah, so he showed up in Austin on Tuesday night and did a show for 100 people at Sagebrush, which is a little honky-tonk on South Congress on your way down to Stastny. If you coming down South Congress, you cross 71, and you're headed down, and before you get to Stastny, you'll see a place called Sagebrush. And so he did a pop-up show there for 100 people.
That's wild.
And I just saw some pictures pop up that Matthew McConaughey was there, of course. The MOC made his way there.
Yeah, he was.
But the line of people, because apparently he announced it the morning of, that I'm going to be doing a show at Sagebrush. It's got a room for 100 people. Come on in. And they lined up like all the way down Congress. I mean, all the way down Congress, trying to get in. It was like the line was to Oklahoma, as they said.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
He's like the biggest star in the country right now.
Right, he is, and he's got a huge following. And yeah, he showed up in Austin, did a pop-up show, and apparently, according to Nick, he was doing a music video.
Oh, okay.
So he wanted the authenticity of like a
real Austin venue.
Yeah, just an old school bar, restaurant. Venue, not a concert venue, but like.
No, he's great, man. I actually crazy you said that recently. It was probably 2 weeks ago. I had a lot of chores I had to do. So I just, put on music and just kind of listen to random.
He's good.
And I picked Zach Bryan because I was like, you know what? Let me just see what the big deal is all about. So I basically listened to Zach Bryan for like 4 hours straight doing chores. It's pretty life-changing.
Yeah.
And no, I'm saying you'll become a fan. No doubt.
What are you laughing about?
I don't know. I never thought I'd heard those words come out of Rod B's mouth.
What?
He's good. I mean, he's
I don't know. Zach Bryan doesn't sound like they're. It's kind of sad. Doesn't really. You don't strike me as a Zach Bryan kind of guy.
Why?
Rod's a music
fan. I like good music. Yeah,
it's good.
And he's a great lyricist. And I like great lyrics. That's why I like Bob Dylan, because Bob Dylan's a lyricist.
Yeah,
one
of the greatest, probably the greatest songwriter of all time.
Tupac's my favorite rapper because Tupac's a lyricist. That's why he's better than some of the other rappers out there. So yeah, you're right. It usually doesn't fit, but I like good music.
Yeah, I guess compared to the rest of the country that's been coming out recently, it's a little bit more.
Oh, it's 100. I mean, it's
not just surface level stuff.
Yes, it's deep. Yes, that's what exactly. I agree with that. He got some deep existential lyrics in there, man.
Yeah, he's writing from his heart, right?
Yeah,
he's writing his story.
It's fantastic, man. I really do. It's great storytelling.
Oh, it is. It does. Jason Isbell's one of my favorites. He's the same way, right? He just very tremendous songwriter and tells tells 3-minute stories, short stories.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's great.
Which is really good. It's hard to do. It's very hard to do. All right, good stuff right there at The Turn. It's brought to you by Callahan's General Store. Get your stuff. We'll talk to Charlie Wilson. We have a little extra time coming up at the top of the hour of what you need to make sure you're getting here because, as we said, by Sunday when you're watching the Cowboys game and the Packers, that's when that front's going to roll in here. And so by the middle of the Cowboys game, it's going to be freezing here, and it's not going to go above freezing and probably till Wednesday. So be advised.
Yeah, get your mind right. Get all your necessary items and resources. Don't be freaking out the last minute, at the grocery store and, buying about toilet paper and stuff like that. Don't be one of those people.
Yeah, do it today.
Do it today.
Do it today.
Do it today.
And get to Callahan's General Store today or tomorrow to get all your stuff. And that's what At The Turn is all about, keeping you up to date. And let's wrap up At The Turn.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, let's talk about the headlines coming out of 40 Acres. And I think a few of them are really positive headlines. And one is Quinn coming back. We talked about that. Played the sound from his announcement that he posted via social media yesterday. It seemed like it was almost like a news dump. It just came. We were waiting on the Quinn Ewers announcement. Everybody expected him to announce that he was coming back to school, but he did it in a very low-key fashion. I think that's just a personality of Quinn Ewers, kind of a low-key guy. But he did announce he was coming back. Really good news for the Longhorns. His Heisman odds, I believe right now, he is tied for the best Heisman odds along with Jalen Milroe. And this will truly be Quinn Ewers' team. Him coming back, the first couple of years he's been here, it hasn't been really his team, right? He's been more of a complimentary piece, and he has been more of an observer to it being Bijan and Rojo's team when he first got here. And even last season, this past season, I should say, it was more about the great skill talent around him, right? Elite skill talent. A.D. Mitchell's going to be drafted in the first 2 rounds. So will Xavier Worthy. So will J.T. Sanders. I can't think of the last time Texas had 3 offensive skill players taken in the first 2 rounds. It's been a while. Right? Texas is going to have that ability. And we don't know where Jay Brooks is going to go. Jay Brooks ends up being drafted maybe in the 3rd round. So you had a lot of great skill talent that was able to uplift the play of Quinn Ewers. This season, it'll be on him to make the others around him better. These are unproven commodities. These are young, inexperienced guys as opposed to the really experienced guys who you had great chemistry and continuity with the first 2 years. Now it's going to be up to Quinn, who's a veteran in the system. He's got, familiarity and intimate familiarity with this system now in his 3rd year. He should be able to teach the system. I remember Tom Herman telling me, and Sam Mellinger's, I believe that was Sam's 3rd year. It was Sam's 3rd year, and I remember Tom Herman saying, "Oh no, Sam knows my system, my offensive system so well now. He tells me he makes checks and reveals things about my system that I didn't know." Right? He's revealing different concepts and different loopholes within the system that he didn't realize, because that's how intimately knowledgeable Sam Mellinger was in that Tom Herman system by his 3rd and 4th year. And I think that's where Quinn is now in his 3rd year. He should know that Sark system so well. He should be able to teach it, which he will be doing in the offseason when he's organizing the throwing session. He's organizing the 7-on-7, organizing the team workouts. He should be teaching it to these youngsters. So a lot of the ground that needs to be made up with chemistry, with continuity, with timing, these young receivers learning the offense, getting adapted and acclimated to the offense, that'll be Quinn's responsibility. And it'll be happening in the offseason, stuff where we cannot see and we can't observe. And that is something I can't wait to see how he responds. I think he's going to respond really well to it. He even remarked that he was looking forward to the burden of that type of leadership. And that's what it is when it's your team. And this is going to be Quinn's team. All right, that's going to be part of his legacy. Last year, like I said, it was a collection of skill talent and star talent at the skill positions. Before that, same thing, but Bijan and Rojo's team pretty much in terms of the identity of the offense. The identity of this offense, the identity of this team it's Quinn's team. And it's not your Byron Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat, the D tackles. That won't be the talk. It ain't Jalen Ford. All right, it's just Quinn's team.
Yeah.
Period.
You're right about that.
And that'll be the narrative, and I can't wait to see how he responds.
Year one, of course, he had to beat out Hudson Card, so there's a quarterback competition, so it really couldn't be his team. And then, Bijan and Roschon were so integral to the leadership roles, and that was picked up by, as you said, Byron Murphy and Devondre Sweat and Jalen Ford this year. And Quinn Ewers was elevated by his receiving corps.
Yes, he was.
Xavier Worthy and A.D. Mitchell and as you said, J.T. Sanders, all guys are going to be off playing on Sundays, helped elevate Quinn, and now Quinn's got to help elevate everybody else. He's got to be the guy. And, as you were, Rod, you were a football researcher, you're a football studier of the game. That's what Quinn's got to be. Quinn's got to dig down deep. Somebody said Quinn needs to work on his footwork. I would agree with that. Study C.J. Stroud. I think C.J. Stroud has some of the best footwork of any quarterback at any level.
Mm-hmm.
If you watch him play the Browns tomorrow, watch his base, watch his feet, watch how he keeps his wide base, and he's always in a position to throw the ball. It's really, really good. It's one of the reasons he's so accurate, Rod.
Yeah.
Because he keeps his feet and he keeps them active. But then when it's time, man, that ball's gone. But he's always off a solid. It seems if he's in the pocket, he's off a strong platform. That's something Quinn, I think, struggles with because he kind of gets off his feet a little bit. He'll get off his back foot and he'll start leaning around.
Yeah.
And he'll want to make that little sidearm throw.
Off-platform throw, which he can make. But like you said, why make it harder on yourself when you can go through the mechanics and be a little bit more sound? And you're right about that. And I agree with that. I think when he gets deeper into his progression, that's why people say he's a first-read quarterback and a one-read quarterback. And that's true. I think he's more of a first-read than a one-read. One-read would imply you can't get through a progression read. I think he can. I think he becomes erratic, though, and the footwork is a part of that. I think his mechanics start to suffer when he gets deeper into progressions, and he starts to see and he sees pressure instead of feeling pressure. He looks at it, and I think that's why ultimately he gets erratic with his feet. I think he, the
panics a little bit.
I think that's why it happens, and I think that's why Sark decided to tell him, listen, you can scramble a little bit more. That first read is gone, and you start to freak out, and you feel yourself freaking out, and you're not calm, and all right, you're not cool. Just get out there and just go run.
Run, Forrest.
Or check it down. There'll be a check down. Your check down's right there. Just check it down. And this season, what has he done? Run and check down. I think the NFL wants to see him because you can't be running in the NFL all the time. They'll have your check downs, but the NFL wants to see that first round quarterback get deeper into a progression. Get to your second, get to your third read with sound mechanics, with sound footwork, like you said, and still, like C.J. Stroud does, be able to get to your third read in the progression and still make a sound, accurate throw from a great base. That's what they want to see from Quinn, because right now, Quinn, when he's throwing to the first read, he's the best quarterback in the country. Yeah. I'm serious. When he's throwing to his first read, you can make the argument he's the best. I know you're like, what? That's great. Even going up against Caleb Williams is best actually deeper into the play. He's actually best on his second reaction plays. When the play breaks down is when he's actually at his best. Right now, they want to see him go through actual natural pocket progressions and stay in the pocket with him. Everybody's got their own data points of evaluation that they need to work on. But for Quinn, when Quinn's hitting the first read, when his first read is open, it's accurate. The ball, the touch is there, ball placement. But when he's got to get to that second and third, that's when things get a little bit off. He sees the pressure, and you'll notice sometimes the ball comes out and the accuracy is a little off, or he's throwing off platform, or like he just remarked, the back foot. But if he gets deeper into the progressions and he's able to make accurate throws with the proper mechanics and with sound footwork, I think that's going to be the next challenge for him. And feeling the pressure, not seeing it. That's the Penix X-Man ability. He feels pressure against Michigan. He felt it and he saw it. Usually, quarterbacks feel that pressure, but the eyes are downfield, and the mechanics, they stay sound because you're continuing to keep your eyes downfield, and you're going through progressions, thinking about throwing the football. Once you see that pressure, your natural instincts are going to take over, and you're going to want to get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah.
Or you're going to take your eyes off of the route progressions, and your eyes are going to go to the guy that's coming to take your head off. And how can you not freak out about that when you see it?
Yeah.
And I think for him, he's got to, in his periphery, he's got to feel it, and he doesn't do that as well, which I think he will.
That's the development, though.
Yeah.
That's a quarterback coming, because I mean, in high school at South Lake Carroll, he's all one progression reads, right?
Boom.
Everything
Guys wide
there.
Open. Yeah.
And then he didn't play his senior year, and we know he didn't play at Ohio State, so everything he's doing is in real time at Texas, and it's been, was ugly at times in year one, and Sark was willing to let him take his lumps and learn from it. He got better in year two, and
much better.
You expect if there's a similar leap in year three, it's going to be pretty damn good next year.
Heisman finalist.
Because the one thing I'll say for Quinn, even though the flaws were there, 37 touchdowns and 12 interceptions. He doesn't turn the ball over typically.
I agree with that.
And that's a great place to start. You'd I mean 37 touchdowns, 12 picks as a 2-year starter. So he's taking care of the football. Now he's got to take that next step as a progression quarterback. Good stuff right there, Rod Babers. We'll come back when we do Off the Record. More evidence, and maybe clear evidence, that Kalen DeBoer is emerging as the front runner to replace Nick Saban at Alabama. Details on that coming next in Off the Record. It is time for Off the Record, and this will be on the record, but does this give you an indication maybe Kalen DeBoer is the successor to Nick Saban in Alabama? How about this from radio station 93.3 KJR in Seattle? Husky fans, we know you were looking forward to a visit with Coach DeBoer this morning. Please understand Coach DeBoer and UW Athletics are continuing to work towards a future we can all be excited about. At this time, Coach will not be joining us this morning, but we will reschedule our interview soon.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, looks like Kalen DeBoer might be the next head coach at Alabama. That's the way it's trending anyway. And yeah, I mean, he's a great coach. He really is. He's a rocket actually in the coaching industry. And he's won everywhere he's been. He's won right away. And there's no reason to think that he won't do that with the most talent he's ever had. My question would be, there are certain coaches. Now, I don't think Kalen DeBoer is one of them, just throwing this out there. Certain coaches who are really good at doing more with less, and they almost they almost program themselves. It becomes ingrained in them as a coach to do more with less. Matt Campbell is one of these coaches. But when they have a lot of talent, arguably their most talented teams, their teams underachieve. But when they don't have a lot of talent, their teams overachieve. Because they've built their blueprint and they've built their culture. They've customized their culture to be able to perform at a high level as underdogs when the chips are down. Remember when Matt Campbell had his most talented team ever? Brock Purdy, Breece Hall, Charlie Kohler. You're like, that team's loaded. They're going to be a college football playoff team. Nope. No, that's not the way Matt Campbell operates. He does more with less, but he does less with more. People see Tom Herman as one of those guys. And Tom Herman, when you give him a ton of talent, sometimes he does less with more, but he does more with less. And he's one of those guys that operates great as an underdog. That would be one of the concerns I would have with Kalen DeBoer. Can he? Because look at Washington; they don't have a 5-star on their roster. They got more 3 stars than 4 stars. That's a guy that's doing more with less, which he did at Sioux Falls before that.
Yeah,
he's a more with less guy. Can you do more with more at Alabama? That's what they want. Because if you're doing more with less, you're going to get to 10, 11 wins. That's great. Alabama, they expect you to win championships with that roster.
Yeah.
So that's the only – but anybody would have to deal with that kind of pressure.
Yeah, that would be my question. And you know, who knows what the tweet from the radio station, they're going to make it positive. But, you know, is he using this opportunity to get a huge raise at Washington? Is going to say, you know what, I don't want to fill those guys' shoes. Because that's kind of the Gerard Mayo thing, right? They're reporting the story out this morning that Gerard Mayo is going to see Bill Belichick. You know, is this Robert Kraft thinking, you know, this is kind of remember we mentioned the Texans?
Oh, yeah.
The David Culley hire was kind of to
the bridge,
mitigate
the
bridge to while you got out of salary cap jail and got your draft capital back and got the organization back on good footing. And then you went out and hired the DeMeco Ryans that's what I believe with the Texans. They should have never fired David Culley and hired Lovie Smith, but they did. So they went through 3 coaches in 3 years, which was a bad look. Same point. You're just trying to get through the mess that Bill O'Brien left you. Could this be that with Gerard Mayo?
Yeah, that could be a sacrificial lamb of sorts. Like, hey, man, we need somebody in this role.
We're going to pay you well.
While we rebuild
players like
thing.
you.
Yeah.
And, you know,
great for the culture.
Great for the culture.
Cully was good for the culture. Remember?
Oh, everybody liked
guys were playing hard. Cully.
Well, that's one of the reasons that they hired him. He was get along. Everybody loved David Culley.
That's true.
He'd been an assistant coach his whole life. He'd never been a coordinator. But everybody loves David. Everybody loves David. And and you know what? If you're Robert Kraft and Gerard Mayo works, great.
Everybody does. I mean, I've been reading stuff online about him, and they rave about him. Players and people.
Hey, if it works,
coaches.
Great. If not, 2 years from now, you say, all right, let's go hire the real coach.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
You might be right. I think that might be the plan. That sounds like it actually now. Instead of going after, and like I said, they couldn't go after Vrabel. Well,
that's what we mentioned off the top of the show, that if Kalen DeBoer were to turn this down and you go with Tommy Rees, the offensive coordinator, has been there 1 year, that would just be to keep the roster together and keep Jalen Milroe there and see how it goes, and then
you actually start doing your search.
Yeah, next offseason you do a real search,
you do
right?
a real search for your guy
when you're not under the gun.
Yep.
When you're not, in a situation where all your players can jump in the portal for the next 30 days.
It's like a pressure. It's like a coaching search with the world watching.
Yeah, exactly.
And everybody saying, "We're waiting. We're waiting." What are you doing? I'm with you on that. That's a lot of pressure. Okay, here's off the record. I love this story. It's talking about Nick Saban, the GOAT. So this is a confirmed story. Bob Stoops confirmed the story. He actually confirmed it on social media.
I heard this Youngstown story. That's great.
So, yeah, exactly. So, this is a Nick Saban. So, Nick Saban was coaching DBs, all right? And he was coaching DBs in, was it
Kent State?
I forget where. I'll find out. Actually, I think it might have been Michigan State. It might have been Michigan State, actually, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, I'll find out exactly where he was during this time. It was in the 1980s. And he was in Youngstown, Ohio, though.
Well, his first job was Kent State, and that's about 20 minutes from Youngstown. But I'll look it up too.
Okay, and this was in the middle of the 1980s, right? He was in Youngstown, Ohio, and he was recruiting players there. And during one of his trips, he went to a local tavern, and he called the Stoops family because he wanted to meet up with Bob Stoops' uncle. They're a coaching family. Stoops is coaching, the whole damn family coaches. And he wanted to meet up with lunch and talk some ball. Like, hey, man, I want to talk to you about some recruiting. I want to talk to you about a couple of concepts that I've been thinking about. So he just went there to talk ball at this local tavern. They got deep into it. I mean, they got deep. Diagramming plays and schemes and even the waitresses and everybody else, when they're on the record talking about it, they said, yeah, man, they did not want to be bothered. Like, nobody went, and they did not notice us, and we just left them alone. So they were locked into this kind of football rabbit hole, just breaking down
State.
Football.
He was at Michigan State.
Yeah, he was Michigan State, right? That's what I thought. So breaking down football at the time, and a guy comes in to the tavern and robs the tavern at gunpoint. All right, got all the cash from the register and left. The police came, questioned everybody at the scene, but before he could talk to Saban and Stoops, the bartender stopped the police officer and said, "Sir, don't even bother. Forget those two. They didn't even look up the entire time we were being robbed." And it was a true story. Neither guy knew anything about the robbery when the police questioned them, and they were surprised to even hear about it. They were like, "What? Place got robbed?" "No, y'all are joking. Y'all did not get robbed." "Yes, we got robbed. Y'all were so deep into y'all's football conversation. Y'all didn't see the guy holding a gun, all right? holding us up at gunpoint. You didn't notice that? You could have probably helped and saved the day. But they were too deep into their football conversation. That is a football coach right there.
Yeah.
That's a football coach. Crazy. And
I thought you were going to say he did like, pulled who is it? Who would be the Johnny or Matt Damon move? Got up and
like
squashed the
guy.
robber.
Yeah. Be like Coming to America.
Yeah. What do you mean Nick Saban got up and ended the robbery?
That would have been great, but no, never happened.
He went Liam Neeson on him.
And
Scissor kick.
Bob Stoops said, true story out of Youngstown. My father and uncle were very good friends with Saban, and he's been very good to our family. Wishing him the best.
That's awesome. Yeah, Youngstown, part of the cradle of coaches, man. Big time with the Stoops.
That's crazy.
Jim Tressel, Bo Pelini, all those guys from Youngstown. All right, we'll come right there on the border, almost to Pennsylvania. We'll come back when we do. It's the 9 o'clock hour. We roll on. It'll be Who Said That? We'll talk to Charlie Wilson from Callahan's. We'll also have another rant from Rod. Let's hook him up with Ian Rod B. Breaking news today, not like yesterday. And we've had this week with the Nick Saban departure, followed by Bill Belichick's ouster, Pete Carroll. But today we do know that Jerod Mayo is being to be inserted as the new head coach of the New England Patriots, replacing Bill Belichick. And according to multiple reports, it was in his contract. This succession plan was planned. That when Bill Belichick stepped aside and moved on, that Jerod Mayo, his linebackers coach, would be the new head coach of the Patriots. And there'll be a news conference next week to discuss it. Somebody asked, "Hey, Rod, you don't like the Mayo hire? Say it because it's a white condiment."
No.
Just say it. Just say it.
Well said there. Well, good job. Good setup there. No. It's not that I don't like the hire. Like I said, it could end up working out. And, we're past those days of whether someone deserves to get a head coaching job or not, right? We're past that because now guys get jobs. And who's to say what makes you deserving to get in a job, right? If he's a young prodigy and a phenom, like go look at Zach Taylor, right? He was like a quarterback coach or something before they named him the head coach. Was he deserving a big head coach? No, but he was on the Sean McVay kind of short list, and hey, they wanted somebody associated with Sean McVay, so we can bring some of that Sean McVay philosophy. So hell, some people would say the same thing about a young Sean McVay, that he deserved it, but turns out Sean McVay was a really good coach. So I'm not getting into whether he was deserving or not. That's a different discussion, and I don't think it applies anymore. I'm just not upset, but I am just a little bit confused as to why you would hire someone from the Belichick coaching tree and why you allow Belichick to pick his successor. He's a great coach. He's the GOAT. He's the greatest coach in the history of professional football, but it's one of the most glaring it really kind of holes in his legacy is his coaching tree. It's not just bad, it's historically bad. It's so bad you need to study it to figure out why is your coach tree so bad and you're so good.
Yeah.
Something's got to be up with that. And I have studied it. And for years, you guys have heard me rant about it's more about his personality as a coach, his personality and paranoia. That has affected his ability to develop coaches because he's paranoid about people stealing his secrets, right? Even though he steals secrets, right? That's what makes him paranoid about it, guys. Don't they say people get paranoid about stuff when it's actually them projecting their own insecurities? He's projecting insecurities about people stealing his secrets because he stole secrets
for a long time.
Right? So he's just a naturally very clandestine, secretive person. But those are those guys are bad for coaching development. Right? Because they're not sharing the information. They're not giving the secret ingredients. They're not giving the cheat codes over to their coaches. And the best coaching trees are from coaches who are just very forthcoming, very outgoing coaches, like a Bill Parcells, like an Andy Reid, like a Mike Shanahan, actually. Right? Bill Walsh would do coaching clinics. He would go speak at colleges. He was professorial. He'd write books. There are books everywhere where you can go find out exactly what the secrets were to Bill Walsh's success. He wasn't trying to hide it from anybody. But Bill Belichick was out trying to hide it from people. So I just think ultimately that's why his coaching tree is bad. So why would you go to his coaching tree for his successor?
Well, especially when there was a Vrabel potentially available who isn't from the tree but understands the Patriot way.
He's adjacent to the tree.
And has run his own organization at a high level, right? He's run a team. Dang near made a Super Bowl with the Tennessee Titans.
Just curious, man. Just weird.
It is.
But your theory may be reason why.
Yeah, it's the stopgap. This is the fill-in until we hire the real coach because no one can fill these shoes. It's kind of like the Tommy Rees discussion with Alabama. We'll see where this goes.
That makes sense.
Also, we'll get into Rod's rant of the day, the second of the morning, talking wild card weekend in the NFL. Also preparing for a hard freeze this weekend. We told you by Sunday, while you're watching the Cowboys play the Packers, it's a good thing the Cowboys are playing indoors because Dallas is going to be cold.
It's going to be cold.
The game on Saturday night in Kansas City may be among the coldest NFL playoff games of all time, with temperatures in Kansas City forecast below zero, with wind chills in the minus 20s. And, of course, that front is moving this way. And with that in mind, let's go to the Vaqueros hotline. He is my good friend and the man in charge over at Callahan's General Store, my buddy Charlie Wilson. Charlie, how you doing, bud?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing well.
Hey, Joey.
Hey, you guys have any supplies left if our folks are heading over there to get some spigot drips and pipe wrap and everything that's going on for this hard freeze coming in on Sunday?
Yes, sir, we do. There's quite a bit of inventory available for folks to come in and grab what you need to get ahead of this cold snap that's heading our way. You know, the old phrase from Game of Thrones was "winter is coming." Well, someone called me yesterday and said they saw some creepy blue dude on his horse over in Guerrero Park. So you got to respect winter. You got to respect Mother Nature. pay attention to the forecast. If they say it's going to be cold, it's going to be cold. And if
Yeah,
you don't
it
have
is.
any Valerian steel, then get some gloves. You never know.
Got to have the Valerian steel.
Well done there. Good job with the Game of Thrones references.
I love it. I love it. Winter is coming, and it's going to be on top of us on Sunday into Monday. What do you recommend over there at Callahan's for the pipes and the outdoor spigots and all the things? And I know you have everything you need, plus to cover up those outdoor plants that you can't bring inside.
Right. So for the house, just common sense should prevail. Insulate wherever you can and drip those water pipes. Get a freeze miser, which protects your outdoor faucets. You just unscrew your water hose and screw those freeze misers on there, and drip them for a few days, and that'll make sure everything continues to flow well. Just where water troughs are that have water spigots coming out, maybe water wells, make sure you put one of those on there, or just insulate them with some of the insulation covers inside your house. Just be smart. Open the cabinets, beneath the water faucets, and drip those faucets for a couple of days. Outside hoses, just disconnect them, drain them. The plants, listen, those plants are investments. You guys are, dabble with your gardens and your yards and lawns. You've invested in them, so protect them. If they're in the ground, yet still kind of young or somewhat small, we have some insulation blankets and tarps that you can put over them. It'll be the best $25 you ever spend. If they're in the pots, bring those pots into the garage, and if you have space, maybe find a place in the house for them. When the low temperatures get back into the high 30s or low 40s, take them back outside. Either which way, put some water on those plants, because that also helps kind of keep them protected against the cold. It's going to be windy and dry this cold spell, so protect them.
Got to do it. Callahan's General Store at 501 Bastrop Highway, your spot. It's been family-owned and locally operated since 1978. Charlie Wilson and all the great people at Callahan's there to help you and get all the essentials that you need. And as you said, it's a good investment. Yeah, those plants aren't cheap, by the way. If you're putting plants on the ground, it can cost you some money. That landscaping, protect it if you can with some tarps. That's easy to do. Hey, Charlie, also want to let folks know that yesterday, myself and Omar Uresti and our digital team, Jacob Stander, we were out and we recorded for our new golf course of the month of January. Let me announce it in some breaking news here. Great Hills Country Club, Charlie. Great Hills Country Club, a beautiful member club that's out right near the Arboretum. And I did not know this. Charlie told us out there yesterday, talking with Rick Arnett, their head golf professional. It's the same age as our friends here at Onion Creek, 50 years old, 1973. They came online, celebrated their 50th anniversary last year at Great Hills, and a member-owned course, which is pretty cool. The members have the equity and run the course with the board, which is pretty cool. So we're excited to be telling the story of Great Hills Country Club this month, thanks to you and our friends at Callahan's General Store.
That's outstanding, Aaron. Great Hills is such a nice, wonderful gem of a course in that club over there. They've really done it right. I remember way back when they were opening that place up, and I think one of the Massengale brothers was one of the proprietors of that club, Rick or Don Massengale, who played on the tour. And, they were coming online about the same time as Onion Creek, and that was really kind of the bookends of two great courses coming into the Austin market. So I'm glad we're able to feature them and encourage people to look into that as a club, or just to enjoy it when they have an opportunity, and know that golf is great in Austin, and we should all be celebrating it.
No question, and that's why we love our partnership with Callahan's General Store and Charlie Wilson. Charlie, thanks so much. Love the Game of Thrones reference, and we'll be looking for that blue guy on the horse, you know what I'm saying, coming in on Sunday while we're watching the Cowboys
look
game.
Out for that guy. And, hey, if you do see him, bring those dang pets inside, because that guy on the blue horse doesn't like anybody, okay?
Charlie, thanks, my friend. Have a great weekend.
Okay.
Thanks, Charlie.
All right, you too, guys.
That's
There's
awesome.
Charlie Wilson. Yeah, man, my good buddy. And, Great Hills Country Club. It was good to be out there yesterday. The place was packed. Everybody could see the weather coming, man. They were trying to get ahead of get some golf in before the weather rolls in. That was fun out there yesterday. Great Hills, Rod. The only two courses in Austin that are private clubs that are member-owned. where they don't have a corporate owner. They're owned by the club, like the members.
Yeah.
They have a 9-person board that make all the decisions. That and an Austin Country Club. Those are the only two in all of Austin.
So a membership is buying into the club, basically?
Essentially, yeah. You own the club. It's like the Green Bay Packers.
That's pretty badass.
Yeah. So, they're 50 years old now. They're planning. They got their irrigation system 50 years old. They're planning to go in and dig it up and improve it. And so it's all got to be approved by the members. Members make all the decisions, which is
that's so cool.
If you've ever worked for a corporation, that's the better way to go.
Yeah. Trust me, I've worked for my fair share.
NFL corporations,
yes.
too,
Right? They are ruthless corporations.
Yes, they can
Send
be.
you home with a trash bag with your stuff in it. you guy who making good money, 6 figures. They're like, you know what, man? And they're worth $1 billion. Like, yeah, you know what? You're fired, and here's a trash bag to put your crap in. Now get out. That's basically what the NFL says to you when they cut you. Everybody still gets a trash bag, though. They don't give you like some fancy bag. They give you. I think it's fitting. I think it's apropos. You get a trash bag.
They literally give you a Glad bag.
You get a trash. Like
a black trash bag.
And I heard that guys were still getting trash bags when they got cut. Last time I heard, maybe now they give a fancy bag. Why would they give you a fancy bag though?
No, you're leaving.
You don't look a boys organization.
It's not even like a game show. You don't even get like parting gifts.
No, trash bag. Usually there's a trash bag right there at your locker. It's folded up nicely though. It's like
folded up.
Yeah,
nicely.
they'll just like throw it in your locker. It's folded right there, like hey. And then usually there's a letter. Oh no, not a letter. Usually the player personnel guy will walk you up to go turn in your key card and turn in your playbook and stuff like that.
I'll give you a tip, Rod.
Except the Lions were so dysfunctional. They let me keep the playbook.
Lions
didn't give a damn. Like,
there was no proprietary info in there.
Like, everybody wants that playbook. They can have it.
Yeah. Have you seen us play? That's the game I'm maybe most looking forward to this weekend. I mean, obviously the Texans back in the playoffs, Cowboys and Packers will be a lot of fun. But
oh yeah, man,
that Lions game with the Rams, I think
it's been so long since the Lions have been hosting a playoff game.
And I almost feel I have some buddies who are Lions fans. Unfortunately,
I am.
You are too. You're a Lion. You played for them. They gave you a trash bag. But you almost feel bad that Matt Stafford is most Lions fans one of their favorite players.
Yeah, he's one of the all-time greats.
Yeah,
like in the history of the organization.
And they when he was winning the Super Bowl with the Rams, they're all rooting for him.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's come rolling in there to cut your heart out. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah,
damn, why we got to play him?
No, you're right. That is especially considering it's not like you make the playoffs a lot.
Yeah,
I mean you're never in the playoffs. And the one time you get to host a playoff game, you got
first time in forever.
Yeah, then you got to deal with this dude.
It's your first division championship since I was in college. I mean, this is way back 1993.
No, this is like the first. I want to say this is the first time in 50 years that the Cleveland Browns and the Detroit Lions are both favored in playoff games in the same season. Like
that makes sense.
Yeah,
older than me.
When would it have happened?
Because I've never seen it.
No,
it's never happened in
long time.
My life. All right, so Great Hills Country Club will be our golf course of the month. We'll be telling you about them. We'll get to know the people out there and how you can be a part of it potentially. Also, with our golf courses of the month, Rob, we give away some opportunities to play some golf on the golf courses of the month. So that's cool.
Yeah, that's nice.
And that's a members club, so we'll work on that. Plus some stuff in the swag in the gift shop. We're doing the pro shop, which we're excited about with our friends at Great Hills Country Club, Rick and the team out there. Coming up, hey Rod, I got some details on we know we're big fans of biopics, the movies.
Oh, love them. Big biopic fan.
Is it fair to say that Barbie was a biopic?
Oh, that's deep.
Is that a biopic?
That's deep. That's deep.
Well, we have a new biopic that's in the works, and I'll tell you about it.
Sports related or just random?
Music.
Oh yeah,
music. Because we know the Michael Jackson biopic's coming out at some point. They're doing the Michael Jackson bio,
now,
which I don't know how they're doing.
That's gonna be tough because I mean,
know how they're doing.
When does he change? When does he change his skin color?
Exactly what I said.
He's going from being,
And I believe the guy who wrote who's directing it is the same guy from Training Day. He's made some really good movies in the time, and so it's like it's a big. But like, what phase of Michael Jackson's life are you telling? You can't tell the whole thing. You got enough time to go from 7 years old until he's 50.
Two different people, or you do it with a hell of a makeup and art, like makeup crew.
Yeah, you got to have a black guy and a white guy, and they're both playing it.
Pretty much. Right? No, seriously. I mean, I don't know how they're gonna do that because he's very different, like physically.
Oh, for sure.
From prior to the surgery and the skin stuff. I think he says he had a skin like affliction, like a disorder or something.
Yeah,
that's what he claimed.
But by the way, there's a new.
Like Sammy Sosa did that too.
Sammy Sosa, yeah, he had
he lightened up. Yeah, lightened up a little bit.
He did. So I'm interested to see Antoine Fuqua. Fuqua, I believe, is the director of that.
Okay.
I don't know what the it's got to be based on a period of time for Michael. It can't be the whole thing. There's no way to tell that whole story. Now Ray Charles, remember they did the whole Ray Charles.
Yeah, but Ray Charles didn't change that much physically throughout his life. He still looked like Ray, and I think Jamie Foxx did a great job.
But there is one. It's not as big, but it's still a biopic that's coming. There is a documentary out, by the way, if you're a fan of Michael Jackson, that's called Thriller. Thriller at 40. It's the 40th anniversary of the video Thriller when it came out.
I want to say I've seen that.
It's good.
It's a preview for it. I haven't seen it, but I saw a preview for it.
It's pretty good. I mean, it's a it reminds you just how huge that, because I was 12 or 13 years old when that was coming out. It was massive.
Yeah.
That album, then that video essentially created MTV. When the Thriller video came out.
Everybody needs to see it.
Yeah.
And they want to see it over and over again because it was like a 10, 12-minute video, wasn't it? Wasn't it like
long?
Like it was really
he brought in
like a mini movie.
He brought in the director to make it.
It might have been long. It might have been like 30
That was all Michael Jackson's idea, to bring in the director. Gosh, I can't remember his name, but then Alfred Price did the voice, and it was crazy.
Great. Yeah, I remember rewatching.
Well, the thing about
it was actually scary for me as a kid. I remember being like, man, it's
terrifying. Well, and the thing about Thriller was, Rod, do you know this? That record was already out for a year. Like it had already charted like so many number one hits, Billie Jean and all these other songs that went to number one. It's one of the greatest albums of all time, if not the greatest, and or most successful.
13-minute short film.
And then Michael, because they didn't want to make the video. They're like, what are we doing with this? We're going on to the next album. Let's go on to the next album. No. He goes, no.
He's like,
we're doing Thriller.
You're doing the Thriller.
And so they brought in the director who made it. And then, of course, the record went on to sell another, big million copies the next year. So it was on the charts
for 2 full years. Got a whole new audience for it, basically.
Yes, it did.
Because you got the younger audience, because the younger audience were MTV. It was an MTV audience, all the teenagers.
It says Michael Jackson's nephew is going to play Michael Jackson in
that. Okay.
Pretty cool.
Like I said, but then, what phases of his life are we talking about? You basically got to do it in like 4-5 different phases.
You do.
You got to do the Jackson 5 era of Michael Jackson. Then you do the Michael Jackson went independent, but he was still physically closer to what he looked like in the Jackson 5. And then you go to the transformation early on, where he starts the pigment gets a little bit lighter, the hair changes a little bit and all that. And then at the end of his life, he didn't even look like the same person.
Yeah, then the really weird phase.
Yeah,
of
exactly.
Michael Jackson. Yeah, but what a talent! Unbelievable. I know it's a sad story at the end, but and whatever your thoughts on, but the creative genius that he is. If you see that documentary,
yeah, that'll be that's biopics are really challenging, just because, especially with people like Michael Jackson, when we're so familiar with their mannerisms, we're so familiar with the way they speak and all of that. Like that's tough. That's why when Jamie Foxx did Ray Charles, it was amazing because he nailed it. He nailed it all. Oh. And those are the toughest the ones that are they're well known to Americans. Elvis Presley. Right, that was another one that's tough to do, because we all, even if you don't like Elvis Presley, you know his mannerisms.
Yeah.
You know how he sounds, like the way he speaks, what he looks like. That's just tough to do. Malcolm X was another one that I thought he did a great job on. Biopics are tough, man. It ain't easy.
Joaquin Phoenix did Johnny Cash.
Oh, that was money. That was money.
Yeah.
Chadwick Boseman, before he died, he did like 3 of them.
Oh, he did
James Brown,
Jackie
Robinson. He did a few that were really, really good. Some people have a knack for it, though.
By the way, the director
Daniel Day-Lewis with Lincoln.
Oh my gosh, no, that was a great one. John Landis is who directed Thriller, the movie director.
Oh yeah, okay, that's
and the reason that Michael Jackson chose him specifically was he had seen the movie American Werewolf in London, and that's where he based the whole Thriller thing on.
Oh, that makes sense, because he was a werewolf in it too.
Yeah.
And they were on a date and stuff. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
that was coming back to me.
Yeah, Thriller. That Thriller at 40, hard to believe, because now I'm 51, so I was 11, I guess, when that came out.
I feel old because
yeah, man.
I still remember watching Thriller as a young kid at times and being scared of it.
Big time. All right, so that is some movie. We'll tell you what the new biopic is coming out. But right now, let's get Rod's rant. We're talking Wild Card Weekend.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it real! My God! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm!
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, let's talk about the Texans and the Browns really quickly. The first time, or at least the last time, the Texans played the Browns, the big story was Amari Cooper, who set a franchise record for 11 receptions, 265 yards receiving against the Texans. I mean, it was honestly an embarrassment to that defense. He did a lot of it with explosive plays. Joe Flacco was chunking the ball deep downfield, under center, play action passes. He was averaging 11 yards, average depth of target. So this game, it's going to be interesting to see what the game plan is to try to neutralize Amari Cooper. He was dealing with a heel injury, but he's definitely expected to play. They couldn't marry Stingley, shadow him with Derek Stingley, who's playing really well. But overall, they just need a better game plan to try to take away Amari Cooper. And it's fine if Joe Flacco has another 300-yard day. I mean, he was great, 368 yards, 27-42, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks versus the Texans. And we'll get into that a little bit and why he was so successful throwing the football versus the Texans. But they can't allow Amari Cooper to set franchise records all right, against them. But here's a little nugget that I think will make Texans fans feel real good about. DeMeco Ryans, a defensive coach, going up against a receiver that was able to set franchise records the first time they played. So here's the nugget. In NFL history, there have been 20 instances, 20 times a receiver torched a defense for at least 175 yards in a regular season game and had to face that very same defense in the postseason. Happened 20 times in NFL history. On average, the receiver that had the 175-plus receiving yards in the regular season that torched that secondary goes from an average of 212 receiving yards in that regular season contest to 63 yards receiving on average in the playoff rematch. So that's a decline of 146 yards on average for those receivers who have those breakout campaigns against a team in the regular season and have to face them again in the postseason. It's most defensive coaches, hell, most coaches, period, are not going to allow the same guy that had 200-something yards receiving on you to end up, in the playoff game being able to repeat that performance. So there's a good chance that Amari Cooper, whatever the bet is, Ty's a betting man, I would take the under on production from Amari Cooper.
Underdog fantasy, baby. Take the lower.
Take the lower. If DeMeco Ryans lets that happen, I would lose respect for DeMeco Ryans if he lets him get 100 yards receiving in this game after having 265 in the game. How about this, though? Only 12 out of those 20 receivers were held to under 73 yards in the playoffs, and that's 60%. So like I said, history would suggest DeMeco Ryans is not going to allow Amari Cooper to torch his defense once again. But the key is Joe Flacco, because Joe Flacco has been on. He's been on with Amari Cooper and Njoku. You brought this up actually earlier this week. Njoku, in the 3 games where he has been healthy, Joe Flacco has been healthy and able to play, and Amari Cooper healthy and able to play. He's averaging over 10 targets per game. And the Texans have allowed the most receptions in the NFL to tight ends with 107, and the 5th most receiving yards to tight ends with over 1,000. That could be a problem. So watching Njoku in this game, when he's been healthy with Amari Cooper to really distract the defense, who has gravity to take away some of those safeties, Njoku ends up matched up on linebacker, and that's never a good thing. And Amari Cooper hits similarly when all 3 of those guys are healthy. Amari, Joe Flacco, and Njoku in those 3 games where they've all been healthy and able to play. Amari Cooper averaging over 12 targets per game, and he's first in target share. So you got to take away Amari Cooper, and you better have a plan for Njoku. If you don't, because the Texans have been really bad versus tight ends, that could end up coming back to haunt you. I think you'll have better success in this game because last time you played Cleveland, you didn't have Will Anderson, you didn't have Jonathan Grenard. Those are your 2 best pass rushers, so he won't have as much time to throw the football as he did in that first matchup. But Joe Flacco, even though you only played man a quarter of the time, 26% of the time in that Week 16 matchup, he averaged over 14 yards per attempt when you played man coverage, and he was targeting any of his wide receivers. He had 3 touchdowns, a 99.8 QBR, so almost 100 QBR. And he's really good versus man coverage anyway in the regular season, but he was elite versus the Texans playing man coverage in that Week 16 matchup. Versus zone, the numbers drop off. 6.8 yards per attempt from 14.2. The QBR goes from 99.8 to 72. And his 2 interceptions all came throwing the football versus zone coverage in that Week 16 matchup versus the Texans. So Joe Flacco, good versus man, but subpar and average versus zone. So you need to make sure you mix up your coverages. But for C.J. Stroud, it's the opposite. C.J. Stroud versus zone, elite. He's second in points per dropback versus zone. You go look at it. He has a third in yards per attempt versus cover 3 and cover 4. And he has, if you go look at it, his points per dropback and all of his elite stats, they actually increase when he plays zone coverages. When he plays man, 52% completion percentage. EPA per play is 38th. His touchdown rate drops from 4.6 to 3.4. And against man coverage, and this is from Next Gen Stats, 19th in EPA per play versus man coverage, 12th in success rate, 18th in passer rating, and 15th in sack percentage. He's just not as good when he faces man coverage. So it's the opposite. CJ Stroud, elite versus zone, average versus man. Joe Flacco, elite versus man, average versus zone. So how these two defenses mix up coverage is going to be big in this matchup.
Rod's been on it all week, talking Packers, Cowboys, Texans, Browns. That game at 3:30 tomorrow. First game of Wild Card Weekend in Houston. And I would say this, that it was good news for Houston. Jonathan Grenard, their pass rusher opposite Will Anderson, and the leading sack artist on the team, will practice yesterday.
That's good.
Listed as questionable. He practiced, as did Noah Brown. Both listed as questionable, but the fact that they both practiced is big. I mean, if you can give C.J. Stroud his full complement of, you're not going to get Tank Dell back, you know that, but Nico Collins, Noah Brown, Dalton Schultz, those are pieces that have all been out at several points of this year. And you can run the ball a little bit with Devin Singletary. I mean, you're playing the best defense in pro football, so
period.
All hands on deck. But for Houston, who gave up all those yards to Amari Cooper, they do have Steven Nelson back playing corner, which is big for them opposite Derek Stingley. They do have Blake Cashman, their middle linebacker, back, which is good. I mean, they should be as healthy as they've been in a while for this game, which is a good thing. It should be a great crowd in Houston. And, of course, the Cowboys play the Packers Sunday afternoon at 3:30, and Cowboys have been damn near unbeatable. You could argue, as you said earlier, Rod, the Cowboys are the best team in football when they're playing at home.
They are.
I mean, they are really good.
I truly believe that. I mean, they've outscored their opponents, I believe, by 172 points at home.
Hey, Ty, can we get some breaking news? Breaking news?
Again?
Well, yeah.
Man,
we
it's
got
all over the
breaking
place.
news. So about 10 minutes ago, Texas football Twitter account, X account, tweeted a 14-second video of Steve Sarkisian walking off the airplane and just some highlights of Sark in his 3 years at Texas. And it says, just getting started, hook 'em.
Okay.
Just getting started, hook 'em, which would indicate that all is good on the home front, essentially. That the new contract that I talked about likely to be announced here shortly.
They had those emojis earlier. I love that emojis now can
Say
calm the masses.
An emoji is worth 1,000 words.
Just a hook 'em emoji and a heart, and everybody's like, yes, thank the Lord. He tweeted, and that's like actually a report now. The people on like real news stations will use. Yes, Steve Sarkisian tweeted out an emoji of a hook 'em horns and a hook 'em hand sign and a heart emoji, which indicates he may be signing a new extension. It's like, that's crazy, but that's the world we live in.
Well, and for those who are concerned that Sark may be headed to Tuscaloosa, he's actually out recruiting. He just tweeted a picture out of actually Jake Greedle, the head coach at Bastrop.
There you go.
Just tweeted a picture of Sark recruiting.
Not only is he coming, not only is he staying in Texas, but he's at work already. He's working hard. And I love that Danny Davis threw this out there. And we talked about it yesterday, and both of us were pretty confident that Sark would decline any offer from Alabama. And I believe Alabama did reach out. I don't know when that'll come out, but I think they did reach out, and he swiftly and quickly declined. The last time a coach willingly left the head coaching job for the University of Texas football team was H.R. Shankar.
Shankar.
117 years ago in 1907. Shankar left UT for Mercer. The Macon Telegraph reported at the time that Shankar chose to move from Austin to Georgia only because he didn't like the West.
The West.
Back in 1917, like 1907, I don't really like the West because a lot of the West was
nothing to do here.
Yeah, nothing to do here. Maybe a lot of it was unsettled. He's like, I don't really like it out here, man. I'm gonna go back.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, you don't leave Texas. Once you get this job, you pretty much keep it.
You keep it, brother.
Yeah. Well, and look, it was funny yesterday. Longhorn fans got in a bit of a panic because the odds, like the Vegas odds for Steve Sarkisian to be the new coach at Alabama, went from like 14-1 to 3-1 at one point. And I was pretty clear that that's his agent working. His agent did some good work.
Oh, great work.
Yeah.
Great work.
Hey, wait a second. You hold on, CDC. You guys want to stop at 8 million? What about we go to 9? What about we go to 9 a year? You guys want to stop at 8? Let's go to 9.
Go to 9. Yeah. Hey, you know what? I'm with you on that. Make sure he's happy.
Yes.
Make sure there is nothing to worry about.
Because all of a sudden the odds went up. Oh, the agent made a call.
Hey, Because, yeah, I mean, if there are going to be this many blue bloods open up, you don't want to have to keep answering the question.
That's something DeLoss Dodge used to tell us all the time with Mac Brown is, I keep him at the top of the pay scale because, he was clear that he's earned it with Mac Brown, once the winning began. And, if someone were to come in and poach him, that's where it would start to replace him.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? I mean, whatever it would cost to replace Steve Sarkisian is what you should pay him.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, because it makes sense.
Yes, because if he were to leave,
and he's already proven himself to a certain extent, you'll be paying for an unproven commodity too.
Yeah, because if Stark were to jump, well, the next person you hire is going to want $8-9 million. Period.
You got to pay the coaching staff, and they're going to hire too, and all that. Yeah, I'm with you.
And it's the coach you want, so pay him. Pay him the market, the going rate.
And he wants to be here.
All right, good stuff right there. We'll come back. There's a couple rants, breaking news out of Texas. Is that an indication that the new deal is done? And Sark is certainly entrenched at Texas. No fear. And Alabama could name their new head coach as soon as today. New England Patriots. We know who their new coach is going to be. We'll tell you that story again. Also, what biopic is coming out that I'll be intrigued to see. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Underdog Fantasy just talked about it with Rod. I mean, if you think Rod just gave you the numbers. So if you're going to watch the Texans game tomorrow, which you're going to do, right? You're going to watch all these playoff games, and you want to have some fun with it, go to Underdog Fantasy and the Underdog Fantasy app, and go ahead and choose your between 2 and 5 players and the higher or lower in their in-game stats, and make sure one of them is Amari Cooper, lower than the number. I mean, Rod just gave it to you. That's the way that's going to work. You at least get one right for sure, but you pick 2 to 5. You get 5 picks right, you're going to win 20 times your money with their playoffs. NFL playoff plan, you can win up to 100 times your money with the NFL playoffs as we move forward. It's going to be a blast. And again, you're going to watch these games anyhow, so pick them, watch them, win them with Underdog Fantasy. It is simple, it is fast, it is fun. When I tell you it couldn't be easier, it's simple. You just go to the phone app or to the website. Get signed up. Use my promo code Hogan, Hogan. You get signed up. They're going to double your first deposit up to $100. So put in $100. There's going to be $200 there to play around with. $50 is $100. You can do the math there. That's pretty easy. And it's built for fans. It's so easy to use. Then you just pick those highers or lowers with the players you're going to watch anyhow, and sit back and watch the game and have some fun with it. That's what it's about. Rod's already given you one with his expert deep dive. Make sure you make that one of your highers or lowers, I should say, and you go with that. At Underdog Fantasy, pick them, watch them, and win them at Underdog Fantasy and UnderdogFantasy.com. Promo code Hogan. Have some fun this weekend with the NFL playoffs at UnderdogFantasy.com.
Must be 18 or plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
There you go, Rod. Biopic. It looks like, well, it turns out Selena Gomez has been chosen to play Linda Ronstadt.
Oh, okay.
In a
Nice.
biopic.
There you go. I like
Linda
that.
Ronstadt, the huge voice of the 70s. A lot of hits. Beautiful lady, Linda Ronstadt. So Selena Gomez will take that role. Biopic, that according to Variety magazine.
Yeah, that would be a challenge for her. We haven't seen her in a role with that much depth. Right? Selena Gomez has been playing a lot of roles where not a lot of depth to the character. There'll be some depth to that character.
Yeah.
A ton. So that'll be a good challenge for her. It might be her, her moment.
Yeah, man. We'll see.
I'm not saying she ain't got the chops. I think she does.
She can really sing.
She
Now,
just hasn't done it. I haven't seen her do it yet.
with Selena Gomez, yeah.
Yeah,
this
an
is a
acting
big
role like that. Yeah, that's a big role.
We'll see. Yeah, Linda Ronstadt, one of the powerhouses of the 70s. Actually, you could credit her for helping to found the Eagles, Rod. The Eagles.
Really?
Because, yeah. Well, so Glenn Frey and Don Henley actually began playing music with her. They were her backup band. Don Henley was playing the drums, and Glenn Frey was playing guitar and singing along with her, harmonizing.
Man.
And then she wanted them to go out and make an album and tour, and they said, we'd like to actually make our own band.
That's pretty good. She got an eye for talent then.
Yeah. So Don Henley and Glenn Frey started the Eagles, and the rest is history.
Nice nugget there.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
So there you go. Linda Ronstadt is coming. Nuggets is what we do. We do nuggets. We do Who Said That before the top of the hour. And I know you got some sound, Rod, of Nick Saban.
Yeah, he was just talking yesterday. He spoke, I believe it was Sports Centers where the ESPN is where the audio came from. But he was talking about his retirement and something I brought up yesterday. And I was like, age just had to be an issue when you're talking about a guy that's 72 years old. And the report from 24/7 Sports, it indicated yesterday that his age was an issue, but also health was an issue. And not that he had failing health or anything, but he didn't want that to be the case, right? That he may decide to step away before the stress of the job became something that affected his health. Well, here's Nick Saban. He was on Sports Center on ESPN talking about reasons for his retirement.
Why did you decide that this was the right time to retire?
Well, I don't think there's any good time, especially when you're a coach, because once you're a coach, you think you're going to be a coach forever. But I actually thought that in hiring coaches, recruiting players, that my age started to become a little bit of an issue. People wanted assurances that I would be here for 3 years, 5 years, whatever, and it got harder and harder for me to be honest about. And to be honest, this last season was grueling. It was a real grind for us to come from where we started to where we got to. Took a little more out of me than usual, and when people mentioned the health issue, it was really just the grind of, can you do this the way you want to do it? Can you do it the way you've always done it and be able to sustain it and do it for the entire season? And if I couldn't make a commitment to do that in the future, the way I think I have to do it, I thought maybe this was the right time based on those two sets of circumstances that, like I said, there's never a good time, but I thought maybe this was the right time.
So there's no illness, it's just the grind and the gruel of the season.
Yeah, there's no illness. Miss Terry's fine, I'm fine, but it was can you sustain the season, from just a mental grind standpoint. And when I was young, I could work till 2 a.m, get up at 6 and be there the next day and be full of energy and go for it. But when you get a little older, that gets a little tougher, and I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that.
I said yesterday, people were like, no, man, not his age, not a big deal. Man, 72. It's got to be a factor, guys. I said it was the ultimate factor, but it had to be a factor in decision making, and in multiple ways, right? Number one, he could not guarantee to players he was recruiting, families that he's recruiting, and to his co-workers, people he's working with, the administration, that he was going to be there for a long time. He's like, man, I'm 72. I could wake up tomorrow and be like, I'm done. I just don't want to do this anymore. Yeah. And he admitted that it's getting harder.
It is.
And when he's talking about getting harder, yes, he's talking about this particular season and it being really frustrating and a struggle because he had a new offensive coordinator and they started out losing at home in Texas. Then they had to recalibrate and then, overcome obstacles. But I think he's also talking about the job now is harder because of NIL, because of the transfer portal. Here's what Coach Prime tweeted out when he heard about the Nick Saban news. He tweeted out in all caps, "Wow." Then college football just lost the GOAT to retirement. Wow, in all caps again. I knew it would happen one day soon, but not this soon. The game has changed so much that it chased the GOAT away. College football, let's hold up our mirrors and say honestly, in all caps, what you see. Hashtag Coach Prime at CU Bus Football. And Eli Drinkowitz, who's an SEC coach, Missouri head coach, he was on 790 in Houston when the news broke. He was actually live on air when the news broke. And listen to his genuine, authentic response to Nick Saban's retirement news while on air.
I just wanted to tell everybody, this is radio, so it's kind of hard to explain this, but, you know, we're
Video coming later.
Yeah, no, for sure. We're talking to Eli Drinkowitz, and you were as free-flowing as it gets, and the minute you read that tweet, you really are at a loss for words. It's actually incredible to see this.
Yeah, and all right, y'all want to hear it? We're ruining the best thing in college football. We're ruining a great game. It's the culture. It's the culture of the United States of America. College football is embedded in our culture. We're going to continue to drive great coaches out of it unless we get our act together, get some sort of plan that's sustainable.
You're the second coach to sit here and say that.
This is a great game, and we're not complaining. Coaches are not complaining. I promise you. I love what I do. Okay, I'm just saying right now, the business model is not as good as it used to be.
All right, that's Eli Drinkowitz saying, and his first response was, they're ruining a great game and driving coaches out of the game. So he thinks that the new landscape of college sports has pushed Nick Saban out a little sooner than expected. Dion thinks the very same thing. The sport is in a great place. We all love college football. I think it's going to be an even better product when you have more consolidation of those big blue blood brands and the 12-team playoff. But the truth is, currently without guardrails, without checks and balances, without proper leadership, defined leadership, that's why I suggested, man, let Nick Saban be the commissioner of college football because he's the one that's been complaining about this probably the most of any high-profile
he
coach.
carries the most weight, too.
Yeah, and I think that I'm not saying it was the biggest factor. There's definitely, though, the changing landscape of college sports without proper checks and balances and guardrails, without there being some type of leadership and all of these elements going unchecked and being the Wild Wild West, that actually led Nick Saban to this conclusion that he wanted to retire a little bit earlier than expected.
Well, and he just heard in his own words, and because the grind gets grindier.
Yeah.
Because there is no break now in college football. There is, because of the calendar, because of the portal, because of the early signing window. I mean, all those things have added up to where there's no time off. I mean, they used to have a summer where you could take a break for a little while. Not anymore, because summer becomes your recruiting, heavy lifting, because you got to have your signing class ready to go for December before Christmas. And then the season's going to start. So you got to do all that during the summer with on-campus visits and official visits. And we've seen Sark. I mean, that's become his big recruiting. That's when, Arch Manning's coming in to have his official visit summertime. They do the big pool parties and all those things. But coaches can't go anywhere. I mean, you're there. You're there. And so when is your break? There really isn't one. And that's for head coaches. That's all the coaches. And I agree 100%. I mean, it's not, you're not putting the toothpaste back in the tube as far as NIL and these kind of things we talk about. But you can put some leadership into this thing. You can put some restrictions, but that's going to take the schools and the coaches talking to their school presidents and saying, "Hey, Jay Hartzell, go fight for this. Get with because who hires the commissioners of the conferences? The presidents. Just like the NFL hires. I mean, the owners hired Roger Goodell. That's who hires him and pays him. The league. He's their commissioner. But so it's up to the school presidents to get with their conference commissioners and say, y'all, get together and figure this out. Our coaches are going to burn out. We like the money we're making. We're happy with where we're going, but at the same time, we need some leadership on this right now, and that's got to come from the leaders of the schools.
You're right,
Rod.
Yeah, and the power players.
So for guys like Eli Drinkowitz and Nick Saban and Steve Sarkisian, you got to go to your president, and your president has to go to the commissioner of their conference and say, guys, this is who can fix this. Right, this is who actually can go here, go to the NCAA and say, get out of the way. This is what we're doing, and make this happen. That's what it's going to take it to change, and I agree 100% that there has to be. And this is the NCAA. Some people would say this is their plan.
Yeah,
was to never fix it, never put anything in place, just let it all happen, and then it's going to fail, and then we say, see, I told you so.
Exactly right. See, it's why we didn't want this to happen. We didn't want
that. It's not why it wasn't the right thing to do. It's because you guys didn't put any restrictions in place and just let it become the Wild Wild West and a free for all, which in any industry that wouldn't work. right? I mean, you got to have some rules.
Exactly. Got to have parameters here.
Yeah.
It's like guys transfer without penalty
at
all.
Yeah, we'll come back with open free agency, no salary cap.
Yeah.
You know, something there has to be. I mean, I don't think anybody doubts that. Even those who
who are taking advantage
advocated
of
for
like Dion.
Like
Dion's taking advantage of it. Even Sark talks about how he doesn't like the new landscape.
You complain about it, you got to live in it though.
But he said, I will take advantage of it. I will make sure that we achieve in this new landscape.
I'll put it this way: this is why neighborhoods have homeowners associations, right? You put rules in place to keep your neighborhood nice. If you go, you can drive through a neighborhood where you know there's not a HOA pretty quickly.
Oh, you know it. Yeah, you can see it.
And you know one that it does have one, and you may hate it, but at the same time, it's a nicer neighborhood.
And the property value stays up.
Yeah, keeps your property values up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people cars up on blocks in the front yard of houses. I mean, you have rules, which with how we have an HOA here in Onion Creek where we're doing but we had one in our previous neighborhood in Buda that was like militant. It was horrible. I mean, we had to go fight them.
Take them to court and everything.
Oh, it was bad. But at the same time, it's better than not having one. It's better than not having one.
And that's what's happening right now in college sports.
Yes,
they don't have any rules really.
Yes, yeah. So it's an ugly neighborhood right now in a lot of ways.
I like that.
All right, we'll come back. We'll hook them up with Ian Rod B. We will hit some Who Said That, Rod? Including one of the GOATs coming back. Hook them up.
Why did you decide that this was the right?
That's right, ahead of the fabulous fifth hour on a Friday, which makes it the final hour of our 25 this week. We've got some Who Said That, Ron. Can I play this for you? You're going to know who this is, but it's worth listening to. It's one of the GOATs, if not the GOAT. Let's go.
What did Bill do to bring out the best in you?
I think it's more what did he not do to bring out the best in me. He, you know, everyone always says I was just very lucky. I mean, I think part of it, you know, I came into my career and got drafted by the Patriots. I always joke, you know, I had no good idea where New England was when I got drafted. I mean, I flew into Providence, which really confuses you if you're coming from the West Coast, because I'm like, Boston, oh, Providence, and you know, it was Coach Belichick's first year there, and you know, we came in together, and I always think for so many young players, you know, who's going to be there? Anybody could get drafted to a place. Who's going to turn you into something? Who's going to develop you? Who's going to take you under their wing? And sometimes it's a player that does it. And I definitely had a lot of players do that. And obviously, I had someone that really saw something in me that, you know, not a lot of other people did.
Oh, that's the GOAT.
That's the GOAT.
That's the GOAT, Tom Brady, man.
Tom Brady.
Sentimental about Belichick.
You choked up a little bit at the beginning.
Why wouldn't you be, man? You guys changed the NFL forever together.
Yeah, they raised the bar.
So just because y'all end up having to part ways and break up, it's like, you know, it's like a marriage, right? You guys were together for 25, 30 years, had kids together and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you don't forget everything you built together just because you grew apart.
Yeah.
You
accomplished a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
And Brady, I mean, and the best thing for both of them is they both appreciate the other's contribution to
I think so.
We in the media talk about who was more, who did better, what was the real reason. Was it Brady or Belichick? It was both of them. Yep. It was both of them.
Mm-hmm. They wouldn't have won 6 without each other.
Without each other. And you just heard Tom Brady choking up, talking about how he drove him to be a better player. And
he did.
You know, to your point of Bill Belichick always drafting quarterbacks, right? That kept lighting a fire under Tom. I mean, that was a motivator for him.
Tom didn't like it, but he knew it made him the best player he could be.
It's not your job as a leader to do everything everybody likes. I mean, your job's to do what's going to get the most out of people.
That's exactly right.
And Belichick certainly did. And I'd also say this for Belichick, Rod. You know, as I've always said, he has a military background with his father. Growing up learning football at Annapolis, Maryland, at the Naval Academy, and his father was and then his love of history. But he also got a double degree in economics. His understanding of how to build a team in a salary cap era.
Yeah.
Is unmatched. I mean, but that's why we don't see dynasties anymore, Ron. The salary cap and the parity of the league forces you to change and lose players. In the 70s and 80s, you keep your roster together for a decade. You can't do that anymore.
Yep.
Belichick, with his understanding of basic economics of how to, you know, build the highest quality 53-man roster you could with the money allowed them with a great – this is what I think the Kansas City Chiefs are trying to do, Rod. Now that they have Mahomes and they know they have the GOAT, or potentially the GOAT, they're trying to stay cap friendly and build a roster year by year that can put them in the tournament, give them a chance to win Super Bowls.
Yep.
And not get over the cap where they've got to – but, you know, they need to go spend some money this offseason on some receivers. We know that. And this was a year where they have a fatal flaw. But I think that's kind of the direction. That's why they've rebuilt their defense.
Well, because you got a quarterback like Brady willing to take a pay cut.
Yes.
Right? Brady for a while was willing to take pay cuts just so they could build around him, and it was a smart move because they ended up winning championships as a result. And Belichick always, remember, one of his big kind of philosophical shifts, and everybody adopted it, was he basically believed it was better to cut a guy a year early rather than hang on to him a year late.
Yeah.
So I'd rather cut this guy a year early. And people are like, oh, man, you cut him. He still had one more good year. He's like, yeah, but one more good year as opposed to keeping him too long and having that one bad year. That's better economically for my salary cap.
Well, and he would trade guys before he had to sign big money contracts with, right? Richard Seymour. Yeah. Remember they traded Richard Seymour and he got like a second-round pick for it?
And you get that value in return.
Yeah, you get a cheaper player.
So it was a lot of stuff that Belichick was doing that was way ahead of the time. See, he was one of the first ones to make tight ends kind of a focal point of his offense rather than receivers because it was cheaper.
And he just
it was cheaper. Tight ends are cheaper than receivers.
And he happened to draft a capital murderer. So, you know, I mean, what are you going to do? Hey,
come on, the Patriot way. The Patriot way. Come on now. They also had more scandals than any other dynasty in the history of the NFL. I mean, other than maybe the Cowboys had as many controversy, but they had Spygate, they had Deflategate, they had the Aaron Hernandez thing go down. I mean, they had they had the massage parlor.
I
mean, they had like 4-5 major scandals. And still kept it going. That's actually a credit to the Patriot way.
It is. And
they never got really distracted. They kept winning.
The massage parlor, the reason they found that was Robert Kraft is that massage parlor was under surveillance for sex trafficking,
Yeah.
underage sex trafficking.
And Rob Kraft's like, I ain't there for that. I'm in there just trying to get a little happy ending. I ain't know nothing to do with that. And he had nothing to do with that. He didn't know anything about all that.
No, he did not. But
he was just in there for the basic
pretty
services.
salacious. Yeah, but that's why it was found. It's like,
It
oh
was.
no, where were you hanging out, Kraft?
You imagine they walked in that Bentley rolled up in the parking lot of that strip mall, and they were like, "Whoa, this is different." Sir, please come here. There's a Bentley in the strip mall. Going to this.
Location, man. It's right by that airstrip that all the rich guys fly out of in Palm Springs.
Hey, you're exactly. Ain't the only Bentley rolling through there. All right. Who said that? Hey, Ty, I sent you a bunch of these. So just play whatever one, and we'll play Who Said That.
Was there something else going on that we don't know about?
There's a lot that you guys don't know. In fact, you don't know what you don't know, and so
So, Coach Sirianni told you that was fine in that situation, or was that the wrong decision?
There's no right or wrong. It's all based upon the results usually, and I think that's the reality of it.
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts.
It's falling apart in
Y'all don't
Philadelphia.
know what you don't know. Yeah, he's basically responding to a question about a report from A.J. Brown revealed to the media that players checked to a different play on the final play versus Seattle, not the coaches. And it was like, oh, they're asking about it. He was like, yeah, I don't know what y'all don't know. That just shows you there's something going on in Philly, man. When the players are basically deciding that they're going to revolt and going to go rogue, calling their own plays. Hell, we saw Jameis Winston do that with the Saints down there in
that was
New
a team
Orleans.
that's not in the playoffs,
This
right
year's
there.
not in the playoffs, but there's definitely some friction and there's some dysfunction now with the Eagles.
Well, right, and Jameis Winston is a to-be free agent, so he probably knew that was his last play with the Saints anyhow.
That's true.
Jalen Hurts is the face of the franchise.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's problems. I mean, it was floated yesterday that if the Eagles lose Monday night, Sirianni could be from the Super Bowl to out.
That's wild, man.
Which would be crazy.
That
But
would be
you said that there's reports out there that there's a mystery team that has not yet fired their coach that would be interested in Belichick.
Schefter keeps throwing it out. He's throwing it out there twice. I've seen him on multiple shows saying that. So he keeps saying it. He knows. He's in the know.
Yeah. All right, we got some more sound to play coming up. We've got good stuff, including a key factor for the Houston Texans tomorrow on the wild card. It is our fabulous 5th hour and our 25th hour of the week. Coming next here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
Morning, Susan. Kiki Palmer? Breakfast? HelloFresh has free breakfast for life. How long have you been here? Just focus on the breakfast.
Go to HelloFresh.com and get free breakfast for life with every box.
Shotgun Willie sits around in his underwear, fighting. Shotgun Willie sits around in his underwear, biting on a bullet.
Yeah, the fabulous fifth hour, which is the 25th hour of the week here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Yeah, we did 5 shows this week, Rod. It's been a while.
It's been a while, man.
Christmas and New Year and doing short weeks and that kind of stuff. It's good to be back to the grind and the little bit of normalcy. How about this for Symbiotic, Rod? It was 12 years ago this day, January the 12th, 2021, that Steve Sarkisian had his Welcome to Texas news conference. It's also this day, January the 12th, 2024, when this morning the program and Steve Sarkisian reaffirmed his commitment to the University of Texas. That's now gone viral. News has spread. We told you about the tweet that Texas football put out. Sark's out on the recruiting trail. The tweets from last night from he and L'Oreal that Sark will be staying in Texas. No big surprise to us, but for a lot of folks out there was a thought that he would be possibly succeeding Nick Saban at Alabama. That's not going to be the case. And 3 years to the day that he was introduced as the head coach at Texas.
Yeah, and as Joe Klatt told you, he had his chance to be the next head coach at Alabama behind Nick Saban, if that's what he really, really wanted. If it was something that was just a dream of his, that he'd always wanted to be the head coach at Alabama behind Nick Saban, he could have followed him. Nick Saban wanted him to follow him. That's not what Sark wanted. I think Sark wanted to build his own legacy, and I think he wanted to bet on himself. And I think that bet is paying off right now, betting on himself and going to Texas. And they both agreed you don't pass up a job like Texas. Joe Klatt said that once he was off the Texas job, that he and Nick Saban talked about it, and even though Nick wanted him to stay, they both agreed that's a job you don't pass up, you take. And once you're at Texas, as my man Danny Davis revealed in his rabbit-holing reporting, you don't leave Texas willingly as a head football coach for another job. Last time that happened, 1907, 117 years ago, when H.R. Shanker left Texas to go to Mercer. So
doesn't happen often.
You ain't gonna. So I was never worried. Before we even knew that little nugget. Thank you, Danny Davis of the Austin American Statesman. You hadn't seen it happen in a long time, and I just didn't see it happening this time. That Alabama was going to be able to poach Steve Sarkisian, especially when the program's ahead of schedule. If the program was not ahead of schedule, and let's say they lost the Big 12 title this year, went there but lost, then I might be a little concerned. That might be a little concerned. But the fact they were ahead of schedule in the college football playoff this year, and hell, damn, they had a chance to win it. At least had a chance to win their college football playoff game, the semifinal, if they'd come up with a touchdown on that last drive. I think Sark, with Arch Manning waiting in the wings, a quarterback coming back in Quinn Ewers, it seems like you are just trending the right way in too many phases and too many areas of this football team. So I wasn't worried. But I get why Longhorn fans were concerned. It's Bama.
If there was one job he was going to leave for, you would consider that one because of the history there. Life was saved there. His love for Steve Sarkisian and those fans, for Nick Saban and those fans. I think there's it's the right choice. It's the right call for Sark because he's got this thing going where you want it to go. And look, with a 12-team playoff, and now Nick Saban's not at Alabama. I mean, that's a good thing when you're into the SEC. Good stuff right there. That's been the top story. Obviously, we started the show with Quinn Ewers making his announcement yesterday that he is also coming back to Texas and play a third season with the Longhorns. So Sark is back. Quinn Ewers coming back, and always good to. You couldn't ask for. This is just a good thing because everybody that's tweeting and talking about Arch Manning going to transfer, we've been given no thought, but from anyone inside the program that's a thought of Arch Manning. And I know it's an easy clickbait thing to say, and in this day and age, it's not wrong to think, well, no 5-star elite quarterbacks, celebrity quarterbacks going to sit for 2 years and wait to play, but that's something that the Mannings have been saying all along.
They're different. They're different.
They're different.
They're not like every other family. They're the first family of football.
And I always remind people, consider Arch Manning's recruitment. His recruitment was unlike any other. I mean, he never talked.
No social media posts about it.
He didn't tweet anything.
Yeah, it's weird.
He didn't do hat game.
Nope.
And he's a different cat.
You're right about that.
And the family's different. And one thing I always say about the Mannings, and certainly Arch with Cooper, his father, they know football will always be there, right? The NFL's not going away. There's no rush to get to it. There really isn't. They got plenty of money. Enjoy college. And I think that's something that I wonder how much Arch Manning and Quinn Ewers have talked about it, because Quinn was certainly on a fast track to the NFL.
He was at one point, yeah.
His mission coming out of South Lake Carroll when he was the number one player in the country. That family, he and that family, they were trying to get to the National Football League as quickly as they could. That's why he reclassified all those things. Didn't play his senior season, those things. But, it's kind of slowed down a little bit. And, Quinn has realized he's got some work to do. Doesn't just come easy. But, it does feel like Quinn's having fun. And, being the quarterback at Texas and
I agree with that.
being a part of this. And, he and Arch have a great relationship. Malik Murphy had a hard time leaving because of that quarterback room.
He didn't want to leave.
And he ended up going to Duke. So, interesting day at Texas. Yesterday was the historic day with the Pete Carroll, Nick Saban, Bill Belichick news all coming down in a 20-hour period. Now it's the Longhorns keeping the core together, losing a lot of pieces, but still their quarterback and their coach. And most of the coaching staff returning. Got to go find a replacement for Bo Davis. All right, Rod. Yep. So the big stories we're heading into the weekend will be wild card games with 6 games over 3 days. And weather is a huge factor. Will not be a factor in 3 of the games. We know that.
Yeah, but no, man, that Kansas City game.
Whew. Well, Rod, we're talking about Kansas City where the temperature could be -8.
It's going to be ugly
when the game starts with a wind chill at -25. But can I also say that on Sunday in Buffalo?
Who's going to that game?
Rod, it's Sunday in Buffalo. Noon, the Steelers play the Bills. On Sunday, windy, snow, tapering off. There's a severe weather, issue. It's weather warning issued, where the wind could be 25 to 35 miles an hour with gusts up to 50 miles an hour.
Oh, that's not good for Josh.
70% chance of snow.
I will say that's why you drafted Josh Allen, the big-home quarterback. That was one of the reasons that they thought he could actually be able to execute in bad weather, bad conditions like that. Now, you're not going to throw the ball too much when you got a wind that's whistling around to that extent. But that is why you draft quarterbacks with big hands and with big arms in bad weather, because the conditions won't impact them as much. But, yeah, the Dolphins, traditionally, just the Dolphins as an organization, though, playing against Kansas City, I don't know if there's an easier, and you talked about this, what matchup are you bullish on? Miami, throughout their history as an organization, or at least most of their history as an organization, have been bad in cold weather games. They are, in the last 20 years, 8-19 straight up in sub 40 degree games. Tua in sub 50 degree games. He is 1-6 straight up.
Oh,
with a look at a point differential, a losing point differential of 13.4 points per game in those games. And Tua's not great away from home. He's not great. Tua is now 2-9 straight up, 3-7-1 against the spread in road and neutral games versus winning teams. And he fails to cover those spreads by an average of 11 points per game. And Dolphins are 2-12 straight up in their last 14 games as a road dog dating back to last season. They don't play well versus good teams. They don't play well away from home, and they don't play well in cold weather. And all 3 of those factors will come into play this weekend.
And historically cold, not just
yes,
cold. And
not just cold.
We talked earlier, you couldn't pay us to go to that game. I like football, man, but I'm not standing in -25
no, I don't
for
even know
4 hours.
I don't even know if I'd go see family play in a game like that. Like I wouldn't go see my
Your kids were playing?
I might not go. I might be like, drop y'all off, and I'll be back. Somebody video it for me. Somebody record it for me. I don't know. We'll see. But that's a different kind of cold, man. I get frostbite. 3 hours watching a football game in sub-zero temperatures, that can't be good for you. It's got to be bad. And you can't, drink beer and eat like you used to. You can't even take your hands out of your mitts or your gloves or whatever you got because you'll get frostbitten.
Yeah, man. It's
no, I'm good.
That's painful cold.
We're good. Yeah, exactly.
There's cold. It's going to be cold here, right? But it's not going to be that.
It's not going to be that kind of cold, man.
But Buffalo sounds maybe worse. And I know Buffalo and Pittsburgh are, as franchises, are kind of used to this.
That is true.
But snow, winds up to 50 miles an hour, 70% chance of snow, 1 to 3 inches. So good luck with that one.
And the Bills can run the ball now.
That's
the beauty of what the Bills are doing. They can run the ball. And they got a quarterback that likes to run, but they actually can run the ball with James Cook.
I think we all like watching snow games. That's kind of cool, right? You see the snow on the field, and they're trying to play in it. But snow and then the wind, you're not going to be able to see, Rod. It's going to be that's blizzard conditions, right? That's where.
Which means you can't throw.
Yeah.
You're not throwing a lot.
You can't see your receivers down the field.
When your receivers are trying to make cuts, guys, trying to run routes. You ain't running no routes, no weather like that. Your routes are terrible. You're just trying to make sure that you're not slipping, that you keep your footing. You're not trying to run a precise route. Oh, man, it's going to be brutal.
This will be, according to Joe Shad of the Palm Beach Post, this will be the coldest game ever for the Dolphins.
Oh, no doubt.
Ever for the Dolphins.
I think it'll be the coldest game in Arrowhead, too, ever.
You just gave the numbers for Tua sub 50 degrees. What is he sub 0 degrees? That becomes the question. Probably not good.
No.
But Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs have to play in it too. And if the Chiefs receivers can't catch the ball when it's warm out.
Yeah, what do we expect them to be like distracted by sub-zero temperatures? Like I said, it's the running games are going to be key. Running games and offensive lines are going to be key in this game, in this matchup. Because I just can't see teams throwing a lot in those kind of conditions. But I could be wrong. Ball's going to be rock hard. It's going to feel like you're throwing a cement block. And, for quarterbacks like the ball to have a little give. We know that from Deflategate.
Right? That's Tom Brady.
They can grip it, and that thing does not have give when it's that cold
you gotta
outside.
Kick it.
It feels like a brick, man.
Yeah, there's no getting around it. I mean, it's just a frozen.
And the ground's hard. You get hit twice
skin.
because you get hit by your opponent. Then the ground is going to hit you again. That ground's like playing on cement when it's that hard. There's no give. Nothing gives when it's that cold. Everything's frozen, solid. Oh, man. No, I'm good.
All right. We had last hour, by the way, because it's going to be cold here, too, by the way, Sunday. Well, you're watching the Cowboys game. That front's going to be rolling in here. Temperatures will drop below freezing and will likely stay below freezing in Austin and Central Texas through Wednesday, Rod. With really lows overnight. And our buddy Charlie Wilson was with us last hour from Callahan's. He sent me a text to remind folks that, hey, we tell people keep an eye on their pets, ensure they stay warm and have food and water. They're amazingly resilient, but they can be vulnerable in deep cold snaps. Bring them in, weatherproof the surroundings. Get some extra straw or hay for any chickens or livestock you have, Rod.
There you go. Take care of the animals.
Yeah, man. Also, if you have, because you can get those chickens and hay and all that stuff at Callahan's. Also, if you have a fireplace, get some additional firewood. All of the above is available with our friends at Callahan's General Store. Get on out there today or tomorrow. Don't wait. And remember, Callahan's is closed on Sunday, so
don't make that mistake.
Don't be running out there.
Monday it drops. So we're right after Sunday. Yeah, today is probably the day.
Well, the Cowboys game, if they weren't inside, it would be pretty cold. It'd be freezing for the Cowboys-Packers game. Because it'll be to the Metroplex before here, obviously. So, yeah, they'll be inside, though. Houston will be inside. Detroit will be inside. And, of course, the Tampa Bay game should be fine on Monday night with the Eagles in town. But going to be cold. It says, is the Chiefs field grass or turf? It's grass in Arrowhead.
I still haven't figured out why the Bucks-Eagles game is like that Monday night primetime game of all the wild card matchups.
Yeah.
They could have picked a better – no, still playoff teams, but – I don't know. Thought he could pick a sexier matchup for
Agreed for the standalone.
Yeah.
Well, look, there's still a lot of folks within the Players Association and players that aren't happy. Even the league, the teams that don't like there's a Monday night football game for the playoffs because the winner.
Oh, the short week.
The winner has a short week.
Short week. I didn't think about that. You're right. Yeah.
Especially, and I got, part of it is they want to make sure that Monday night game matches up with the team that's playing Sunday. I believe is part of it because they certainly don't want to flip the field to where the Monday night team has to play. This playing team is playing on Saturday.
Yeah, and they got a shorter week. Okay, I got you. Yeah, but still.
So actually, the Monday night team, that winner's playing the Niners, who aren't playing at all.
Yeah. And they basically took 2 weeks off because Baltimore and the Niners rested their starters in the last week.
Yeah,
in week 18. So they basically had 2 weeks off.
All right on that. Yeah. That game lines up with the.
That'd be
with
really
the
fresh. Yeah. That's it's just interesting, man. That the weather is when you need a running game. At least the Cowboys don't have to deal with that because Cowboys be playing at home. And they want to deal with weather conditions. And then even if they play the 49ers, it won't be bad weather on the West Coast. So you don't have to worry about bad weather.
Yeah, this is how does the weather this week compare to the Packers-Cowboys game, the Ice Bowl? It's similar. The coldest game on record is still the 67 Cowboys-Packers Ice Bowl with wind chills down minus 30.
Yeah, it's like 30.
But this is going to approach that. But there's not going to be snow. They're not projecting precipitation.
Oh, so there's no snow?
Mm-mm.
Oh, it's just
cold.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Much like here, cold and dry.
You just assumed that there'd be snow in Kansas City around that time.
The snow is going to be
warmer. In that case, it will be able to throw the ball better than. I thought you had snow on the ground. No snow on the ground, then you'll have better footing.
Yeah, it'll just be really damn cold and windy, gusty winds. But then the snow game's going to be Buffalo. That's going to be snowing and blowing. One of those whole things where the snow, if it's gusting up to 50 miles an hour, it's going to be hard to kick. It's going to be hard to do much of anything.
It's hard to play football.
Yeah.
You're just trying to survive in that kind of weather pretty much.
I would also say, in addition to getting to Callahan's to get your materials, make sure you're getting your Peacock app ready because
you're going to need it.
That game in Kansas City is only on Peacock. It's only streaming. You turn on NBC on Saturday night, you're going to be seeing maybe reruns of Law and Order or something. I don't know what'll be on, but you're not going to see the football game.
No.
You got to have Peacock.
Hey, I got Peacock, so I'm not even concerned about it. Got Peacock at the house.
That's a good thing.
It's a trash TV app. So.
First game of the weekend is in Houston, and it's the Texans and Browns in the 4-5 matchup. Can I play this for you? Will Anderson?
Yep.
Will Anderson talking about having Jonathan Grenard, the other pass rusher coming out, the kid out of Florida, third-year player out of Florida, who's he got 14 sacks this year, and he's been out the last couple of games. Here's Will Anderson on what it's like to have Jonathan Greenard back on the practice field and potentially playing against the Browns tomorrow.
Oh, big time, man! It's a blessing to have him back, man. Like, he's the cornerstone for our defensive line, man. Like, his relentless, rush, stopping the run, everything, his leadership, his words, everything about him is just powerful, you know what I'm saying? And his energy spreads throughout the whole defensive line, man. It just gets everybody going. So to have a guy like that back, man, it just means everything. And it just helps us go out there and keep hunting.
Is Myles Garrett a player that you've looked up to or admired for his play?
I look up to Myles Garrett, but Myles Garrett's a freak athlete. And we always say, if our coach puts on the tape, we're that's Myles Garrett, right? Everybody can't do that. So man, he's one hell of an athlete, man. I tell you that. He has a lot of relentless strain, competes every play, can mess up a game plan, and I think when you look at a player that's the type of player you want to be, man. Something like that. But I have almost up respect for him. I look up to him. We're with the same agency, so I text him before and we talk. So he's a great guy.
But you're not talking
There
this.
you go. There you go. There's Will Anderson. Jonathan Greenard, the heartbeat of their defensive line, heart and soul, and then Myles Garrett. That'll be a key factor who can protect their quarterback better.
Yeah, both of those guys been dealing with injuries for the last 3 weeks or so. And the Texans actually still been able to apply pressure. They get both of those guys back, which they did not have in that Week 16 matchup against the Browns. And hopefully it'll allow you to put more pressure on Joe Flacco before he can complete some of those deep vertical shots down the field. People don't notice about Joe Flacco in the postseason. Man, he's been one of the most clutch quarterbacks in the playoffs in NFL history. He actually is tied with Tom Brady for the most playoff road wins in the Super Bowl era. He's got 7 of them. He could end up breaking the record if he beats the Texans. That's pretty amazing that he's been that clutch.
He's just super calm. You know what I mean? He doesn't.
Joe Cool, literally.
Joe Cool. And C.J. Stroud's been that way too. He's a rookie. He hadn't played in this spot. He did. Last week was essentially a playoff game on the road, and he led his team to a victory. They're both very calm quarterbacks. But pass rush will be key in that game, coming from both ends. And the guy who really had the big game against Houston a couple of weeks ago was Zadarius Smith, coming off the other side. He got after the Texans in a big way, and that was Case Keenum. Starting that game, Cleveland will be C.J. Stroud tomorrow. Sunday, it's the Cowboys, and it does feel. I heard Micah Parsons was talking about, if this is our last run with Dan Quinn, let's make it a good one. There is a real sense of, I think, urgency in Dallas right now, knowing that there's a lot of murmuring out there that the Patriots want to talk to Will McClay. To come in, because they haven't had a general manager. Bill Belichick's been the general manager, has been hurting that organization the last 5 or 6 years. When the Patriots were at their best, Rod, they had guys like Scott Pioli in there, right? That were helping Bill Belichick, and there was a GM there, but there hadn't been one in a while. They want to hire one. Well, Will McClay's name has been mentioned there. He's been Washington wants to talk to Will McClay, the Chargers, Panthers, and then there's Dan Quinn. This could be, as we talk about what the Cowboys have to pay guys after this season, right?
They're going to pay a lot of them.
Big contracts for CD, big contract for Micah having to come. Dak's going to get a big extension. You've already, given a lot of money to the guys like Trayvon Diggs and DeMarcus Lawrence, and your offensive line makes a lot of money. This is an important month for Dallas. I don't think there's any other way to put it, because this team could lose some significant pieces of the architect, and because as much as Jerry Jones has kind of calmed down as far as the draft room, a lot of that has gone to Will McClay. McClay,
he's taken over there. He's done a great job.
And man,
one of the best. They got about one of the best rosters in the NFL. If you're talking about organic drafted talent.
Yeah, almost all drafted, and that's why teams want to talk to Will McClay, because he's got a great eye for talent, and he's shown that in Dallas. But so you could lose him, Dan Quinn. Who knows if Dan Quinn, if he does go to Seattle and to replace Pete Carroll, which a lot of people believe that how many does he take some guys with him, off that coaching staff that he wants to bring to Seattle? That's part of this.
That's part of it.
This is a big run, because the Cowboys may not look like they do right now again.
No, they won't. It's just just the salary cap won't allow them to. They want to pay too many guys, and I mean, you go look at it right now. If you're the Cowboys, you got to, once you pay Dak, Dak's going to end up being top 3 highest paid quarterbacks in the league. Micah, then CD, you paying him again. That's going to be a ton of your salary cap right there. Just those guys, because they'll all be the highest paid players at their position.
Or one of the top 2.
I think CD will be the highest paid receiver. At this point, the way he's trending,
Yeah,
he's going to be all pro this
year. And Micah
year.
might be the highest paid defensive player
of all time.
Yeah.
And, and Dak, like I said, Dak will be top 3 if he's not the highest paid.
And they're already technically over the cap. And I know the Cowboys do a good job of finagling that cap every year. But at some point, those payments come due because what they do is they defer money and guys kick money down the road. And
they backload contracts, front load contracts.
Remember, right before the season, they remember Zach Martin had the holdout, and so he got a new deal. So, yeah, this thing's heavy.
What is DeMarcus Lawrence on? Any on like a little short-term deal as well? Didn't they sign him to like a shorter-term deal?
I'll look up DeMarcus's contract here. Tank here.
Remember, because 2 years ago he was upset because he wanted to get paid, and they were like, all right, we'll give you a little bit more money. And I just wonder what his you're not going to be able to keep this collection of talent around for long.
That's the key, and this coaching staff. Yeah. And Dan Quinn has turned down jobs on 2 occasions to come back because he said there was unfinished business. Well, that business is now because the reports out of Seattle yesterday in the wake of the Pete Carroll news was the ownership didn't want to miss out on Dan Quinn. Like with Pete Carroll saying he wanted to come back, they said, no, Coach, we're going to move on, and we want to go after Dan Quinn. And that might be why Pete Carroll is willing to stay around and be an advisor because he's so close with Coach Quinn.
That's true.
And I heard it on the Rich Eisen show yesterday, actually. Somebody was on talking about the reason they moved on Pete Carroll was the vibe is that Tennessee, the Titans, who fired Mike Vrabel, want to focus on Dan Quinn and make him their primary. Remember, the owner, Amy Adams Strunk, said we didn't want to get in the business of trading Mike Vrabel because we could have, because that may take a couple of weeks and we'd miss out on the person we want. And it appears, and at least what I heard on the Rich Eisen show yesterday, that maybe Dan Quinn is the target of both.
Okay.
So we'll see. And I think if you're Dan Quinn, you'd probably rather go to Seattle with that young roster and Pete Carroll in a place and an organization you've been with before.
Defense is built up pretty well. Especially in the secondary.
Yeah, and it's young. It needs to be coached up. So we'll see. And so, yeah, if you're a Cowboys fan, this is a big couple of weeks stretch. And you also made the trades for Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore, and those were short-term situations. You tried to plug those holes. You didn't fill running back, and we'll see if that comes back to being a haunting situation. But, man, the Cowboys have a real chance here to go for it. And even with Micah Parsons saying, if this is the last run with Coach Quinn, let's make it a good one, essentially. So we'll see. Urgency in Dallas to make a deep run in this playoff race. They'll play 3:30 on Sunday afternoon, the Green Bay Packers. And if you told everybody who's listening, Rod, this week, don't sleep on the Packers. They're one of the youngest teams in football, but they're playing some pretty good football right now.
Jordan Love is playing some great football right now. He's playing like a top 10 quarterback in the last 8 games. I think most people have ignored that and they haven't been paying attention to it, but he's been playing at a really high level. 20 total touchdowns the last 8 weeks, only 1 interception, and he's been really good under pressure because his tackles, remember Bakhtiari's out, guys, for the season. So even his left tackle, he's working with a backup left tackle, but and he's been under pressure, but he's performed really well under pressure. He's the second best QBR in the NFL since week 10 under pressure, only behind Dak Prescott. So think about how well Dak Prescott's playing right under pressure. That's what right now Jordan Love is at that high level. And the key is going to be Micah Parsons. Remember last time they played, Micah Parsons only had 1 pressure the entire game. And this season, the Cowboys lead the NFL in pressure rate. Micah Parsons hasn't been, even though he's got 71 pressures, he hasn't drawn a holding call in the last 11 games. And I said this earlier, if I am Matt LaFleur, I am openly telling my offensive lineman to hold him because something's going on. That guy is one of the most explosive pass rushers in the NFL history. And for him to go 11 straight games without getting held, guys, I've watched enough football. Offensive linemen hold on damn near every play. There's an offensive lineman holding somebody. As a matter of fact, some of their technique is taught to just hold a player, but to do it with your hands in tight so that the referees can't call it. That some of their technique is it's just holding. And for the refs not to call it in 11 games, first of all, I think the Cowboys need to make a bigger deal out of it so that it becomes a national story because it's not enough. It's not a big story. It needs to be a bigger story. And if I was Matt LaFleur, until they call it, I'd hold him on every damn play. I'd hold him on every damn play. Why? Because it's obvious that the refs, this would seem like they are going out of their way not to call it. Now, that would mean that's a conspiracy theory, and I'm not saying there is, but guys, it's a hell of a coincidence. 11 games without holding arguably the best pass rusher in the league once. So that's watch that. Just watch out for it.
Hey, coming back, Rod. Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain one more time, talking Texas football with the latest, including a possible extension and new contract for Steve Sarkisian, Quinn Ewers' return, all that coming. Plus, we'll get what's popping, and there's a lot popping into this weekend. Somebody did text us, Rod, and say, guys, the forecast for Austin is changing, looking more and more like there could be some precipitation Monday into Tuesday, so we'll keep an eye on that. Obviously, it's going to be damn cold starting Sunday afternoon into the overnight.
A little snow. I said might be a little some flakes.
Could be.
A couple of flakes, maybe.
Winter is coming, as Charlie Wilson from Callahan told us. Winter is coming from Game of Thrones.
Watch out for the Night King.
Hey, we'll come back. Yeah, the Night King is coming. We'll come back. When we do, I'm going to tell you a story that Ty Henderson's not going to like ahead of Burnt Orange Curtain Rod. Ty Henderson and others not going to like this story.
I got a story they will like.
Okay, perfect.
One bad, one good.
That's called yin and yang. Hook it up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
All right, Rod, half hour to go in our show. Looking forward to Wild Card Weekend. And yes, MLK Day is Monday, Rod, so a lot of people will be off work, probably good with the weather that's coming. We will be here, though.
That's right.
Talking Texas football, talking the NFL and the playoffs, how is it to Cowboys-Texans. We'll be with you on Monday morning to recap all of the games, get you ready for the playoff game Monday night. And obviously, as news continues, it's been a very newsworthy week, to say the least. And Clint, how about this? This is the story that Ty Henderson, our producer, is not going to like. And a lot of people will be mocking this. But page 6, Rod.
Page 6. Done. It's happening.
Says here that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce reportedly planning to get engaged this summer.
Whatever.
Page 6. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce getting engaged this summer.
Told you it wasn't fake, Ty. Told you it was a real thing.
Until she walks down that aisle, I won't believe it.
That's going to be a wedding for the ages. It'll be on e-television.
How they haven't even been dating a year? That's
true
stupid.
love. True love.
Stupid.
Hey, listen, man. When you're 34 years old, and Rod knows about biological clocks, man.
They can change the world.
If you find your daddy, your baby daddy, time to go.
The ladies don't mess around.
She's been dating. Now she's ready to settle down.
She is ready to
with
roll.
her big tight end. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Oh, stop.
I remember when Prince Charles married Princess Diana.
That was a big one.
And when I was
Are you comparing Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce to Princess Diana's wedding?
Yeah, in this country.
No, you're talking about celebrity weddings. And
celebrity weddings.
Big celebrity
That'll be on
weddings,
TV.
That kind of stuff.
That'll be huge.
They'll definitely
It will not be on TV.
They'll try to get footage of it somehow, though. Yeah, they will. I don't know if it'll be on TV, but they'll try to get footage of it. Yeah. I mean, it's big time.
I'm just glad that he sucks now because of all this.
He scored 1 touchdown, when she gets.
I think it's also because he's getting older. He's been talking about retirement for a while.
Yeah.
Like last 2 years, he's been talking about retirement a ton. And I think Bill Parcells used to always say, once you think about it, you might as well retire.
Yeah.
If you're thinking about it, you already. That's the same thing with Saban. If you're thinking about retirement, it's already.
Well, and let's also say this:
you're already in that phase.
for Travis Kelce, yes, he's getting older, but at the same time, he sees double coverage on every big play because they know where Patrick Mahomes is trying to go. There's only one receiver he trusts at this point, so that makes it a challenge for him too, in a big way. But yeah, Taylor Swift, we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, remember the story about talking about comparing to Princess Di? Seriously, in this country, we don't have royalty, right? We don't have royal families. We have celebrities.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the story when she was seen? She was going to dinner somewhere. She was and the place was like packed with people within like 30 minutes.
A mob with like 1,000.
Word spread that Taylor Swift was here.
She had to leave.
Yeah, she had to leave. She was just
stay there.
She's trying to grab dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got that kind of effect on some people, which is
the Swifties, man.
The Swifties are out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's as close as we have to the royal family is just big celebrities like that who I know you don't like her, Ty, and you don't think she's a huge deal, but she's, in fact, and evidence would show you she is a pretty huge deal as far as that goes, and a lot of people like her. And she's been a star for a lot of people since she was 18 years old.
Yeah, she's been around.
So it's a long time.
Yes.
So people have kind of grown up with Taylor Swift.
That's kind of what the Beyonce thing is, right? She was around for so long with Destiny's Child as a teenager, but now as a woman, basically she's been around. She's only like 40-something, early 40s, and she's been around for 20 years.
That's right.
Like 20-some years already. Right. It's like, well, we've been knowing her forever.
Yeah. And so,
staying power.
Ladies now that are your wife's age, Rod, that loved her when she was in her teenager, and there's Taylor Swift, and now, she's got young fans, she's got older fans.
When they start their family, now she's gonna be trying to start a family. Like, oh man, no, I'm with you. Listen, I understand the attraction and the allure, but she's immensely talented. I also get the side why Ty's annoyed by
100%.
Talk about her.
100%.
I get both sides. Texans.
It's infecting our football.
It is infecting the football. I like a little salacious gossip with my football, though. I don't mind that at all.
That's not salacious, though. Stupid.
Nah, I think it was salacious for a while, but right now it's not salacious because now everybody's kind of used to them. Anyway, the Texans will be hosting a playoff game. First time for a rookie head coach and a rookie quarterback to be doing so. And they're going to make the halftime show appropriately. Shout out to my man CB who sent it to me at ChrisGB002000. They're going to make the halftime show appropriately H-Town, baby, all the way. The H-Town halftime show will feature Bun B.
Let's go.
It's going to feature Slim Thug, Mike Jones, Pow Wow, and the Mexican OT. And I believe he is the one with the
he's
Lone
new.
Star Luchador. You know the song, the Lone Star Luchador. Have you heard this?
Yeah. He's good.
He's actually pretty good. Yeah, he is good. He actually is good. But he's going to be a part of the halftime show too. So they're going as H-Town as you can get with the halftime show.
Love that.
Love it. Me too. Because I'm an H-Town guy. I love that. It's fantastic. It's great.
Hey, before we go behind the burnt orange curtain, so they're going to have a concert at halftime?
They're basically going to have a concert, with all some of your favorite H-Town icons in the music world.
I wonder if the NFL is extending the halftime, because normally halftime's like 12 minutes. They better hurry.
I think they're just gonna everybody's gonna do like one jam or something like that. They got to be, because they don't collaborate on a lot of things. Not all those guys. Maybe they do a couple of songs, but
maybe for the playoffs they'll make it a little longer, like they do on Thanksgiving, right? When they do a concert or something. Hey,
they could do, yeah.
one more breaking news sounder there, Ty, before we go behind the big burnt orange curtain. Had the breaking news for last hour with Texas football, putting out the tweet about Sark.
Another one.
How about this one, Rod? Adam Schefter, shifty Adam Schefter, reporting that the season's first general manager hire is done. The Commanders are hiring 49ers assistant general manager Adam Peters to be their GM. Peters won Super Bowls while working with New England and Denver, has been in San Francisco since 2017.
Been there since Shano got there and since John Lynch got there, huh?
Yes, so Adam Peters.
Man, how many? I want to say that's like 3 or 4 front office guys now from that 49ers Shanahan regime, John Lynch regime, that are now GMs around the league. That's I love Dan Orlovsky put it best, and he's right. It just seems like it's the McShanahan franchise is popping up all over the NFL, whether it be with the coaches or now from the front office, and it just either from that tree or adjacent to that tree or that front office. It's fascinating. Most of the league is becoming that now.
Well, they've been consistently good. They haven't won the Super Bowl yet, but this is kind of their year to cash it in. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the Longhorns, right? The fans bummed about Bo Davis leaving and Jeff Choate. You know, when you're winning and you're doing good things, people want to poach your people. It's just the way that goes. And the Niners know that better than anybody because Robert Saleh, D'Amico Ryans, then they take coaches with them. You've got now GMs. Rand Cawthorn is in.
Rand Cawthorn with Tennessee. Now this one going to the Commanders. So we'll see. Now I would say the Commanders. That's important news because Will McClay was a guy they wanted to talk to too. But they go with the 49ers GM. So we'll keep an eye on that. And there is some scuttle that the Patriots are going to eye Will McClay for the general manager role. That's a smart move. I remember the Texans were interested in Will McClay when they were hiring Nick Caserio.
They were.
And I thought that was a good move, but he was unwilling to leave the Cowboys. Maybe now he's willing to leave. I think maybe he knows this may be the last hurrah too.
Yeah.
He's like, hey man, I'm leaving after this too, because after this
I've seen the salary cap numbers.
I helped evaluate all this talent. I know they can't pay everybody.
No.
Now that he want to get this good.
Let's go behind the BOC one more time.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, let's talk some Texas football. Last behind the burnt orange curtain segment of the week. And we got some good news because Quinn Ewers did make it official in announcing his return to the Ford Acres to be the starting quarterback for the Longhorns. And yes, he did it with a fancy, sentimental video to announce that he was coming back to the 40 Acres. We'll get into that in just a second. Also, the big news on the 40 Acres is that right now Steve Sarkisian looks to be, and it hasn't been reported officially, but based on all the social media posts, lots of Longhorn, lots of hook 'em hand signs and Longhorn emojis and heart emojis, L'Oreal Sarkisian as well as Steve Sarkisian, and you had multiple players and some of the members of the administration. They all put out emojis that would signal that Sark is indeed coming back. And Sark put out there via X earlier today. Also, a picture and a video just getting started was the video that he put out there, and it's kind of a video celebrating Sark's accomplishments this year. So all of the posts on social media are hinting that Sark not only is coming back, that Sark is probably going to get a brand new deal, and that when Sark gets that brand new deal, and maybe it's already agreed upon, maybe that's also, our man E. Hogan, he hypothesized the reason that Jay Hartzell is tweeting out a hook 'em hands emoji with a heart, and Malik Agbo's doing the same thing, and L'Oreal Sarkisian and Sark doing the same thing, is because they probably got a deal done. Haven't heard details about that deal just yet. Chip Brown reporting that they are in the last stages of finalizing Sark's extension. He's reporting that. We just haven't heard the specific numbers. Some of the reports and rumors have thrown out there $8 to $9 million potentially for Sark. Right now he's making about $5 million. It will be a well-deserved bump considering he was, from a lot of reports, considered to be the top candidate to replace Nick Saban. And as even Joe Klatt told you, that Nick Saban himself wanted Sark to be the successor. So a lot of people believe that Sark was the first call, and that Sark might have politely declined that invitation because he wanted to build something here at Texas. But not only that, he's ahead of schedule in his build of Texas being back, but also right now, with everything right now trending in the right way for Texas, why would he leave that, jeopardize that to go back to Alabama and stand on the shoulders of the GOAT Nick Saban rather than build his own legacy from scratch? So that's good news for Longhorn fans. And I love this little nugget. I keep giving it because it's such a great historical nugget from Danny Davis. He did the research, went down the rabbit hole, and found that the last time a football coach left the University of Texas for another gig willingly was 117 years ago. So Sark, I don't think, was going to break that trend, and the big money boosters and donors weren't going to allow that to happen. So Sark looks like he'll be a Longhorn for many years to come. Longhorn fans should be excited about that. Quinn Ewers will be a Longhorn at least for one more year to come. He announced that via social media. Let's hear the audio from the Quinn Ewers social media post.
Dear Longhorn Nation, ever since I was a kid, I've dreamed of playing quarterback at the University of Texas. I couldn't be more thankful to all my teammates and coaches, and I'm beyond grateful to be in the position that I'm in. God has shown me who I truly am these past 2 years that I've been here. And through the ups and downs, these fans and this university has always had my back. And with that being said, I'm coming back. Hook 'em.
No dramatic, but I'm all for
Dramatic
it.
pause.
There's nothing wrong with that. Well, we all got the news we wanted to hear that Quinn was coming back, and I think it's important for Quinn to come back. First of all, this quarterback draft is just ridiculously deep, so it would have pushed him to the second round, likely into the first round, depending on how he worked out. And, he talked about his dream was always to play for the University of Texas, so he's living his dream now. That's always great, right? You should encourage your kids to live their dream as long as they can, because most of us have to change up our dreams, or we had to abandon them at one point. You can live your dreams into your 20s and 30s, then, man, you're doing something right. So his dream is to be the University of Texas starting quarterback. He's living that dream right now. I think he also had a dream to be drafted in the first round, potentially the number one quarterback taken overall, all right, number one pick overall. And that dream is still alive, actually, for Quinn. Now, it's not going to happen in this draft, but next year, he could be the first quarterback taken in the first round, and he could be, if you're going to be the first quarterback taken, there's a chance you could be number one overall. He's one of the highest rated recruits in the history of modern recruiting, and I think he wants to keep that dream alive. And in addition to that, I think scouts have told him, and I believe accurately so, that there are a couple of things for you to work on in order for you to be considered to be the top quarterback coming out in the draft. And one of them is, we need you to become more than a first read quarterback. Some would say he's a one read quarterback. I don't think so. One read would imply that you can't get to a second and a third read in a progression. I don't think that's Quinn. I think Quinn can get to a second and a third read. So I'll call him he's more a first read quarterback. When he's throwing to his first read, you can argue he's the best quarterback in the country. He's accurate. The touch is there. His mechanics and his footwork always on point when he's throwing to his first read. He looks almost flawless, immaculate throwing to his first read. But when you got to get to the second read and the third read, oftentimes we'll see the mechanics suffer. We'll see the footwork become erratic. And oftentimes he will look at pressure, stare at pressure, see pressure instead of feeling pressure and keeping his eyes downfield in order to get deeper through the progressions. I think that's what he's got to work on. That second and third progression is something NFL scouts want to see him get to. And yes, he's done a great job of making his game overall more efficient by scrambling instead of staying in the pocket and becoming erratic when you get deep into your progressions, or taking the easy check down. All right, before you become erratic and before your mechanics start to deteriorate, take the easy check down. Let's take the easy yards. Take what the defense is giving you. So he's gotten better in that respect, and that's growth. That is, in the NFL, you got to do some of that too. But I also think NFL scouts want to see him go through progressions without the mechanics suffering, without the footwork becoming erratic, and make accurate throws without, being influenced by the pressure. All right, you can maneuver in the pocket, manipulate the pocket without having to abandon the pocket, which he is doing more of now. He's abandoning the pocket. They want to see him manipulate and maneuver in the pocket and still make accurate throws downfield. And you're maneuvering in the pocket while you're feeling the pressure, keeping your eyes downfield, and getting deeper into the progressions. That's what they want to see. And I think he can do it. I know he can do it. And when he does that, there's a good chance he's going to be the first quarterback taken off the board. Heisman odds, I already have him right now, as tied for the best Heisman odds with Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, and we'll see who Jalen Milroe's coach is going to be, by the way.
Great point. I'll take the guy in the same system.
Yeah.
And with the same coach and more consistency,
Got to break in and train some new receivers. Yeah. And as you said a lot this morning, that's a good point. He needs to take it upon him to be a leader and go to work on their own time with these new receivers and build that chemistry. It's not just going to happen because you get in spring practice and workouts, you need to be doing that.
Yep.
And that'll help you show leadership too.
That's exactly right.
And a lot of times, Rod, you know this, right? I found this, when you're actually, coaching someone to do something and train them, it helps you get better at it.
No doubt. You're teaching something, it helps you learn it better.
Yes, it does.
You have to know something, thoroughly to teach it.
Yes, exactly right.
And that's what he's going to be doing, teaching.
Yeah, and that helps him become a better player.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's why we're doing this. That makes sense.
Yep.
I'm trying to talk myself into it. But yeah, no, and just you talk about this all the time, and I think we all watch it. Quarterback receiver chemistry is huge.
Oh my God!
It is. Ask Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's massive.
Yep.
And it's ask Colt McCoy and Jordan Shipley.
Almost won a national title.
Yeah.
Just off their bromance.
Yeah. I mean, Dak and CeeDee Lamb this year have developed that chemistry, and it's innate.
Mm-hmm.
I remember watching when I was growing up, the Texans playing, and not growing up. I was an adult when the Texans came online. But when the Texans, when they would play Peyton Manning, and it would be he and Marvin Harrison.
Man.
Oh my gosh. We couldn't stop it.
It's running option routes.
I know, we couldn't stop it.
They're not even running set routes. It's like, hey, I'll hit you when you open. It's like, okay, I'm either running an inside cut or an outside cut. Yeah, that's cute.
I'm still surprised they didn't win more Super Bowls, those two, when they had Reggie Wayne and Marvin Harris. I was like, oh, my gosh, how do you stop this group?
Backfield was loaded, too.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got all that behind the Burn Orange Curtain. Can I say this? Congratulations, and it's a shame on me for not mentioning this sooner, and I had it earlier, but Logan Eggleston, the Texas women's volleyball player who's moved on.
Oh, yeah.
NCAA yesterday, Rod, named her the Woman of the Year in NCAA athletics for 2023.
Wow.
Yeah.
Woman of the Year?
Woman of the Year. Essentially female athlete of the year.
That is fantastic.
So congratulations to Logan.
Yeah. Well, we should have mentioned that.
Yeah, sorry about that. I saw it early this morning, and I meant to jot it down, and then it just flashed again. So
congratulations.
Logan Eggleston, congratulations, the former Longhorn. And I saw where her mother accepted the award for her because she couldn't be there. She's in Turkey playing volleyball.
There you go.
I think
doing what she does.
When's somebody going to put some money behind a real professional volleyball league?
Well, they have them at the beach volleyball.
Yes,
beach volleyball is really big and actually really successful in terms of the professional players.
I would watch professional volleyball.
Beach volleyball, it comes on sometimes. I don't know. I think it's like the finals, whatever. But beach volleyball comes on like television. Sometimes.
Oh yeah, I've seen the beach volleyball.
Yeah, so that you can't have that everywhere, of course, because of the weather. So yeah, I don't know when they're going to do it for indoor volleyball.
It's coming.
I would think so.
I mean, when you see Nebraska playing volleyball games at the football stadium and getting 90,000 people and those kind of things, there's a fan base for it, and the youth, the growth of the sport has been unbelievable.
Yeah, because you'll have some of the young girls whose heroes to play volleyball will be the women who are playing professionally, or the women that played in college. So yeah, I'm with you.
And I'll say this, fans like you and I, I'm not very, for whatever reason, I'm not attracted to WNBA basketball. But, man, I love watching volleyball. As a fan and as a spectator, I like watching volleyball. It's a fun thing to watch.
It's the way the sport is structured. It displays their explosive athleticism more. It's weird. I'm sure the same.
Well, the problem with
the same athleticism is available in WNBA, but the sport, because of the court and everything, it puts it on display more.
Yeah. It's a consumer based thing. I mean, you like some things I don't like. It's just I don't find myself attracted to watching WNBA basketball
because they don't play above the rim, but those women play above the net.
Because
they play above the net.
They're unbelievable. It's just fast and it's action packed. It's just good, and I'm sure women's WNBA is too. I just, for whatever reason, love me some volleyball. I'm assuming it's coming.
It's probably my favorite female sport to watch.
Sure, yeah.
Women's volleyball.
When you can sit and watch a 3-hour volleyball match.
Yeah, it's because it's entertaining and it's high energy. And the pace is always up tempo. It's always an up pace sport.
All right. So congrats to Logan Eggleston. That's an awesome award.
That's amazing.
All-time Longhorn for sure. We'll come back. She's up there with the Cat Osterman.
She's a legendary lifetime Longhorn now. Sorry, I should have given you the tag. Legendary lifetime Longhorn.
Yeah.
Logan Singh. So good.
The Pantheon.
Yeah.
All right. We'll be back. When we do, we'll get some what's poppin', Rod. What's into our weekend, including get those pipes covered, pets taken care of, and plants.
The peas.
The hard freeze is coming. Let's hook them up with Ian Rod B. Thank you, Jack Harlow. Yes, the fabulous fifth hour wrapping up with What's Poppin'. Great weekend. It's wild card weekend on tap with the NFL. We'll have 5 of the 6 games in the books by Monday.
That's right.
Rod, are you taking the Texans on Saturday? I will tell you, I'm picking Houston to win this game 23-20.
I am picking Houston to win the game because
I'm a homer.
I would say, you don't see the Texans in the playoffs very often, and they're doing with a rookie head coach and a rookie quarterback. First time you've seen an NFL rookie head coach, rookie quarterback win the division and make it to the playoffs since 1920. Oh, man, that's beautiful. And, by the way, it'll be the first time a rookie quarterback beat the number 1 defense in a playoff game.
Ooh.
The rookie quarterback, they're 0-3.
Houston has to win the turnover battle.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much the case for any game. But
which they should, because Cleveland leads the league in turnovers.
Yeah, and Houston's one of the fewest, which means if Houston were to lose the turnover battle, that'd be terrible. But I just, having played them in that building a couple of weeks ago, I think it helps to have seen them for a young team and to get everybody back, right? C.J. Stroud is back. Devin Singletary's healthy.
Jonathan Grenard.
Noah Brown's practicing to go with Nico Collins in the receiving corps. Dalton Schultz is healthy. Jonathan Grenard's back with Will Anderson. And, but again, I've said for a while, I think the Browns are going to be scary for anybody. And they are. So this is a game you have to force the turnovers. You certainly can't turn the ball over. Looking forward to that game. So are you going Browns there, T.Y.? Are you on the Browns on Saturday?
I feel weird about this game. I feel like you
just leave it alone.
It's a coin flip.
Yeah, I think it's the closest to the games.
I don't disagree with that.
Saturday night, are we all on Kansas City in the Ice Bowl?
I just don't trust. I don't trust the Miami Dolphins in that kind of weather. Period. Organizationally, I don't.
I'm concerned of Tua shattering.
Exactly. They're not great on the road. They're not great against teams with winning records or playoff teams, and they're not great organizationally, historically, in cold weather. All 3 of those things are working against the Dolphins. No, I'll take the Kansas City Chiefs. That's easy.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see where this one goes. But then on Saturday or Sunday, we all on Buffalo. Anybody think that the Steelers and Mike Tomlin can pull the upset in what looks to be a potential blizzard, winds up to 50 miles an hour, gusting?
Mason Rudolph.
Oh, we're going Josh Allen, right?
Yeah, I can't. There's no way I'd pick Mason Rudolph. We're going Josh Allen. And isn't T.J. Watt hurt?
Yes.
He's out too?
He is.
Yeah, no, it's easy.
That's a problem.
That's easy.
I mean, you could argue Pittsburgh and Houston are just happy to be here at some level, to be where they are. I mean, Pittsburgh, they expect to be here, but they aren't good enough, you don't think, to be a 10-win team, but they are. And here come the Texans in year 1 for DeMeco Ryans. And then the Packers-Cowboys. I think we're all going to pick the Cowboys. Will they cover the 7.5? Is this a double-digit win for them?
You know what? At home it is. At home, they play like that, man.
And you gave me the numbers about middle of the field, and CeeDee Lamb loves those slant routes. I'm going to Cowboys 31, Packers 21.
Yeah, I got the Cowboys covering, actually. How about you, Ty?
Yeah, I think they'll take care of business this week and next week. I'm worried about the following week after that when we play.
I hate to say
the
this,
all-familiar 49ers.
Because I do have some friends who are Lions fans, if they're listening. I'm going to pick the Rams Sunday night.
No, that's the public's all on the Rams. They're gonna.
Are they really?
Yeah, I'd like the Rams till I heard that, and that I'm all Lions.
Hate the injury. I hate the injury to Sam Laporta. I really do. He has been a go-to guy for Jared Goff.
That's true.
He's been awesome, and now